The Workings of a Human Specimen, by Sci-Fi. Chapter 6, Consequence. Osomatsu and Choromatsu soon arrived at the recreational area of the alien facility, where they were greeted by a few other aliens awaiting their arrival. Just as before, Osomatsu entered and was encouraged to change into a pair of red swim trunks. Choromatsu followed his lead, shifting into a green pair himself before the two entered the water. The water was warm, the perfect temperature. The alien was the first to grab some toys and toss them Osomatsu's way, initiating play. As enjoyable and welcoming Choromatsu tried to make the session out to be, Osomatsu still felt rather awkward playing in a pool with his captor while being heavily observed by the others. He remained rather unenthusiastic about the whole thing, simply tolerating the others' annoying optimism that he knew was superficial anyway. Besides his dubious consent, there were also the sedatives still in his system causing him to act on low energy. His playtime with the other only lasted briefly before they turned to more leisurely rituals, such as floating on the toys or sitting under fountains. He had to admit, it really was nice relaxing in the water after the events of the day. As homesick as he was, it was refreshing being allowed to do his own thing, even for a short period of time. He just wanted to utilize the time, forgetting about all the stress he had been under since the day they took him. He held light conversation with Choromatsu as a mild distraction from his thoughts, though that wasn't to say he was particularly happy with the guy. He still had mixed feeling about him. After all, on one hand, he was his only companion. As social a person Osomatsu was, he needed that outlet and interaction badly and didn't know what he would do if he were left alone with those scientists in their natural form. Even if Choromatsu's regard for Osomatsu was superficial and degrading, it was still better than nothing. Having someone to talk to complain to tease, to let his anger out on, to blame, to be comforted by, to take care of him, it was all a desperate necessity. On the other hand, Choromatsu was a cold, sociopathic entity that cared little about his mental and emotional well-being outside of having a healthy test subject. Choromatsu was one of the creatures keeping him trapped here. Every time Osomatsu was tested and experimented on, every time he had needles poked in him or tubes stuck through his body, Choromatsu was the one standing on the other side of the glass, watching, observing, taking notes. He was no different from the other aliens. He endorsed all the horrific things they were doing to him. His ever-polite smile was infuriating and further proved how fake he was towards him. There was no real relationship between them, otherwise Choromatsu wouldn't be acting the way he did around him. If they were actually friends, Choromatsu would let his guard down a little. When Osomatsu pushed, he'd push back. He wouldn't hide his frustrations and instead be openly affected by Osomatsu's words. He'd make fun of him and laugh with him and just be, well, normal. Whatever they had right now was nothing like that. Instead, Osomatsu was just an animal, a project. A lab rat. A dog. There was no mutual respect between them. Osomatsu was content blaming Choromatsu for all the hardships he was dealing with upon being abducted and continued holding resentment towards him for every day he wasn't set free. Until Choromatsu saw how horrible a person he was, Osomatsu wasn't going to forgive him. This session in the pool was much quieter than their first, mostly due to the man's low energy. It was about an hour later when Choromatsu was called by one of his companions. With a few words exchanged between them, Choromatsu turned to Osomatsu with his usual smile and announced that their playtime was over. Osomatsu sighed and began wafting his way towards the end of the pool. "So, what's next?" he asked as he reached the edge. Choromatsu climbed out of the water and reached out a helping hand as he replied. "We're going to clean you up and get you some food," he said. Osomatsu grabbed his hand and was pulled out of the pool, where Choromatsu then activated his muzzle. The man twisted his lips in irritation as he eyed the other. "Clean me up?" "Yes." "Follow me to the station," Choromatsu ordered. The alien turned and beckoned one of his co-workers to follow as well, and the three stepped to the side of the room to a small area Osomatsu hadn't really paid much attention to before. There was a little circular tub about a meter wide with a 30 centimeters barrier around its edge. A few meters above was an odd-looking halo that floated in place, and beside the pool was a small shelf with supplies. Go ahead and remove your shorts, then sit down in the tub, said Choromatsu with a gesture. Osomatsu complied. He removed his clothing and set them aside, now completely naked, and stepped over the barrier, sitting down inside the ring and watching as Choromatsu and the alien sat behind him just outside the tub. You're getting me cleaned up. Osomatsu began suspiciously. As in, you're actually giving me a bath? That's right, Choromatsu nodded as he reached for the shelf and pulled out a soft sponge-like scrubby. Just stay still and let us do our thing, it'll only take a minute. Choromatsu's partner also grabbed a scrubby, and together they began cleaning their specimen. Osomatsu blew a wet strand of hair from his face as his back and arms were gently scrubbed, covered now in suds secreted by the sponges. You know, he mumbled as his body and limbs were handled. I can clean myself. Just allow us to do this, Choromatsu said as he scrubbed further down Osomatsu's spine. What, you don't think I'm capable? Well. Choromatsu twisted his lips thoughtfully. We don't usually let the animals clean themselves. We're particular in how well they get cleaned. Right. The non-human alien lifted Osomatsu's arm and scrubbed him down from his pit to his palm, making sure to get every nook and crevice. Then, it moved onto his other arm, scooting on the other side of Choromatsu. Meanwhile, Choromatsu finished washing Osomatsu's upper and lower back and moved onto his shoulders, then his neck and behind his ears. He moved up and soon began cleaning his hair and scalp. I'll be careful not to get any soap in your eyes, Choromatsu assured as he worked. Just do whatever you have to do. By now, Osomatsu's entire upper half was coated in soft lather. The quiet alien took him by the shoulder and gently turned him around to face them as they continued their work. Choromatsu went ahead and began scrubbing his front side as the other took him by the foot and got started there. As the scrubby made contact with the sole of his foot, Osomatsu couldn't help but jerk away with a sudden laugh. Choromatsu glanced up with a grin. What was that? He asked, amused. Osomatsu glared the other way, his mood far from reflected in his response to the tickling sensation. I'm just ticklish is all, he muttered, slightly embarrassed. When humans are tickled, they laugh. Choromatsu asked, head cocked in curiosity. Yeah. It doesn't mean I'm happy, I just can't control it. I see. Choromatsu turned to his companion and communicated a few words before continuing on his work. The alien seemed to proceed more carefully as it brought Osomatsu's foot back up and scrubbed him clean. It soon moved up his leg and eventually, it reached his privates. He grimaced as it began cleaning the area and instinctively moved back. Hold on, just let me clean down there, he said. Please, this is weird enough as it is. Sorry, Choromatsu apologized with a guilty smile. Just relax, we're almost done. Osomatsu growled and averted his gaze, not wanting to watch as they cleaned his dick. Soon enough it finished and cleaned his other leg, leaving his entire body blanketed in soap. Choromatsu and his companion pulled back and placed their scrubbies in a bin for cleaning before pressing a sensor on the side. They stood as the halo floating above head was activated and first sent several thin rods down to the base of the tub. Then, the rest of the exterior was filled in with a holographic wall, trapping Osomatsu inside a large cylinder. He looked up curiously, having a guess of what was about to happen next. Of course, it was just as he predicted. The rods circling him began shooting dozens of streams of water, along with the base of the tub and the top of the ring. He jumped in surprise as he was thoroughly rinsed for several long moments. Then, just as quickly as it began, it stopped and the holographic wall retracted. Osomatsu let out a huff and stood to his feet, completely drenched. Choromatsu sent a smile his way. All done, he announced. Now we can get you dressed and dried and ready for feeding. Finally, the other muttered. Osomatsu followed Choromatsu and the alien to a familiar setup at the entrance of the room. There was a holographic wall that, upon passing through, dried both him and Choromatsu instantly. Once he was on the other side and all dry, an alien approached him with a set of clothes in his arms. Osomatsu looked down at the clothes and froze. Instead of the grey t-shirt and sweatpants, they were his old clothes, a red hoodie with his family emblem on the front, a white tee, and a pair of jeans. Osomatsu stared at his clothes for a long time before slowly taking them from the alien. They were cleaned up and folded nicely, and it felt great finally holding something that used to belong to him. Back when his life was normal. Back before he was ever taken by these creeps. Seeing these clothes again were nostalgic, even if it had only been a few days. It stung in a way. It made him think of home. Choromatsu glanced Osomatsu's way, noting his still and quiet reaction to receiving the clothing. "Is there a problem, Osomatsu?" he asked. At first, Osomatsu said nothing. Then he gave a big sigh. He closed his eyes disappointedly. "I really want to go home." "Oh." Choromatsu looked down at the clothes, then back up at the man holding them. "Don't think about that right now." "Easy for you to say, asshole," he huffed as he set them aside and began getting dressed. Once Osomatsu was dressed and Choromatsu had shifted back into his uniform, the group left the recreational area and made their way to the feeding room. The meal was uneventful and quiet, moving at a slow and tedious pace. Osomatsu toyed with his food monotonously before finally eating, finishing up after about 10 minutes. His tray was taken and his restraints were reactivated as he and Choromatsu left to make their way to the bedroom. On the last corridor to Osomatsu's room, Choromatsu sent a cheeky smile Osomatsu's way and turned the opposite corner. Osomatsu followed, noting the deviation. "Aren't we going to my room now?" he asked curiously. "Actually, there's something I need to get before we do," Choromatsu replied. "What is it?" "You'll see." Choromatsu led the human down a new hallway, one he'd never been in before. He then opened a closet and withdrew a bag, shutting the door before turning around and leading back to the bedroom. Once they entered the bedroom, Osomatsu's muzzle and restraints were deactivated. He turned to the other expectantly and eyed the bag. "So, what's in there?" he questioned. "Something I got just for you," the other beamed. Choromatsu placed the bag on the ground and opened it up, removing a flat, rectangular object and presenting it to Osomatsu. Osomatsu took it from his hands and examined the cover. There was a vividly colored image of a cartoonish-looking character on the front resembling one of those dark, wispy aliens in a strange, alienistic environment. "Oh!" he exclaimed, intrigued. "It's a book." "It's a little more advanced than a book," Choromatsu chuckled. "Look a little closer." Osomatsu tilted the book in his hands and looked to its side, expecting to be able to open it up and flip through the pages. Instead, he found that it was one solid piece. He turned back to the cover and slid his hand down the shiny front, trying to figure out what exactly he was supposed to do with it. Meanwhile, Choromatsu watched amused, excitedly awaiting Osomatsu to see what it was capable of. Finally, Osomatsu spotted a small sensor pad near the bottom of the cover. He curiously touched it and jumped in surprise as a bright hologram materialized itself into thin air. Whoa! The hologram, it was a perfectly colored, 3D representation of the book. He reached out and touched it, and of course felt nothing. He could, however, manipulate the intangible object. With his free hand, he lifted the cover and opened it up, revealing the first page as if it were an actual physical copy. "This is..." He marveled at how cool it was to flip the non-existent pages. He slid his thumb across the corners, creating the sound effect of dozens of papers flipping onto one another. "This is actually kind of cool. We don't usually give animals any sort of technology, but I thought you'd appreciate it," Choromatsu smiled. "You've asked quite a bit about my planet, and this book has lots of pictures of it. I mean..." As Osomatsu flipped the pages again, relishing in the ASMR noise it created, he hummed in uncertainty. "It's not like I can read any of this. What kind of a language is this, anyway? You may not be able to understand any of it, but having a picture book is still some form of entertainment, no?" Osomatsu plopped down on the ground and set the device on the floor. The hologram of the book adjusted its distance accordingly, allowing him to use both hands to manipulate the imaginary pages and covers. "On each page, you'll find another sensor that activates an animation," Choromatsu explained. Try it. Osomatsu looked down at the sensor on the page he was on and clicked it. The cartoon drawn on the page suddenly grew 3D with motion, portraying one of Choromatsu's people walking along through a grove of foreign biology. The animated entity hopped over what appeared to be a thick vine and knelt, moving a boulder with its many arms. Beneath the boulder was a strange object Osomatsu didn't recognize, and that was where the animation stopped. "All right, you got me," he said, stumped. "This is pretty awesome." "I'm glad you think so." The other grinned. "Take some time, rest, and enjoy the book. You have plenty of time to relax before your next session, so take advantage of it." Millimeter. Osomatsu hummed with mixed feelings, clicking the sensor on the page and watching the animation over again. "Anyway, I'll leave you to it," Choromatsu nodded. "All right." With one last smile, Choromatsu turned and started out of the room. Osomatsu caught a glimpse of him shifting back into his natural form just before the door shut. And with that, Osomatsu was alone. Osomatsu looked back down at the holographic book before him and shut it, looking over the art on the cover once more. The entities definitely looked cuter than their real-life forms, if that was the right word, indicating that yes, this was a children's book. He flipped the cover open to the first page and played the animation. It featured a small, simple organism resembling an embryo residing within a mechanical cell. It grew and developed, soon evolving to be large enough to break out of its prison. The exterior cracked, and eventually the goopy, disgusting alien collapsed outside the egg. Its body was small and frail, just like a newborn's. Upon being hatched, the little creature was handled by a gross-looking bio-device that appeared to clean and nurture the thing. Then, finally, it was surrounded by adults who took it and babied it. Osomatsu blinked as the animation was finished. "Did I just?" He grimaced. "Did I just watch one of those creeps being born? Gross." He turned to the next page and started the next animation. This one appeared to feature the same child alien, this time a little bit older. It slept, ate food, read books, played with toys, worked on machines, socialized with others, and did a few other tasks that Osomatsu didn't quite recognize. It was growing up, living its life in a safe, productive, active, and educational environment that, frankly, Osomatsu was almost jealous of. He remembered that Choromatsu had mentioned his entire upbringing took place on his home planet, where children of his species were raised and molded into adults. He wondered how different it was compared to being raised in a human society. Probably significantly. Osomatsu sighed and skimmed through the rest of the book. The plot was a little tricky to figure out considering he didn't speak the language, but he could infer that the story was about a young adult who traveled through the galaxies going on adventures. The entity appeared to hold some sort of magic force it obtained after exploring what was maybe a forest in its childhood. As with any other children's book, it lived happily ever after once it overcame all its hardships. Such a generic format. As Osomatsu finished up, the book was shut and the hologram was turned off. He analyzed the cover yet again, wondering how this book was going to keep him entertained for however long they planned on keeping him in the room. Speaking of his next session, what were they going to do to him next? Everything they did always caught him by surprise, and it was never anything enjoyable. Each and every session sucked, and there was hardly anything to look forward to. Even his first session upon arrival was weird. It was that physical exam. It was the first thing they'd done upon abducting him. He felt so awkward and unsure, yet optimistic. Who knew he'd never be going home after? Then there was that ungodly acupuncture session, if it could even be called that. Those needles were so thick, so painful and uncomfortable. Those creeps pressed them into his flesh so tediously, triggering a spastic muscular response with every insertion. He never thought it would end, and it didn't help that Choromatsu wasn't around at that time. There was also that session where they put a tube down his throat and a needle in his belly button. He still didn't even know what they were testing. That was the first time he'd ever had a feeding tube strung down his esophagus, and it was a bit more painful than he expected. They also had that weird ear thing where they shot something cold and wet into his eardrum. Just the memory of how it felt when his sinuses were filled with goop still gave him chills. What could they possibly be testing with that thing? And of course, how could he forget when they obtained a semen sample? Fuck, that was humiliating. Having to come in front of a group of aliens while fucking the best fleshlight in the universe. Maybe if he could have provided the sample in private with some magazines, it wouldn't have been so bad. In fact, maybe it was something he could even look forward to in the future. If only Choromatsu would let him. Osomatsu gave a big, frustrated sigh. He really wanted to go home. He was absolutely homesick. He missed his family. He missed sleeping in his own bed, eating his mom's cooking, watching television, reading magazines, and just living a leisurely life. He missed walking through the city and smelling nature on his way to the pachinko parlor every day. He missed kicking back with a cold one over at the horse races, wasting money on frivolous things while just enjoying the concept of living. He even missed the little things he'd never thought twice about, such as spending time at the bathhouse every night or flirting with the local cuties or even just being able to piss in his own bathroom at home. Everything that made up his day-to-day existence had been taken away from him in one single swoop, and he had no choice in the matter. The homesickness left a painful tightness in his chest. He'd never been away from home for so long before. How did anyone deal with this feeling? He actually felt sick. Was there really nothing he could do? There was something he could do. He could continue to fight. He didn't have to let this be his fate. Why was he allowing all this to happen in the first place? He didn't have to be Choromatsu's slave for experimentation. He didn't have to be docile and submissive. Would he be punished for bad behavior? Sure, but it was an evil necessity. He had to fight for his freedom regardless. He couldn't sit back and let these aliens have their way with him. He wanted to go home, and damn it, he was going to go home. Osomatsu glanced down at the book once more. This book didn't change his attitude towards the people holding him hostage. It did, however, change one thing. He now had an item. A tool. Something he could potentially utilize. He furrowed his brows in a serious expression as he nodded to himself. He was going to escape, and this time, he was going to be successful. He picked up the device and felt it thoroughly with his palms, testing its sturdiness and strength. Although it wasn't too bulky, it certainly felt tough enough. He was sure it wouldn't break with a few hits. Looking up at the door now, Osomatsu stood and approached it intently. He knelt at its base and felt the edge along the floor. It was sealed shut, this being a door that descended from the ceiling when it was closed. He gave an affirmative grunt and grabbed the book, wedging one of its corners into the edge. From there, he attempted to pry the door open. He growled as he pressed it into the crevice with all his strength, trying to fit it beneath the door even just a little. He then pushed down to try and lift the door, but the book slipped free from the crevice and scraped up the hard surface. He huffed in frustration, once more attempting to wedge the corner between the floor and the base of the door. He just couldn't seem to catch the edge, and again the book slipped, this time flying out of his hands and hitting the hard floor half a meter away. Right. Maybe this route wasn't the best option. It was his only option though, wasn't it? Could there be another way to escape this room? Osomatsu stood and dusted himself off, looking up and around for any other vulnerability within. His eyes were immediately drawn to the window. He approached it but only glanced out briefly. That was definitely a no-go, considering he wouldn't survive more than a second out in space. Trying to tamper with it in any way could prove dangerous. With a determined hum, Osomatsu turned his attention to the rest of the room. It was just too empty, there was nothing else he could use. He approached the bathroom and set foot beyond the holographic wall, taking a peek inside. Of course, there was the toilet, the sink, and there. Right near the ceiling on the right end. A vent, possibly one he could fit inside. He marched forward and stretched his arm as high as he could reach, but found it was far too high up. After all, these rooms were pretty big considering the aliens who made them were over 2 meters tall. He had to find something that could help him reach that vent. The sink? No, too far away. The toilet? Not tall enough. Perhaps He stepped outside the bathroom and crouched at the foot of his bed. Digging his fingers beneath the railings, he lifted with his legs and was thrilled to find that it wasn't attached to the floor. "Nice!" he exclaimed out loud to himself. From there, Osomatsu removed the blanket and mattress and set them aside, leaving only the circular bed frame. He then rotated it on its side and began carefully rolling the large piece across the ground. It fit beautifully through the elongated bathroom door and could easily rest against the wall beneath the vent, creating a sort of ladder to freedom. Osomatsu pumped the air with his fist and eagerly began climbing up, reaching the vent in no time. Upon closer examination, he could see that the vent didn't actually have a cover that could be removed. Instead, the bars locking it away was part of the wall itself. This wasn't too much of a problem, however. At least, not in his eyes. Osomatsu climbed back down the frame and ran across the room, retrieving the book before returning to the vent. With a cocky grin, he jammed the corner in between two of the center bars. "You creeps won't keep me here for much longer," he sneered. "I'm getting the hell out." He raised his arms, holding the book with both hands and readying himself before he threw the corner back between the bars with all his strength. A loud BAM echoed through the vent as the bars were left unscathed. Osomatsu again raised his arms and forced down the hard book for a second time, this time creating a significant dent between the center bars. He repeated this process again, and again, and again, undeterred by the audible ruckus he was creating. It took a good few minutes before the first of the bars broke off, terribly bent and unable to stretch any further. Osomatsu relished in this victory and continued on, soon breaking off another, then a third and a fourth. About 5 minutes passed before finally, he had broken an opening large enough to cater to his size. Osomatsu gave a relieved sigh as he was allowed a moment to rest. He looked down at the book, seeing that there was hardly a scratch on it. What a tough piece of technology, he thought. It would be good to keep it with him for just a little longer. He tucked it under his armpit before stretching forward, crawling in through the opening and entering the vent. He fit right inside, just like a dream. Finally, he was making progress. There was a chance he could actually pull this off. Could he actually find his way to some escape pods on the ship? Could he actually maneuver his way back home again? Was it all too good to be true? He didn't think too hard about the details, he was sure he'd figure it out as he went. All that mattered right now was getting out of his room. Osomatsu began crawling through the shaft, motivated by the thoughts and possibilities within his reach. If only Choromatsu could see him now. He'd finally see how serious he was about wanting to get back home. He'd even get to see how smart he was for finding a way out. Maybe it would earn him a bit of respect from these guys for once. He wasn't being given any, so he just had to earn it. Quickly enough, Osomatsu stumbled upon the first intersection. He randomly chose left and was soon led past another room. Osomatsu peeked in through the bars curiously, wondering where he might have ended up so soon. Inside, he saw a bathroom with a holographic wall, much like the one in his own bedroom. This bedroom, however, housed an entirely foreign species to him. It was a large, monstrous beast chewing on what he could only infer were a collection of chew toys. It actually appeared quite comfortable, simply enjoying the leisurely life of an alien lab rat. Osomatsu hummed thoughtfully to himself. I should probably go back and crawl the other way. I get the feeling I'm just going to find more bedrooms down this direction. So with that, the man backed up and re-entered the intersection. He turned right this time, crawling along through a few twists and turns that kept him eagerly awaiting his next find. As he went, he was sure to move silently as to not alert anyone outside of his presence. It'd be a pain if he were to be found so early on in his excursion. A minute turned to 5, and Osomatsu soon found himself in a completely different unit. He was no longer above the hall of bedrooms, but was now traveling through more official-looking workrooms he was sure he wouldn't be allowed inside. One of these rooms appeared to be a sort of testing room, though the contrast in lighting was much more significant. He peeked inside curiously, observing a group of those demonic-looking entities standing beneath some spotlights over another creature strapped to a table. The creature appeared to be asleep, at least, that's what Osomatsu hoped, and was stretched out in a way where its bulging stomach was exposed to the alien workers. It seemed Osomatsu had stumbled upon this room just in time to see what horrors potentially awaited him in the future. His eyes went wide as one of the aliens withdrew a scalpel, lowering it near the creature's stomach ominously. At a tedious pace, it slipped the edge of the sharp blade into its flesh and drew a perfect line down its swollen abdomen. Ah! This was some sort of surgery room. At least, he hoped this was medical and not just another experiment. Soon enough the creature's stomach was opened, and one of the alien's 6 hands dug around inside of it. The noises were awful and sickening as it clasped its fingers around a handful of squishy, shiny, goopy alien intestines and lifted them into the air. The organs were purple, green, and orange, and seeing it in person was much too real. Osomatsu threw a hand over his mouth and gagged. Just how long before he was the one strapped to a table being cut open? Osomatsu didn't linger much longer. He didn't want to watch a group of those demons handing the fresh, living organs of another creature. It made him sick to his stomach. He continued on through the vents and eventually passed the next few rooms, all of which were inhabited by alien workers. He didn't quite know what each room was for, but he could certainly tell the aliens were being productive. Osomatsu passed many more rooms over the course of the next 10 or so minutes. He passed by what he could only infer were different types of testing rooms, study rooms, break areas, bathrooms, meeting rooms, storage areas, and other rooms. Most of the rooms were filled with those aliens, so he decided to keep going until he found something worth waiting for. Soon, the man finally came upon what he could only figure was the control room. To his luck, it appeared empty. He took this as a sign and pulled out the book to begin breaking away the exit just as he had done before. Another 5 minutes went by before he could finally fit through the opening. He glanced all the way down at the ground and thought momentarily before carefully maneuvering his way out, finding the best course of movement that wouldn't end in him falling on his face. Finally, Osomatsu hopped from the vent opening and landed inside the room. He did a big stretch and set the book aside, looking around for anything he might find interesting. Of course, he had to find out first whether or not this ship harbored any escape pods, and he could do exactly that with what was sitting in the center of the room. There, floating upon a high-tech pedestal, was a 3D hologram of what he assumed was the ship he was on. A visual representation, a map. Exactly what he needed. The perfect tool to find in an alien control room. As he began to approach the pedestal, he stopped briefly to look over some intriguing devices splayed out across countertops and desks around him. He cocked his head curiously at one in particular and lifted it in his hands. No way. Don't tell me this is. Its shape was somewhat reminiscent of how he'd always imagined alien tech laser guns would look. He formed a delighted grin and positioned it in his hands, trying to figure out how to hold it. Once he was comfortable, he began looking around for a trigger. He needed to be sure this gadget was dangerous and could actually deal some damage. After examining it for a moment, he found a button and aimed before pressing it. Zap! Osomatsu was thrown back from the rebound as a searing plasma ball shot from the barrel of the device, slamming into the floor and disintegrating while leaving a deep and noticeable burn on the material. His eyes widened as he looked down at where it had hit, mouth agape at the power he now held. Holy shit! He exclaimed excitedly. This is actually a laser gun. Nice! Finally, he actually had a weapon. This would give him the upper hand for sure. If anything were to happen, he was now capable of defending himself. Osomatsu's eyes fell to the bands around his wrists. Right. He needed to get these things off, as well. If he didn't, he would easily be incapacitated again. After all, those aliens seemed to have the ability to not just activate the restraints and muzzle with the push of a button, but to also do so with a simple glance. The moment he was found, he'd be bound without so much as a blink. Osomatsu raised the gun in his hand and held out his other, taking careful aim at the wristband. He was a little nervous, but much preferred the risk of a little burn over wearing these damn things a second longer. With a deep inhale and exhale, pressing the tip of the barrel against the band, he fired. In the blink of an eye, the band burst from his wrist and snapped in two, the pieces flying several meters away and bouncing briefly upon the hard floor before settling and deactivated permanently. Osomatsu stretched his fingers and rolled his wrist with a big, satisfied grin on his face. Finally, he was going to be freed. The man repeated the process with his other wristband, then moved on to his ankle bands. He plopped on his bottom and lifted his pant leg, exposing his leg and bare foot. His shoes and socks had never been returned or replaced, and he couldn't help but wonder if they had thrown them out. They likely didn't see a purpose in him having them. He was going to miss those shoes. With another ZAP, the first ankle band was sent flying. He moved on and did the other one, leaving one last band, the one around his neck. He knew he was going to have to be more careful with this one. He raised the gun and held it against the band, counting down in his head before firing the trigger. He jerked back as the ball of flaming plasma burrowed straight into the device, absolutely annihilating it. The band broke off in 3 pieces that fell to the ground, all burnt and no longer active. Finally, he was freed. Osomatsu stood to his feet and rubbed his neck, feeling his soft skin now finally exposed to fresh air. Now that he no longer had to worry about being suddenly incapacitated, he could move forward with his escape plan. He looked up and around the room one more time, getting a good feel for his environment. The room itself was relatively large with several curved rows of empty desks and outstandingly advanced technology. At the front of the room there was even a large panoramic window for viewing the stars and galaxies of infinite space. It was a much nicer view than what Osomatsu had in his bedroom. Then, of course, there was the large pedestal with a hologram of the ship in the center of it all. Osomatsu nodded to himself, eyes filled with determination as he marched on forward between desks, making his way to the center. As he approached it, following along a declining staircase, he grew more and more aware of how tall the podium was. By the time he was standing before it, the surface beneath the hologram was at eye level. He felt incredibly short walking around an alien facility designed for creatures 3 meters tall. Could he even reach the hologram? He stretched his arm upwards, his fingertips trailing along the underside of the ship. Upon swiping his finger across, the entire ship rotated in his favor. "Ah, I see, that's easy enough," he grinned. For the next few minutes, Osomatsu carefully examined each and every section of the ship. Some units and areas could be highlighted and would display endless paragraphs of information and options, but of course, he didn't understand any of it. The facility itself was enormous, at least 10 times the size and complexity of an average high school. If they were on the other side of the ship, there was no way he could reach the escape pods without getting caught first. He had to keep looking. About 5 minutes of analyzing, perhaps just a little too leisurely, went by, and soon enough, Osomatsu heard voices. As expected, they weren't human voices and they certainly weren't speaking a language he was familiar with. He shot a glance to the door in alarm. He needed to run, there was no way he was getting caught right now. He looked to and fro frantically before gripping his toes on the floor and launching himself off towards the nearest exit. He tried to open this second door, but found it was locked, of course. Laser gun in hand, he shot at it once, then twice, leaving charred marks upon its surface. It was no good. He then shifted his focus to a small sensor on the door's side. He fired his gun at this piece of technology and, to his glee, the door malfunctioned and shot open. Just as Osomatsu was about to book it down the new hallway this door led to, he froze. He did a double take back at the hologram, then at the door across the room where the aliens were about to enter. Damn. He thought to himself. I still don't know where the escape pods are. I can't leave yet. Maybe. He took one more look down the newly opened hallway before giving himself an affirmative grunt. Then, not wasting one more second, he dove beneath one of the far desks and hid in its back corner, hopefully completely out of sight. The moment Osomatsu was hidden, the main entrance opened up. He didn't dare look, but Osomatsu could tell it was a decently sized group. Their staticky voices filled the room and drowned out the previously peaceful silence, making the man's heart begin to race with the growing energy. He listened as the aliens stopped in their tracks in surprise and knelt to the floor, chattering amongst each other as the fragments of Osomatsu's burnt, deactivated bands were analyzed. One of the aliens picked up a remnant of his neckband and fiddled with it, managing to restart its barely functioning processors in safe mode. It then opened up a hologram detailing its intended captive, where the aliens got a name. That's when they realized the gravity of the situation. Their human specimen had masterfully escaped. As the alien holding the fragment quickly sent orders to a few of its subordinates, another attracted its attention. This second alien was pointing up near the ceiling, making the others aware of how Osomatsu had managed to enter the room, the vents. From there, the group sprung into action. One went ahead and hurriedly collected each broken fragment of the bands scattered upon the floor as another opened up an emergency video call. One followed another to a computer where an alarm was activated throughout the entire facility. This alarm was different from the one that had warned of an oncoming wormhole days prior. This one sound more so resembled an elongated horn than a rapidly alternating frequency. The colors were different, too. Instead of blinking red and blue lights, this particular alarm cycle was a slow-growing black light that then faded into nothing before growing into a white light that faded into nothing. Based on the significant differences, Osomatsu was sure unsuspecting aliens knew exactly what this alarm meant. Osomatsu cowered further against the back wall beneath the desk as several pairs of feet came running past. They easily took Osomatsu's bait, underestimating his intelligence entirely, and followed the beaten path off through the other hallway. As the room was quickly evacuated and sirens continued to blare, Osomatsu knew it was showtime. He peeked out of his hiding spot carefully to make sure the room was empty before hurrying back to the holographic model of the ship. He got to work scanning the facility desperately, searching for any sort of exit or escape. Come on, come on. He mumbled to himself frantically. Give me something, anything. There. Just beyond the outer wall of an area not too far from where he assumed he was at, there were small ships attached and ready to be utilized. Aha! He snickered to himself smugly. How predictable. Stupid aliens. He took a minute to run through the paths he needed to take in order to get there. He walked himself through it once, then twice, and one last time before he was ready to make a run for it. He readied his gun in hand and took off towards the entrance, racing down the hall and starting his long travel towards freedom. The facility was loud with activity, alarms going off, alien scientists hurrying to escort their specimens of study back into their rooms, others searching far and wide for the escapee. It was chaos, and Osomatsu was keen on taking full advantage of it. He worked his legs harder than he had when he was first confronted by the aliens back on Earth. He needed to get away. This was his only chance. Surely there wouldn't be another, not after this stunt. Osomatsu slid past a corner but quickly stumbled to a stop, finding the other end of the hall filled with aliens with their backs turned to him. He sucked in air through gritted teeth and quietly backed away, continuing on another path. That was fine, he thought. There was more than one way to get to where he needed to be. With every successful corner turned, there was an increased risk of running into a group of angry aliens. He maneuvered his way through the mental map he'd built in his head and ran, trying to drown out the annoying alarms going off around him. Nothing was going to stop him. Nothing could stop him. He was determined. He was going to escape. Progress was slow, as Osomatsu had to make many detours. He was seen by one or two individuals at some point but managed to trick them up. He left plasma bullets in the floors leading one direction while running off towards another. These creatures really, truly underestimated his mental capacities. They really didn't think he was smart enough to leave a false trail. What a joke. Closer and closer Osomatsu managed to get towards his destination. Out of breath, he let out an airy chuckle. He actually couldn't believe he'd made it this far. Everything had really just been talk up until now, but he was actually doing it. He could actually go back home. Seeing Earth again, seeing his bed, his magazines, his mom and his dad, it was too good to be true. He was never eating the dog food they fed him ever again. No, as soon as he got out, he was going for some yakiniku. Nothing sounded better than some good, hot food and a swig of beer in his stomach. Busy relishing in the fantasies of finally being home, Osomatsu briefly stopped paying attention to the noises around him. He didn't hear as, just around the corner, more footsteps could be heard pounding on the ground louder and louder. It wasn't until they made contact that he was awoken from his daydream. Gyak! Osomatsu was knocked from his feet as he turned the corner the same moment two other aliens did. The one he ran into also fell back, shocked by the sudden blow and holding its head in bewilderment. Meanwhile Osomatsu groaned and rubbed his own head. For the brief moment both he and the alien took to recover, the third person seemed too surprised to act. It had all happened so fast. What the hell? Osomatsu grumbled to himself before glancing up to see what he'd run into. The moment he realized he'd barged into one of those creeps, his eyes went wide. He turned his head frantically and grabbed the gun nearby that had been knocked from his hands. Then, without wasting another moment, he lurched the other way. Osomatsu! A hand reached out and grabbed his firmly. It was cold, but soft like regular skin, not quite like the strange touch the alien's skin had. And that voice, he definitely knew who he'd just run into, and in an instant, he feared the worst. Time seemed to slow as Osomatsu turned back and gave the other a panicked look. Two big, innocent eyes stared back in simple confusion. There was no anger present, no fury or fear, just curiosity. Of course, of all the people, the creature he'd knocked to the ground was the one he wanted to see the least. The behaviorist, Choromatsu. What's going on? Choromatsu asked this, but his voice was gentle like a parent trying to coerce an angry child into communicating. What the hell was he even supposed to say at this point? Obviously this guy knew exactly what was going on. He was escaping. He was going back home, and he wasn't going to let Choromatsu be the one to subdue him. As he stared the other in the eyes, 1,000 thoughts poured into his brain, all moving much too fast to comprehend. He was in a frenzy, trying to figure out what to do or what to say without giving the other the upper hand. Choromatsu glanced at the device the man was holding before furrowing his brows and regaining eye contact, speaking with a slow and steady whisper. That device. He began, concern apparent in his eyes. Why don't you give it to me? The alien before him was doing his best to give the other a soft and unalarmed expression, trying to ease the tension in the air and alleviate the power the man held. As much as Osomatsu could see through his facade, in a way, it was working. He felt incredibly uncomfortable being approached by such a calm and collected asshole during his dramatic show of rebellion. The contrast in energy almost made him out to be the fool in this situation. Of course, that wasn't really the case. He was doing what needed to be done for his own survival. Getting away from his captors was necessary by all means. By any means. He was going to escape. One more time Choromatsu spoke, his voice soothing and cool. Let's stop this before things get out of hand, okay? He suggested softly. You and I can sit and talk things out. Does that sound all right? Osomatsu scrunched his brows with a frustrated frown. He glanced up at the other alien who was staring intently, almost looking ready to jump at him. He then looked back into Choromatsu's pleading gaze. There wasn't a point in stopping and talking things out, he'd already tried that. It was time to act. Osomatsu readied the gun's trigger and raised it with a serious look. Choromatsu's gentle expression shifted to one of fear as the weapon was aimed mere centimeters from his face. Sorry, the man muttered curtly. The alien's eyes grew wide as the trigger was pulled. Bang! The bystander jumped back in surprise as Choromatsu jerked away with a scream, cowering from the perceived shot and instantly letting go of his human specimen. Osomatsu took this opportunity to book it, leaving his two enemies and racing the opposite direction down the hall. Within moments, he was out of sight. Choromatsu's companion knelt and took Choromatsu by the shoulder, turning him to make sure there was no residual damage. Fuck, are you okay? It asked worriedly in its native tongue. Choromatsu looked down at the ground, observing the charred mark in the floor where Osomatsu had quickly pointed the gun last second. He gulped. Yeah, that just really startled me, he said. I thought he was actually going to shoot me there for a second. I'm surprised it didn't. As expected, talking to the thing didn't help much, the other sighed with arms folded. These humans are feral. Right, Choromatsu frowned, standing to his feet and dusting himself off. Of course, this only makes it worse for him. He isn't going to have a fun time once he's caught. I could have sedated it if you didn't insist on communicating with it first, his partner complained. Now it's just going to run around causing more trouble and breaking more doors. It was worth a shot, Choromatsu shrugged. Hey, do me a favor. Yeah? Go check out his bedroom and see how he escaped for me. I think I should really be there when they finally sedate him. Sure. Choromatsu turned to the other with a grateful smile. I appreciate it, Ichimatsu. I'll meet up with you later. By now, Osomatsu had almost made it. He was so close. The escape pods, only a couple of turns away. Right, then left again, through a door, under alarm after alarm, until finally, he could see the exit. The man stopped briefly to catch his breath, glancing up at his means of escape only 8 meters from where he stood. A cheeky grin grew across his face. It was finally time. As Osomatsu pushed off with his left foot and soared closer, the aliens were busily working to track him down. With every step taken in his sprint, he was blissfully unaware of how close he was to getting caught. 7 meters, now. The aliens who had first stumbled upon his broken wristbands approached a computer in another room. 6 meters. The creatures accessed Osomatsu's recorded biosignature from the bands and uploaded it to their system. 5 meters. The security program was now on high alert, prepared to scan the entire facility for any sign of Osomatsu's active DNA. 4 meters. Hundreds of scans went off in the blink of an eye, one of which caught sight of Osomatsu running in hallway 107L3 of Unit 43A, Section B. 3 meters. The system was now aware of their human's exact location. 2 meters. It was ready to act. 1 meter. So close. Something happened when Osomatsu was within reach of the door leading to the escape pods. A security device was withdrawn from a hatch within the wall near the ceiling and took aim at the escaping animal. With the quietest of noises, it fired a goopy line of matter that shot right into Osomatsu's ankle, pulling his foot from under him and causing him to crash hard against the ground. Gaia! With a yelp he collapsed, his body splayed out on its stomach and his fingertips just centimeters from the door. He pushed himself up and snapped his attention to his caught foot, where he perceived a rope made of some gooey substance wrapped around his ankle. The hell? He reached down and tugged at the sticky goop, finding it was securely holding tight to his foot and keeping him from getting any further. No. Osomatsu looked up at the gun that had flown from his hand upon tripping. It had fallen a few meters away, far out of reach. He growled in a growing panic as he stretched forward, helplessly trying to reach his only means of fighting back. He tugged at the rope binding his foot, but it wouldn't budge. He couldn't reach the gun. He couldn't reach the door. He was stuck. Fuck! He cried out in frustration, turning and clawing at the goopy material. Not like this. Thundering footsteps could be heard roaring just down the hall. Osomatsu looked up with a guilty expression as a herd of aliens turned the corner and ran into view. It was a terrifying view, being chased down by a large group of tall, slim demons. There was no way these creatures were too happy with his behavior right now. His mind suddenly flashed to the consequences of his actions, and for the first time, he began to feel afraid of what might happen if he were actually caught. He panicked and turned to the door to freedom one more time, trying his best to reach even just the door's surface. It was a fruitless attempt. Turning back to the group of oncoming aliens now, he barked out a command threateningly. Get back, he said, knowing well they couldn't understand. Just let me have this. The nearest creature pulled a device from its pocket and aimed, shooting a familiar, neon blue bullet his way. He caught himself from collapsing upon impact and watched helplessly as the fluid-like bullet spread from his chest to his wrists, ankles, and neck, returning the accursed bands to his limbs and that awful muzzle over his face. Please don't. He called with waning confidence. All of his hard work. Everything he'd done to get this far, it was all useless. He gasped in surprise as the bands activated, snapping his wrists and ankles together in a position that left him sitting cross-legged with his hands bound to his feet. The rope that had initially caught him retreated back into the security device near the ceiling as he was surrounded by foreign entities. The aliens scattered accordingly, each with its own role in the situation. One walked over and retrieved the laser gun Osomatsu had stolen as a few others began making virtual calls to higher-ups. Another approached the human and knelt, taking him by the hair and examining his physical condition. Osomatsu could only glare back and jerk away when touched, though he was easily overpowered. His breathing quickened as the reality of the matter set in. He was caught. He was never going home again. He was likely going to be punished, as well. He didn't like any of this. Osomatsu jumped and let out a squeak as a sharp pain hit from the side of his neck. He immediately recognized the pain and location, and knew it meant he was about to fall unconscious. The band around his neck had administered a sedative, likely the same one that was administered when he was very first abducted. This wasn't fair. None of this was fair. The man's eyes suddenly rolled back as a wave of drug-induced sleepiness hit. His balance wavered and began to diminish entirely as the chemical kicked in within his bloodstream. He briefly relied on the alien examining him to keep himself up, but the alien soon let go and allowed his body to sink to the floor, collapsing to his side. His eyes fell shut as he took in the sounds of his surroundings. Frantic talking, movement, and writing was all he could hear outside his own thumping heartbeat. This feeling was becoming much too familiar. How many times had he been sedated now since his abduction? How many more times were they going to control him this way? He didn't want it. He just wanted to go home. Although he was completely incapacitated, his consciousness still lingered just as it did back then. He was forced to exist within a state of complete helplessness, entirely under the will of the aliens. Each went about its business diligently around his inert body, leaving him to suffer for the several minutes they spent working. With Osomatsu unaware, one alien ended its transmission with a higher-up and turned to its companions. Initiate Level 9 conditioning, it ordered. Get it secured and on its way to the isolation chamber. Following this command, one of the aliens within the group knelt beside Osomatsu. As the shadow of its body blanketed over the man's face, he tried to open his eyes to take a look. He could make out the entity over his person pulling something out of its pocket. It appeared to be a small jar or container of sorts, big enough to fit its hand inside. With one of its back hands it coated its palm in the substance within the jar. It was a black, sticky material that resembled tar. Once its palm was thoroughly covered, it turned back to Osomatsu. He was surprised to watch as it deactivated his muzzle, then reached forward and grabbed his mouth with the dirted hand, squeezing tight and leaving a handprint of residue covering his lips. Osomatsu let out a confused MMPH. When the alien finally let go, its hand was clean, every ounce of goop had stuck perfectly over Osomatsu's mouth. He blinked in surprise and twisted his lips, trying to speak under its presence. It was no good. His mouth was glued shut. With his lips now closed, the alien moved on to its next task. It put the lid back on the jar and flipped it upside down, where Osomatsu realized there was a cap. A device with more than one purpose, huh? The cap on the bottom side was removed, revealing a spray. Before Osomatsu could so much as blink, something watery was sprayed directly into his eyes. He winced and jerked his head away, batting his eyes several times and trying to clear his vision of whatever chemical just tainted it. It wasn't uncomfortable or painful in any way, but he didn't know what its purpose was. After a few moments, Osomatsu found that it was getting progressively harder to open his eyes after every blink. With every passing second, he found them getting heavier and heavier until soon, he kept them shut. He didn't have the strength or energy to fight any longer. With his eyes closed and mouth shut, all that was left was to allow the sounds around him to fade alongside his awareness. All that was left for him to do this very moment was succumb to sleep. That's all he could do. He was helpless to act on any other option. He was caught. He was bound. And he had been sedated. The next block of passing time went by in a twisted, surreal blur. He couldn't process anything that was happening to him, or if he did, he couldn't remember any of it. He vaguely recalled being somewhat conscious on and off, but he didn't know what went on during those times. Being trapped in a sedated state wasn't fun. It made him feel ill. The dizziness these drugs induced on his body made his stomach twist and turn uncomfortably, whether from the drugs themselves or from the fear and knowledge of oncoming unconsciousness. He had no power to fight whatever they did to him in this state. In a strange, unsettling way, however, it was nice. He didn't have to be awake to experience whatever awful tests they wanted to put him through. And he couldn't blame himself for still being subject to their torture. Trapped in a dormant state, Osomatsu was submissive to the aliens' doings. He didn't know how much time had passed, but eventually, he slipped into darkness. Intermission. The time spent in a state of slumber was unknown to the man. He could have been sleeping for an hour, or he could have been sleeping for a whole night, he wouldn't know. All he knew was that, by the time he awoke, he was someplace new. Someplace he didn't recognize, someplace he had never been before. As Osomatsu slowly came to, he let out a groggy moan and squirmed uncomfortably. Upon moving, he found he was still bound in the same position he had been in during his last moment of wakefulness. He was lying on his side with his wrists stuck down by his ankles awkwardly like an animal. It was pretty demeaning. Huh? He huffed out his nose and wrinkled his brow, struggling to open his eyes but finding his eyelids wouldn't budge. What the? A growl rumbled from his throat as he twisted his head in growing concern, fighting to lift his eyelids so he could see where he was. It wasn't working, his eyes remained shut. What the hell? He tried to open his mouth to call out but found his lips were still closed beneath the handprint-shaped goop over his face. He couldn't open his eyes, and he couldn't open his mouth. He was bound in a position where he couldn't get up, and he assumed he was by himself. He was helpless. Aside from these restrictions, there was one other thing Osomatsu immediately noticed upon waking up, and that was the sound. Echoing all around him and bouncing off the walls of what he could only infer was a tiny box or chamber was a high-pitched pinging noise reminiscent of tinnitus ringing in his ears. It wasn't too painfully loud, but it was rather uncomfortable to listen to. What was causing this noise? Was it the hum of a nearby machine? An intercom blaring overhead? Whatever it was, it bothered him immensely. Osomatsu squirmed again in his restraints, growing anxious by the forced physical limitations. Blinded, speechless, unable to move, he felt like an object at the will of anyone else. It was kind of scary, actually. He had no idea where he was and wouldn't know if he were in any immediate danger. Was this some sort of timeout for him? The start of his punishment for acting out? Choromatsu did mention something about being blinded and losing his speaking privileges. How long was he going to be kept like this? To the man's dismay, he remained in his current environment for what could only have been another 2 hours. 2 long, arduous hours. The noise never stopped, and he couldn't make any of his own. His limbs were cramping from being bound unnaturally and his eyes were never freed. Time moved slowly as he was trapped within his own thoughts and emotions whirling around his head in an endless loop of triggers. The fear of the unknown was beginning to eat away at his sanity. Where was he? What was going on? Was he sitting out in the open somewhere? Was he in a big room or a tiny cage? He thought he was probably alone, but he couldn't confirm, almost making him feel like he was being constantly watched. During his time of isolation, he managed to scoot himself half a meter back. He soon ran into a wall and tried another direction. Another wall. Then another. And one more. He really was in a tiny box. This gave him an uneasy feeling of claustrophobia, knowing well that he was trapped in the dark with no way out. The question of how much longer he was going to be contained only added to the fears. It was a little anxiety-inducing. Boring in a way, but with the added excitement of fear. He lied on his side and repeated to himself that it was okay, everything was okay. He was just in time out, was all. The progression of time moved tediously like a monotonous lecture at school. It was like the second half of a work shift. Insomnia at 1 a.m. Counting blades of grass in a field. Lots and lots of silent waiting that went by slower only due to the keen awareness of time without distraction. It never ended. It was a long, long time before finally, eventually, something happened. The platform beneath him lurched and he could feel whatever sort of box he was inside begin to move. The movements were fast but smooth, and his body swayed softly with every turn it made. Soon enough, it entered a new area where the sounds around him changed. The awful ringing died and was replaced with various miscellaneous sounds, talking, writing, friction, footsteps, and other discernible noises. Wherever he was, he knew he wasn't in isolation anymore. The chamber he resided in came to a stop before lowering. Once it settled, the floor of the chamber vanished and Osomatsu found himself laying upon a cold, metallic platform. Upon being released from the box, its presence vanished and the previously muffled noises around him grew clearer. He recognized the area somehow, whether it be through the noises or the metallic bed or even the very smell. It was clear he was in the testing room. Or at least, one of them. At this point his wrist and ankle bands shifted. They released each other from their grasp and snapped to the table, leaving Osomatsu's body laying perfect for manipulation and experimentation. He growled and struggled, wishing he could open his mouth and call out to someone. Where was Choromatsu, he wondered. Had he really lost the privilege to communicate with him, too? Of course, Osomatsu's struggling did him no good. He soon felt several pairs of chilling hands touch his body without restraint, feeling him over and examining him thoroughly. He shivered as they felt up his arms and legs, pulling his sleeves to his shoulders and knees and overall completely invading his boundaries. After that, their testing began. Without his sight or the guidance of Choromatsu, Osomatsu knew even less of what they could be doing to him and had to base his inferences entirely on his sense of touch. He felt helpless and vulnerable, unable to move or see. It was terrifying and also infuriating. Being treated this way was a horrible experience. The first matter of business were the scans. Or at least, that's the only thing Osomatsu could think was happening to him. He heard the shy noise of high-frequency energy appear from above, where he then felt a line of heat move quickly down his body. He then felt the same thing below, likely coming from the table he was pinned to. They were harmless but telling. Next were the needles, or rather, that's what they felt like, anyway. Small, sharp pricks in his skin that remained in place like sensors or fores. One beneath each ankle, two lined up horizontally across the underside of each wrist, and finally, one on each skeleton. He wondered if they were connected to tubes. Maybe they were pumping him full of drugs again, or maybe draining him of blood. After the needles was a new sensation. The aliens lifted his shirt and jacket to reveal his stomach, where he then felt something like ice spread across his abdomen. It was a strange sensation, minty and cold, like the opposite of spicy, only, it was on his skin instead of his tongue. As an odd numbness set in, two sharp yet painless feelings were made known just under each side of his ribcage. Then, there was a pressure. Was there something sitting on top of his stomach? He'd probably never know. Following this event, Osomatsu felt his muscles begin to gently spasm and shake. He was trembling, almost like a course of low electricity was running through him steadily. In fact, he was sure that's what was happening. There was a physical energy coursing through his veins and causing him to quiver uncontrollably, and this lasted several minutes before it eventually stopped. Then, a few minutes later, it happened again. It would come and go in bursts and was uncomfortable to say the least. Over the course of the hour Osomatsu was tested on, he endured many awkward, uncomfortable, or downright painful sensations that he didn't clearly recognize, all the while he was completely blind and helpless. He couldn't decipher what exactly they were testing, and the fear of the unknown was unbearable. He never knew what was coming next, whether it be pain or unease, and he had no way of telling when it was going to end. He had no way of begging them to stop, either. Eventually though, they did finish and Osomatsu was cleared of any needles, tubes, devices, or whatever they had stuck to him. Once the testing was finally over, Osomatsu's wrist and ankle bands were deactivated momentarily. He only had moments to curl and start to sit up before they were adjusted once more, snapping his limbs back together in that same demeaning hawk-tie position. He let out a frustrated growl as he was once more left unable to move freely. Then, he inferred once more being set inside the box-like chamber as the voices around him became muffled. His body was lifted into the air on the chamber floor and he was slowly transported away from the commotion of the alien's workplace. From there, Osomatsu figured he was taken back to the isolation unit, as the chamber eventually stopped in a quiet place and began to play that god-awful ringing noise again. He was on timeout yet again. Left alone in the dark, unable to move or speak, accompanied only by the thoughts running through his head. This was torture. This was actual, legitimate torture. Restrained like an animal and left in this state. How many hours had he been like this? He assumed he slept through the whole night after being sedated. Then he was alone for a few hours in this same chamber before being tested on. His muscles were beginning to ache and grow restless from being bound for so long, and the high-pitched noise ringing in his ears was making him grow anxious. He was never going to experience tinnitus again without panicking at the memory of being in this state. Osomatsu remained forcefully submissive and vulnerable within the chamber for the following several hours. He had nothing to do and no way to escape, he was simply to experience. An experience he did, as tedious as it was. It was long, painful, arduous, exhausting, just terrible. With every passing second, every passing minute, every passing hour, he felt more and more bitter. There was this dreadful tightness in his chest and he couldn't figure out if he felt annoyed or if he felt empty. Perhaps it was anxiety, though he wouldn't know. He had never really been the anxious type, but that was about to change. This was torture. Hours went by. Long, long hours, trapped within his own thoughts. Sad thoughts. Thoughts of never going home. Thoughts that he was actually being punished for being homesick. Thoughts about how he was being punished, at all. Like an animal. Like an object. Like a test subject. He hated it. All he wanted was to be at home, in his own house, in his own bed. Part of him already missed the social interaction Choromatsu's presence provided, but another part of him felt furious at the guy. After all, Choromatsu was on their side. He condoned of this sort of treatment. What did he call it, again? Conditioning. How sick. His thoughts jumped around between different emotions, even become hostile at times. How could these people treat him like this? It was disgusting. Despite Osomatsu's best attempt, he couldn't keep himself from panicking during the long hours spent in the isolation chamber. He could feel himself shivering from the anxiety welling up inside. It wasn't a good feeling. He absolutely hated this. He could feel tears forming in his eyes still glued shut. Despite the fact that he couldn't open them, the tears still pooled and trickled down his face. He wanted to go home. So bad. It felt like days before the tired, crying man felt movement once more. The chamber he resided in cut the high-pitched noise and began smoothly relocating. Osomatsu could wonder where he was going next, but he didn't have the energy anymore. He felt broken, empty, exhausted. And to make it worse, the tears wouldn't stop. Why couldn't he stop crying? Even now that the situation was changing. Soon enough, the chamber re-entered what Osomatsu could only assume was another testing room. He heard voices again as he was released from the box and set once more on a testing table, pinned down like a starfish. Lying on his back, his body quivered and trembled uncontrollably as tears dripped from the side of his cheeks. He wanted desperately to be able to speak or open his eyes, but of course, was left completely helpless to the aliens' doing. Unbeknownst to him, the aliens around noted his body's physiological behavior. They questioned one another on the meaning behind his tears. Only one of them had an answer, and remained the only one quietly concerned. Osomatsu simply sat and awaited his fate. What were they going to do to him next? More tests? He had no idea. He felt as the aliens lifted his jacket and shirt, revealing his soft stomach. He winced when they touched him with their cold hands, feeling around and touching his belly button. This simple act made his nose sting as more tears formed uncontrollably in his eyes. He hated not knowing what kind of pain or torment they were going to force on him. He sniffled and internally degraded himself for being such a wimp. At this point, he felt an odd device get stuck into his belly button. What the hell were they doing? It reminded him of when they stabbed that needle into his belly button attached to the cylindrical device earlier that week. As the object settled, he could feel it penetrate deep into his stomach. Then, after a few minutes, it happened. What? Osomatsu twisted his sealed lips in confusion as a strange sensation bloomed from the pit of his stomach. Oddly enough, it was a warm sensation. A comfortable one. For once, something they were doing to him actually felt nice. It was a dopamine-filled euphoria that was like a warm blanket wrapped around his body. A certain longing, a desire, a need, an unnamed feeling that he was hardly even aware of, was finally satiated. What was? Wait. No way. They weren't. They were. They were feeding him. He was being fed. He was being force-fed through a tube directly into his stomach. He wasn't being filled up with chemicals or drugs, this was actual sustenance. He supposed this was the only way to make sure he was fed without removing the goop over his mouth. Choromatsu was right, they really did take away every ounce of freedom he had previously had. His body was being forced to stay alive for experimentation, with or without his consent. It made his will null and void, and it was quite the dehumanizing experience. Feeling his stomach take its fill without actually swallowing anything was an unnatural sensation. It still felt warm and physically fulfilling, but the idea of it made him disgusted. He swallowed and frowned beneath the black tar over his face, his eyebrows quivering as tears continued down his cheeks. This was awful, yes, but it was about to get so much worse. Now that Osomatsu was being consistently fed, the aliens moved on to their next step of care. They trailed their fingers down his abdomen before reaching his pants, where they unbuckled them and pulled the hem down his thighs. Then, they pulled down his underwear. He was exposed. What the hell were they going to do? He whimpered as one of the aliens took him by his private area and seemed to set something up down there. He twitched and winced uncomfortably, feeling an unbearable sense of embarrassment and shame as his member was manipulated while he was pinned and blinded. They took his tip and then... Oh. Fuck, no. A tube. They were inserting it inside of him. It only took a minute to set up. He then felt a device press against the side of his head and an ominous, foreign voice speak in alien tongue. Then, there was a beep. He didn't even want to consciously acknowledge what he did next, but it was now clear why they were doing what they were doing. After all, how else was he supposed to use the bathroom while they had him restrained like this? Gross. The device pressed against his head, he was sure it was that same one that had been used on him several times. That flashlight-shaped object, the one where the screen was faced towards his brain and a command was given, yeah, that thing. It seemed they could make his body do anything with it. It was almost like a form of mind control. It made sense why they would utilize it at this time. Fortunately, the process of release was quick and over as soon as it began. The tube was removed and his pants and underwear were put back on. It was embarrassing, but he was happy it was finally done and over with. Now, he just needed to get through this next part. The feeding took place over the course of the next hour. They were filling him slowly as to not trigger an unwanted or ill response from their specimen. Soon enough, Osomatsu was full and they removed the device in his abdomen. His restraints were momentarily released before he was again forced in a hog-tie position. Awaiting the chamber to return and take him back to isolation, he was surprised when he felt something slightly different. He was caged again, yes, but this time the interior was a bit more fluid. Was he inside a bubble? One of those transportation bubbles, he assumed. It lifted him into the air and began to move, following a few alien voices outside the testing room and out into the hallways. If anything, At least he wasn't going back to the isolation chamber. Soon, Osomatsu heard a door open, and he was brought inside a new area. The bubble floated forward gently, soon sinking low and settling upon a new surface. Then, it popped. With that, the voices Osomatsu heard diminished in the distance as the aliens left him alone in the room and shut the door behind. Now that Osomatsu was settled onto this new surface, he could immediately tell where he was. He was back in his bedroom, lying on his side on the soft mattress. The blanket was ruffled and spread messily beneath him as if it had been simply tossed on. And with that, he sat silently, stomach warm and full and body still quivering uneasily. Osomatsu squirmed and tried to get beneath the blanket for warmth. He could only get it to cover him halfway before giving up and going limp, mentally exhausted. He tried to slow his breathing and allow his body to relax. He'd been sleeping a lot since he had been abducted, but maybe he could sleep just a little more. That was all he could hope for. After all, today had been one big clusterfuck of silent emotions he was forced to endure. Being trapped alone and bound in a distressed mind was dangerous, and it definitely took a toll on him. It was time to now hopefully fall into the sweet escape of slumber. Intermission. A door. Osomatsu perked up as the sound of footsteps entering his room filled his ears, waking him from his half-conscious state. The door shut behind this single entity as it approached him. Osomatsu made no movements. What could he do besides sit and listen? Osomatsu's body bounced softly as the creature plopped down beside him on the mattress. At this time, there was a small noise like a gust of wind or a hushing breath that the man had long associated with the sound of an alien shapeshifting. A single person had entered his room and shapeshifted into a human. Of course, there was only one person it could have been, and immediately Osomatsu felt both irritation and desperation. Osomatsu. Choromatsu's voice was low and calm, gentle, like he was aware of Osomatsu's distress. Osomatsu felt like he hadn't heard this voice in ages, and it gave him mixed feelings. He longed for a distraction from his current circumstances, but he was also pretty pissed off at this guy. After all, he was part of the reason Osomatsu was in this mess in the first place. His very presence made him ill with fury. Choromatsu tried to give the other a reassuring smile and reached out to pet his hair. I hope you're hanging in there okay. The moment the alien's fingertips touched Osomatsu's head, he snarled and snapped his head away stubbornly. Fuck you, he thought. Don't try to act all sympathetic. Choromatsu's smile vanished as he pulled his hand back. He sighed and looked down at his lap. I'm not supposed to be talking to you, but I know you're a social animal, so I figured you must be feeling lonely. Of course he was feeling lonely. Not only did the aliens not interact with him, but they didn't even speak a language Osomatsu was familiar with. He desperately needed a friend, but felt disgusted that Choromatsu was his only option. I feel bad that they're doing this to you, Choromatsu continued. Whatever, asshole. I tried to convince them not to. Osomatsu tried to keep his expression bitter, but this statement left him a little confused. There's no way this guy wasn't driving this punishment. He was the one who warned him beforehand, after all. Punishments are intended to correct unwanted behavior in our specimens, that is, aggression, the alien explained. But you weren't being aggressive. You saw an opening for exploration and a possible escape, and you went for it, a natural choice for an animal to make. And besides, if you really were acting on aggression, then... Choromatsu twisted his lips uncomfortably, thinking back. He remembered the instant of panic when Osomatsu had pointed the gun at him, and the confusion following his decision not to shoot. The events that took place between him and Osomatsu sincerely caught him off guard. It wasn't ordinary. It wasn't expected. Well... He squirmed to get comfortable on the bed. I'm still here, so... Osomatsu's irritated expression had softened into one of discouragement as he listened, unable to verbally reply to the other. He wondered to himself if he'd even made the right decision. Though, it's not like he wanted to kill anyone, he just wanted to go home. Higher-ups aren't happy with your overall behavior, Choromatsu stated. It still rings true that you stole and used a weapon against us, so they found this punishment appropriate. Choromatsu turned and looked at the other thoughtfully, analyzing his body language and wondering what was going on in his mind. With his eyes closed the way they were, Osomatsu almost looked like he was sleeping, simply having a bad dream. If you could talk, I'd ask why you didn't just shoot me. Most animals in your situation wouldn't have hesitated. Choromatsu did a deep inhale through his nose, then exhale through his mouth. He could feel the tension in the air and was sure Osomatsu still thought poorly of him. It didn't feel good to have a client despise him so much, especially when all he wanted to do was help. He was doing his best. It was just his job, after all. He'd never had a specimen hate him so much. Most of the time, Choromatsu didn't think twice about when an animal needed to be corrected, but this time, something was different. Seeing such an intelligent and fascinating creature being treated in such a way kind of made him feel off. It was bizarre. He had to admit, his intellectual rapport with this being far surpassed any sort of relations he'd had prior with other subjects. He felt he could relate to him in a way, like their lives and existence were much more alike than he'd previously considered. There was something unique about Osomatsu, something that made him seem a little different from other creatures they were experimenting on. The more pain Osomatsu experienced, the more he verbalized his frustrations in such a competent manner, the more Choromatsu found his own emotions swayed without consent. He'd never experienced anything like this before. Heh. No, those thoughts were just silly. Osomatsu was an animal, whose will was null and void under the omnipotent reign of Choromatsu's people. Sure, this was a life, but it was an insignificant life. That's what he'd always been taught. His own life and the lives of his co-workers were superior to an animal's, and it was because of their intelligence. They were gods among creatures. Creators. Scientists. After all, it wasn't like humans had ever even left their own planet, right? It wasn't like humans were advanced enough to develop higher levels of technology. Humans, along with other simple animals, could never study nor comprehend the complexities of consciousness and energies that make up one's own existence. He bet a mere human had never even considered the concept and aftermath of one's own death before. These were things that only people with higher functioning cognition could contemplate, i.e. his own species. His people had never discovered another animal that could compete with their own competence. The very thought was unheard of. And that was because they were the only ones. They were superior, they were mortal gods. And that's just the way it was. No matter. Choromatsu didn't need to bother himself with these conflicting concepts and meaningless emotions. He was here to do a job, and that was it. That being said, it wasn't like he was supposed to be here talking with the specimen in the first place. But whatever. HMPH. Choromatsu turned to the other, suddenly forming an irritated look that somehow just seemed so natural to him. You're kind of an ass, you know that? Heh? You almost got me in trouble, the alien pouted with a big, angular frown. I gave you such a nice piece of technology, and you nearly break it trying to escape. What the hell? You gave me a baby book, Osomatsu practically snorted. Now they're not going to trust me giving you any good toys, he grumbled. They're going to question it every time I want to get you something new. To hell with good toys. You almost got in trouble. Good. I'm glad. Asshole. Choromatsu huffed and folded his arms. I'm impressed you managed to escape at all, he said. Using the bed frame as a ladder. Sneaking all the way to the control room through the ventilation system. And somehow, as if you actually knew where to go, you made a beeline towards the ships parked in the lot. You honest to God just about broke out of this facility. Yeah, that was the point. Don't remind me. Did you? Choromatsu eyed the other curiously. Did you actually figure out where to go by studying the 3D diagram of the ship? Because if you did, I'm impressed. This whole performance of yours really shows how much we underestimated you. Osomatsu gave a huff of his own, eyes still shut and lips sealed. Well, anyway, we're going to have to watch you a lot more carefully now, he noted. Though, as for your punishment, this isn't permanent, so don't worry. Just hang in there. They won't keep you restrained like this for too much longer. Choromatsu let out another sigh and crawled off the mattress, standing and stretching. Next time we meet, we'll have a behavioral analysis to go over before I hand you off to the doctor to get some shots. We've been a little delayed in getting you your vaccines. He turned and smiled. Don't worry, vaccines are a good thing. They'll keep you from getting sick. I know what a vaccine is, alien. Well. Choromatsu gave the human one last sorry look. I'm off. Try to get some rest, all right? With that, Osomatsu could only listen as he shifted back into his alien form and exited the room. The door was shut behind him, and the man was once again left alone in his restraints. Intermission. Eventually, it did finally happen. After hours and hours of torture, the restraints binding Osomatsu were finally lifted. He felt as several alien hands grabbed at him and helped him sit up in his bed as his wrist and ankle bands deactivated. For the first time in what was perhaps 24 hours, he was freely allowed to move his limbs. The first thing he did was stretch, which was a much-needed sensation that sent sparks of euphoria all throughout his muscles. It felt amazing. He tried to yawn, but his mouth was still sealed shut. It wouldn't be for much longer. He felt as a warm, wet towel was brought to his face and pressed over his nose and mouth. Then, with one definitive swipe, the goop leaving him without words was easily wiped away. He relished in the freedom and smacked his lips, licking them and moving his jaw around. Finally! He exclaimed, exasperated. Hearing his own voice again was such a relief. Lastly, a burst of liquid was sprayed from a bottle into his eyes. He winced from the unexpected spray, but after a few moments, soon found his eyes could finally open. When they first opened, he squinted and blinked several times as his vision readjusted. Everything was so bright and just a bit blurry. He rubbed his eyes to try and wake them up a little, finding that his vision was going to return gradually rather than instantaneously. Before Osomatsu, he perceived 3 beings kneeling before him in his bedroom, 2 alien creeps and 1 Choromatsu. They seemed much taller than usual, rather, he felt a lot shorter. He looked down at his bed and realized his entire bedframe was missing, leaving only his circular mattress to sit upon the floor like a dog bed. Of course. They confiscated it after his escape. This whole time he was practically on the floor and didn't even realize it. Welcome back to the land of the living, Choromatsu greeted cheerfully. Osomatsu glared up at the other with an exhausted look, squinting still to see clearly. Already this guy was back to being optimistic and fake. After the hell he had just been through, it was incredibly annoying. Choromatsu could see Osomatsu's irritable demeanor and signaled to his coworkers. I'll take it from here, he told them in his native tongue. Thanks. His 2 companions nodded before taking off, leaving the alien alone with his specimen. Before we get started on the behavioral analysis, we're going to get you fed, said Choromatsu. How does that sound? Osomatsu didn't break from his tired glare, keeping it going strong for a few lasting seconds before scoffing and turning away. It really doesn't matter how it sounds, he muttered apathetically. I don't have any say in it either way. Choromatsu frowned. Right. He stood and gestured the other. Come. Osomatsu took a deep breath before standing to his feet, stumbling a bit and catching himself as his body adjusted to getting up so quickly after so long. He then submissively followed Choromatsu out of their room. Upon exiting, Osomatsu's wristband snapped his wrists together behind his back like the dog he was, and the pair began their journey down the halls of the facility to the feeding room. Walking to the room felt like any other day, any other time. Besides Osomatsu's broken spirit, it was just the same ritual. Everything was as normal as it got. Everything was fine. There was no indication of the oncoming events that would take place before they could reach their destination. Osomatsu. Choromatsu kept his hands behind his back formally, walking alongside the other with a quiet expression. I'm glad you're out of those restraints. Osomatsu hummed in response, unwilling to spare a glance Choromatsu's way. He kept his eyes low and expression exhausted, mentally worn from the day-long punishment. sure you're glad, too, he continued. They walked quietly for another few moments before Choromatsu turned to him with a frown. I meant what I said, you know. I didn't agree with my superior's decision to punish you like that. I really don't care, Osomatsu finally replied. The way I see it, you're still one of the people keeping me here. Experimenting on me, punishing me, isolating me. It's tiring. We'll have to get you back on the recreational unit soon, Choromatsu began to make the suggestion, but was quickly cut off. Splashing around in a pool doesn't fix anything, he scowled. I want to go home. I was so close to going home. I was so close to getting out of here. Osomatsu. Choromatsu eyed the other curiously. What would you have even done if you managed to get inside one of those ships? I would have escaped. You certainly couldn't pilot it, he reasoned. And even if you could, where would you have gone? I would have gone back to Earth. How, though? I'm sure I would have figured something out. You really think so? Yeah. Choromatsu tried to chuckle. You really don't think ahead, do you? Osomatsu growled and shot a nasty glare Choromatsu's way. Look, I didn't really care what happened after I got out of here, I just wanted out, he hissed. It's bothersome, you know? You criticizing me when I'm left with no other options. Well, there's one other option. Choromatsu whispered, scratching his cheek awkwardly. And that would be? Choromatsu looked the other in the eye seriously. You could try and accept this as your new life, he said. You could try to make the best of it and forget about going home. I can't, Osomatsu spat. I refuse to do that. You're going to have to eventually, reasoned the alien. You can't dwell on this fantasy of returning to Earth forever. You're just going to make yourself miserable. Osomatsu squinted at the other, sharp teeth clenched in a hostile expression. I'm already miserable, he claimed, furious. I don't want to be here. I know you don't, the other sighed. But the sooner you accept dash. No, he again interrupted. Like I said, I refuse. Well. The alien faced forward once more, discouraged. I guess I don't have an answer for you, then. I wasn't looking for an answer from you in the first place, he retorted. From there, things grew quiet between the two. Osomatsu didn't have the energy to argue anymore and was content wallowing in the silence, while Choromatsu had nothing else he could say to help the matter. Although there was still a bit of tension in the air, the silence was somewhat peaceful. They were fine not talking for the rest of their walk, it was okay. They were still completely unaware of events about to unfold. A few minutes passed, and they were almost at their destination. They walked down a long, narrow hallway lined with windows showcasing the beautiful stars and galaxies outside. Nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary. Again, it was just like any other walk they had taken through the facility. Soon, it finally began. Choromatsu stopped mid-step and looked up and around curiously. He could sense something. Something off. Upon freezing, he could feel a low rumbling noise begin to resonate around them. What was? Huh? Osomatsu cocked his head and looked up and around. Do you hear that? Choromatsu didn't answer at first, he kept his attention focused on their surroundings. He listened as the rumbling came in waves, growing more and less intense slowly and erratically. They were like sound waves, alternating and varying spastically. I'm not sure, he replied. Has this ship ever made that sound before? Asked Osomatsu. Choromatsu furrowed his eyebrows thoughtfully, speaking slow and careful. That's not the sound of the ship, he stated. It sounds more like energy. Osomatsu blinked. Energy? In fact. Choromatsu's worry only increased as he verbalized his thoughts. If I didn't know any better, I'd say it almost sounds like the unnatural flow of energy separating two disparate points by an incredible, unseen force. Osomatsu twisted his lips in confusion. Come again? Choromatsu sent Osomatsu a grave look. I think we're within range of a wormhole. At this moment, a powerful lurch sent the alien and his specimen flying off their feet. Osomatsu yelped and stumbled back against the wall as Choromatsu withdrew his extra pairs of alien arms defensively, grabbing at surfaces around him to stabilize his balance. Whoa! The man uttered, taken entirely off guard by the events unfolding. Red and blue alarms began flashing through the halls, indicating the gravity of the situation as there was another lurch. Choromatsu, with his many arms, stayed stable and darted towards the other. He grabbed at the bound man and held him carefully as he led him hastily down the hall. Osomatsu opened his mouth to call out over the sirens, beginning to panic under the sudden chaos. What the hell? He exclaimed. This again? Didn't we just run into a wormhole a few days ago? I told you, they're becoming more and more frequent, Choromatsu quickly replied. They've been popping up out of nowhere, catching us entirely off guard. The ground began to shake as they hurried through the halls. Choromatsu kept a careful grasp on the other, knowing he wouldn't be able to catch himself if he were to trip. Let's just take you back to your room until we get this sorted, okay? He said, visibly shaken by the sudden circumstances. Oh great, the other pouted. You're locking me up again. Protocol says all animals are to be returned to their rooms until the emergency is over, Choromatsu said sternly. We've already been through this situation, Osomatsu. Just do as I say. Fine, he huffed. As the two raced along the hallway, doing their best not to trip over the escalating lurches, they passed more windows illustrating the beautiful galaxies outside. Osomatsu glanced out and caught a peek, his eyes going wide in both awe and horror. That's a big hole, he whispered. At first Choromatsu barely spared a glance, but as something outside caught his eye, he did a double take. He stopped running and froze entirely as he stared out the window, eyeing the massive wisps and colors blooming out and around, engulfing them entirely. Dead in the center of these magnificent hues was a perfectly round abyss as bright as the sun. It was a hole, never-ending and larger than life, one that they were being sucked into rapidly. Choromatsu's jaw dropped. Well, that's a lot closer than I thought, he remarked nervously. Shit. Osomatsu looked over at the other expectantly. What the hell happens when you go through a wormhole? Choromatsu's voice was uncertain, his gaze never leaving the view outside. He gulped as he answered timidly. That isn't something we need to worry about, he said. We'll take care of it. We've taken care of wormholes plenty of times. We're practically inside it already. Osomatsu cried, panic apparent in his voice. Choromatsu, what do we do? He let go of Osomatsu and pulled out his notepad, rapidly opening his holographic notes and skimming through them in a panic. Osomatsu gave an irritated frown. You're not going to find a solution in your notes about me, dumbass. Choromatsu's eyes flicked from left to right over and over, reading through and searching for anything that might help. As he did so, he mumbled to himself frantically. What to do? What to do? He repeated under his breath. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Protocol, Choromatsu. Osomatsu reminded. You take me to my room, and then your coworkers or whatever drive us out of the wormhole, right? I mean, yes, but... Choromatsu looked back up at the window with horrified eyes. I think you're right. We're practically already inside of it, he observed anxiously. I don't know if we can. Osomatsu's expression turned serious as he locked eyes with the other. What's going to happen to us? He asked. Choromatsu gulped. Hopefully it won't be so bad. What won't be so bad? I think we'd best brace ourselves, he whimpered. Osomatsu looked down at himself, seeing he was still restrained. I can't, he stated. With only a single nod, Choromatsu deactivated Osomatsu's wristbands, finally freeing him from his restrained state and allowing him to grab onto the other. Thanks, he mumbled. The alarms only seemed to be getting louder in their ears as the ship was sucked further inside the massive light. The ground lurched one last time, knocking both Osomatsu and Choromatsu to their feet as they held onto each other. They couldn't get up, the momentum had kicked in, and they were moving much too fast. Space, time, colors, light, the very plane they existed on, it all began to warp. Each let out a terrified scream as everything began to stretch further, further, further. The sounds of their voices began to distort and twist under the insatiable gravity consuming their vessel. Soon, they were blinded. And that was the last thing they remembered. Intermission. End Chapter 6. Chapter 7, A Whole New Plane with a Whole New Pain. A cold wind crept through the night, gently dancing with leaves and barren branches under the calm autumn season. The forest had long succumbed to the frigid air, and what was left of its tree leaves were orange and brown. The stars in the sky shone brightly, undisturbed by the lights of a bustling city or populated neighborhood. Resting in the center of a beautiful array of glimmering twinkles and wisps of cirrus clouds, the moon illuminated the earth majestically. On the surface, it was another peaceful night lovingly hushing its inhabitants into a gentle state of slumber. All but one creature lay curled within bushes and trees, resting safe and sound as nature intended. The outlier, on the other hand, stood alone amidst the dark and mesmerizing woods. Even hunched over, it was eerily tall. A monstrous, demonic entity with skin as wisps like fire and 4 extra arms protruding from its back. Truly a sight to behold. Though its expression was empty, its body language seemed tense as it cautiously glanced around at its surroundings. This entity. It had no idea where it was. Having been stolen from a safe retreat, it was now vulnerable in a foreign land, all by itself. It trembled, slowly taking a step back as it analyzed its surroundings. It knelt and gently spread a palm across a patch of dirt and grass, taking in the energy of this new and bizarre place with only the worst of outcomes flashing through its mind. This was where it was going to die. It was sure of it. It was alone. It was on an alien planet. It was without means of defense. What terror! The ominous presence of this organism struck fear into the hearts of nearby prey awakening from within the safety of their nests and holes. Some creatures slithered and crawled into hiding while others flapped their wings and took off out of sight. None wanted to bear witness to this monstrosity of Earth, none dared face the ungodly consequences. The entity observed brief movements around it from smaller creatures making their way to relocate and felt slight comfort. There didn't appear to be any immediate dangers of predation in the vicinity, and that's all it was worried about. It did need to be careful not to disturb any potentially venomous prey either, though. Rustle. The entity looked up quickly as it perceived a footstep a few meters away. It was dark and at first impossible to discern the figure standing behind a dying bush. The earthly creature leaned in closer, trying to catch a glimpse of its enemy in a tedious standoff. For a few moments, there was silence. Both were frozen in fear, staring each other down from the darkness of the night. Then, the earthly creature blinked and perked up. "Fuck, really?" Osomatsu exclaimed, exasperated. "One of those creeps." Upon hearing his voice, the entity lowered itself and prepared to pounce with a threatening aura. Osomatsu gulped and stepped back, palms raised defensively. Hold on, I'm nice. I'm friendly," he argued quickly. "Nice alien. Good alien." The entity didn't respond to his words. Instead, it remained still for only a few moments before the beast lurched forward. It raced towards him at a monstrous speed, hunched over like a mutant werewolf charging at the defenseless human. Osomatsu screamed out in surprise as he witnessed its actions unfold and turned, scraping his shoes along the dirt as he ran. "Fuck," he cried out, running as fast as he could. It was no use, the alien was much too fast. Osomatsu squeaked as it tackled him and wrapped all 6 arms around him. "Yeah. Ga get away from." "Thank goodness." Osomatsu gasped as his cries of terror were interrupted by a familiar voice. He looked down, eyes wide as the monster's dark skin fluttered away like petals, revealing a short, shaking man clinging to Osomatsu in a terrible fright. I thought I was alone, Choromatsu practically sobbed, squeezing the life out of his companion. I'm so relieved to see you, Osomatsu. Osomatsu squinted, teeth clenched in irritation at the sudden unexpected entrance. Well, what the hell, it's just you. He yelled. You gave me a fucking heart attack. Please don't leave me. The other cried into Osomatsu's jacket. Let go of me already, geez. Choromatsu unwrapped his 6 arms from around Osomatsu's torso and stood back, allowing the man to brush himself off. When Osomatsu looked back up at the alien, he could see how frantic and panicked he appeared. Choromatsu's expression was warped into one of pure terror, a stark contrast to his usual cheery demeanor. Admittedly, it caught him a little off guard. After we went through that wormhole, I didn't know what to expect. He rambled hysterically. I woke up all by myself, stuck on this strange planet, and I tried to contact my allies but all of my equipment is fried. I didn't have any means to defend myself. My life was already flashing before my eyes. Osomatsu huffed and fixed his hair, still trying to readjust himself after having been hugged so recklessly. Meanwhile, Choromatsu continued in a frantic episode. I was so scared. Thoughts started racing through my head. I thought I was going to die. At any moment some sort of alien predator could have come out from nowhere and eaten me. I heard you rustling in that bush and my life clock nearly stopped. I'm just so relieved to see you, Osomatsu. Oh, yeah, Osomatsu replied, comparatively calm. I mean, that wormhole was pretty unexpected. Didn't expect to be separated from the rest of those aliens. Yes, all of my coworkers. Choromatsu brought a thumb to his lips and chewed his nail nervously. This is bad, this is seriously bad. Osomatsu stuffed his hands in his pockets nonchalantly and looked up at the sky with a curious yet relaxed look. Huh? Really insane. Choromatsu looked the other up and down, bewilderment filling his gaze. How can you seem so calm? He questioned. Don't you realize what kind of danger we're in right now? Don't you realize what this all means for us? Osomatsu glanced at the other cluelessly. Choromatsu awaited his response, but was only given a dumb, empty-headed look. It means, Choromatsu emphasized, that we're stranded on an alien planet with no way back home. You and I are defenseless out here. We're up against millions, perhaps billions of years of evolution under this planet's active ecosystem. We have no idea what kinds of dangers lurk in this world. Oh. Osomatsu blinked. About that. The man knelt and touched the soft blades of grass beneath his bare feet, then looked up at the tall, barren leaves of the forest. Yeah. I'm pretty sure we're just on Earth. Earth? Choromatsu stared hard at the other for a long time, processing this new information. You mean, your home planet? Yep. Osomatsu simply shrugged. I don't know about you, but I'm actually fine with this. Choromatsu gave a hesitant exhalation, slowly growing relieved. So then, we're not screwed. He took one step forward, then another and clasped onto Osomatsu's shoulders as his excitement continued to build. This is okay, then. We're going to be fine. We'll stick together and we'll be okay. Osomatsu returned eye contact, facing the other with a blank expression. He paused before replying bluntly. Well, I'll be okay, anyway, he said. Eh? Osomatsu frowned. Have you already forgotten? I don't like you. Almost even more taken aback, Choromatsu gave another A. Osomatsu lowered his eyelids in exasperation. Why are you acting surprised? He huffed. Have I not made this very clear to you over the course of the past week? But, I mean. Choromatsu let go of the other's shoulders and gave him a pleading look. You're going to protect me, right? Why the hell would I? Well, why wouldn't you? Because I'm not your pet, and I'm not your friend, Osomatsu stated frankly, arms folded. You enslaved me on a ship to do tests and experiment on me, treating me like an object. And now, suddenly, when shit hits the fan, you expect me to value your life and respect you. No, you have it wrong, remember? I wasn't the one who abducted you. I was just the one assigned to your case. I was doing my job. He reminded. Yeah, whatever, Osomatsu scoffed. There's literally no reason for me to help you out here. Choromatsu held his opposing forearms and tightened his grip on his sleeves anxiously, looking up at the other with a desperate expression. Please, Osomatsu. He begged practically with tears in his eyes. You don't understand. Researching your planet isn't my job, I know nothing about Earth. This place is completely foreign to me. If you leave me alone, I'm going to die. Osomatsu turned away with an uppity look about him. Not my problem, he said curtly. I really don't want to be left alone out here, the other pleaded. I'm begging you. What will it take to convince you? Osomatsu hummed thoughtfully, bringing a finger to his chin as he considered his potential options. He thought carefully for a moment before replying. Well, I guess I could help, he figured. That is, as long as you promise me something. Anything. Osomatsu regained eye contact with the pitiful alien, bearing a grave expression. If you promise that, once you're rescued or whatever, I'll be set free and you guys will leave me alone, then I'll help. Choromatsu's pleading smile slowly dissipated. Well, he began timidly. Why you see, I don't really have that kind of authority, Anne. CYA. Wait. Choromatsu snatched Osomatsu by the arm before he could walk off, pulling him back with a guilty look. Well, what I mean is, biologically speaking, you're kind of. He let go of Osomatsu's sleeve and began to twiddle with his fingers, hesitating. Owned by us. The hell is that supposed to mean? Osomatsu scoffed. Well. Choromatsu scratched the back of his head, averting his gaze and speaking with a slow, meek voice. You remember that thing we put in your ear? That device, the one that might have felt like it was shooting something in your head? Osomatsu raised a suspicious brow, unamused. Yeah. Well, that was actually a biocomponent that dyes your DNA and marks you as one of our specimens, he shyly explained. Kind of like tagging an animal you want to keep tabs on. Basically, it's a tracker. So, you see, running all throughout your body and blood is this identifier tag. You're marked. You. Osomatsu growled, clenching his fists and grinding his teeth. Can't just do that to someone without their permission. What the fuck? Choromatsu fiddled again with his fingers as he continued, clearly uncomfortable. So. I mean, legally, and biologically, and, well, lawfully. And, I mean, it's a whole system, and, there's a whole process to it, and, just. CYA. No, wait. Again, Choromatsu had to act fast to stop Osomatsu from walking off. He hugged the man's arm tightly, fearfully. Look, I'll try my best, okay? He begged. If my partners find us and take you back, I'll try my best to argue special circumstances so they let you go. I promise. I'll fight for you, okay? Just please, don't leave me here to die. As Choromatsu squeezed him even tighter, Osomatsu eyed the other. You promise? He asked. Yes, I promise. After a few long moments, he gave a defeated sigh. Fine, he said. If you do everything in your power to get those creeps to leave me alone, I'll protect you until you're rescued. Choromatsu looked up with wide, hopeful eyes. You will? Sure. Osomatsu. I owe you my life. Thank you. An insurmountable sense of relief washed over the alien as he generously thanked the other. Yeah, whatever, the other sighed. Just let go of me already. Choromatsu obliged as Osomatsu looked around their surroundings one more time, analyzing the forest they appeared to have ended up in. I'm so relieved, you have no idea, Choromatsu hummed with a hand on his chest. So, are you familiar with our location at all? No clue, Osomatsu responded. We could be anywhere. Is this planet very large? Osomatsu looked up at the big black sky thoughtfully, then back down at the forest. Yeah, it's pretty big. We might not even be in the same country anymore. So, the best course of action would be to... With a determined huff, Osomatsu looked off into the distance and gave a nod. Let's start walking. There's a chance we'll run into someone who can help us, or even better, a town. Then, let's go. As the duo began on their excursion, Osomatsu glanced back at his innocent follower. By the way, he said. When we meet people, you should, probably stay in your human form. It would scare others if they knew you were an alien. I agree, Choromatsu nodded. It would be best for me to blend in as a human. I wouldn't want to cause a panic. And with that, the two wandered along the forest aimlessly, searching in hopes of finding something to aid in their situation. As they traveled through the cool autumn night, they conversed casually. It's really cold, Choromatsu noted, rubbing his forearms. Millimeter not really, the other shrugged. I think it's fine. I'm already not used to this type of environment. He reached out and touched the leaves of a bush as they passed. Is it always this chilly? Osomatsu raised a palm and felt the air, twisting his lips thoughtfully. I guess, now that you mention it, it is a little colder than I'd expect. It's late spring right now, so it should be warming up already. Ah, so your planet is tilted on its axis, huh? Choromatsu smiled. Does spring indicate oncoming cold? No, you have that backwards, Osomatsu replied. Spring means it's getting warmer. I see. He looked up and around with a slightly confused look, analyzing the dying leaves of the trees and the orange and yellow color they held. Interesting. Wait, your planet has seasons, doesn't it? No, actually it doesn't, he explained. My home planet is only tilted about 1.76 degrees, meaning we experience one general season consistently. Well, I guess that means you don't have to adjust every few months, the other said. It's very warm on my home planet, Choromatsu noted. So we get consistent heat and sun throughout routine periods of time. Other planets and space itself are comparably colder, so I did have to adjust upon graduating as an adult. Remind me, you guys are kicked out of your home planet once you grow up, right? So it's kind of just a nursery. That's right, he said. I don't have the luxury of visiting other planets very often, but when I do, and they are warm, it's nostalgic. Osomatsu grinned. Yeah, I can imagine, he said. You'll have to come back here during the summer, it can get really hot outside. Choromatsu gushed warmly at the thought. Ah, that'd be nice, he sighed. I'll probably never get to though, to be honest. Why not? The other asked. There are quite a few factors, said the alien. Firstly, I just don't have the time. Then if I did have the time, I wouldn't have the funds. And if you had the funds? Well, I would only be allowed to visit planets approved for tourism. Domesticated planets, ones where we have the animal inhabitants and environment under complete control. Osomatsu eyed the other uneasily. Does your species always domesticate planets they study? Eventually, yes, Choromatsu confirmed. However, it's a very long process. It takes more than several lifetimes. So would either you or I see Earth domesticated during our own lifetimes? Certainly not. I see. Choromatsu glanced at the other, curious by his hesitant response. Does the idea of your planet becoming domesticated bother you, Osomatsu? He asked. I mean, kinda, yeah, he muttered with arms folded. After seeing how you creeps have changed my life, I could only imagine how you'd change the lives of everyone else here. Domestication. What does that even mean for us? You don't have to worry too much about that, he smiled. Preservation of the natural order and ecosystem is very important in our domestication of planets and animals. We would simply be overseers. The many species of Earth would have a mutual and productive relationship with our kind. Consciously catering to us as alphas or rulers would be voluntary, but perhaps natural to some. Though, for the most part, it will be a peaceful coexistence. I still don't like that, Osomatsu huffed. Your people aren't gods, you know. Well again, it's not likely that of us will witness the domestication of Earth anytime during our lives, Choromatsu reminded. So it's not really something to think about at this time. Osomatsu simply shrugged, not wanting to progress the conversation any further. He had a feeling that knowing more about what sorts of measures of control they would utilize would make him feel even worse. He already felt bad enough for Earth's future as it was, but this was making him lose hope completely. The two continued on their path through the cool forest, keeping an open eye for anything that potentially useful off in the distance. They listened for voices and watched for any lights, but finding help was going to prove time-consuming. For about 10 minutes following their conversation was a peaceful silence. After some time, Osomatsu turned and snuck a peek at the alien following him close behind. He noticed Choromatsu staring at the ground as they walked with a sleepy look on his face and gave a concerned frown. Tired? He wondered aloud. Choromatsu perked up, awakening from a train of thought and forming a perky smile on his face. Oh? No, I'm fine, he reassured. I'm just a little cold is all. How confident are you that someone's going to come here to Earth and rescue you? Osomatsu asked. I'm fairly confident, he replied. Wormholes are dangerous, but they're not always the end. Their output time and location can be tracked through specialized equipment, where emergency rescue teams are then sent off to the obtained coordinates in order to retrieve survivors. As long as victims end up someplace sustainable, they can stick together and stay safe until help arrives. Not like we stuck together with the rest of the ship, Osomatsu noted. Yeah, that's true. Choromatsu looked up at the sky thoughtfully. It's not very common, but anomalies can occur that causes a group that entered together to be split up. It can happen in the event of a wormhole containing a fork that leads to a different exit. What are the chances I get stuck alone with you? The man tried to chuckle with a hint of exasperation. There's likely more of my crew scattered around your planet actually, Choromatsu clarified. The rescue team should be able to retrieve all of us when they arrive. You think we'll run into any of them? It's hard to say. You and I only ended up so close because we were holding on to each other when we entered the wormhole. Everyone else, on the other hand, could be as far as the other end of the planet. Osomatsu pursed his lips. What about all the other animals you had on the ship? You think some of them ended up on Earth? It's possible, yes. Our staff members are obviously number one priority, but we do try to save any specimens we can. Even if we didn't, it's not like most of them would survive on a foreign planet on their own. And even if they did, they wouldn't be able to reproduce since our particular facility doesn't harbor two sexes of the same species. So I guess it doesn't really matter then, huh? It wouldn't be the downfall of an ecosystem, if that's what you're wondering, Choromatsu said. Osomatsu hummed thoughtfully, only giving the idea another moment before he blinked. Then, he perked up excitedly. Choromatsu noticed this behavior as his pace quickened and he looked out beyond an ocean of trees. I think I see something, he exclaimed. What is it? The other asked, scanning the forest for anything unusual. Just beyond that grove over there, Osomatsu explained, pointing. I think I see the roof of a house. It might be a log cabin, maybe someone's there who can help us. A house? Choromatsu cocked his head. Some sort of human nest. Sure, whatever you want to call it, the other waved. It's late, but there might be someone there who can help us out. Let's start heading that way. The duo began scaling the downward slope in the direction of the cabin, wading through tall grass and stepping over large stones. They traveled for a short period of time before arriving at a ledge that gave a wonderful view of the building. It looked more like a wooden mansion than a rundown little log cabin, and there was light coming from within a couple rooms. The ledge was a good 30 meters from the cabin and resided higher than its roof, meaning they were going to have to find an alternative path to get down there. Good, looks like someone's home, Osomatsu noted. There's a path to our left that probably leads down there. Let's go. Lead the way. As they began on the worn path, both grew quiet and absorbed in their own thoughts. They wandered on for a minute or so before something caught Choromatsu's eye. Osomatsu didn't notice as the alien stopped in his tracks and peered over the ledge, squinting off towards a dark area behind the cabin. He cocked his head curiously. Motion? He leaned forward and blinked before doing a small, elated gasp. Oh. With an innocent smile and adoring eyes, Choromatsu looked over what he had found with enthusiasm. It was a person. A human being. This was the first human he'd ever seen besides Osomatsu, and this one was out in the wild, out in its natural habitat. He felt curious and watched the being carefully, noting how the man's back was facing him. I see, it's a human, he said to himself brightly. How cute. I wonder what the little guy is doing. He leaned in a bit closer, trying to get a good look at the creature. The man was hunched over and doing something with his hands, which piqued the alien's interest. The stranger's breath was heavy and frequent, and he seemed to be standing over an object. Choromatsu eyed him for a minute before the man made his next move. He picked up a couple heavy rocks tied to the large object and began dragging it over towards a river only a few meters away. It was at this point when the man suddenly stopped in his tracks. He packed up and glanced around frantically. Then, slowly, he turned. The moment he made eye contact, there was a sharp feeling of dread that pierced Choromatsu's chest. His smile dropped and he furrowed his brows apprehensively. Despite his limited knowledge, he could detect hostility in this creature. He could detect aggression. He could detect a predatory stance. The feeling of innate fear was powerful. There was something terrible going on that he couldn't quite explain. Oh. Osomatsu. He whispered out uneasily to the other without taking his eyes off the man. He analyzed the guy's facial expression before his gaze was drawn back to the object he had tied to the rocks. What was it, anyway? A log? No. It was another human. A still human. A cold human. A body. A dead body. He was dragging a dead body over to the river. With a shaky inhale, Choromatsu called out a little more frantically. Ah, Osomatsu. Osomatsu, who had wandered ahead, stopped upon hearing Choromatsu's cry. He glanced about and behind, surprised to see how far he'd walked without realizing he wasn't being followed anymore. With an interested demeanor, he hurried back over to where the alien was frozen in place. Yeah? He asked cluelessly. You find something? Osomatsu glanced over at what Choromatsu was watching off in the distance, and in an instant, Osomatsu's body language changed. He gasped in horror as he saw the stranger glaring up at them, standing over a corpse by a river. He only stared another moment before pushing the body over the edge with his foot. Without a hint of remorse from the killer, the body was lost in the waters. Then, still eyeing the duo, he gave an irritated huff and began marching towards them. Osomatsu gulped as he began sweating bullets. Choromatsu, run. Swiftly the eldest grabbed Choromatsu by the arm and booked it down the path. The trees and forest blurred alongside them as they raced away from the danger, tensions rising immensely. Well, what's going on? Choromatsu asked as he was pulled along. I don't know, but... Osomatsu spoke between huffs of air. I don't think we were supposed to see that. They hopped over boulders, swung past trees, and raced through the grassy path frantically, desperate to get away. It felt like a scene in a horror movie, running from Jason in the woods at night. They had to get away, or else. They had to keep running. They were already beginning to sweat as they followed the worn path before them. Osomatsu didn't let go of Choromatsu's arm as they raced along, slowly descending from the ledge they had previously been standing on. Bugs fled as they stomped past bushes and brush, throwing out their arms to move any stray branches out of the way. Without fully realizing it, they only got closer and closer within range of the cabin. Bang! Mid-step, a deafening noise echoed throughout the forest, causing birds to flutter and flee. Choromatsu let out a pained cry, slipping from Osomatsu's grasp wearily. Osomatsu skid to a stop and turned to the other, horrified. Choromatsu. To the alien victim, it was a sudden shock. A strange, burning sensation following by crumbling well-being and a debilitating pain. He threw his hand to his right side and clutched the wound tightly, tripping over his feet and collapsing to his knees. He held his breath for a few long seconds before opening his mouth desperately for air. The pain only increased, and he began to feel sick. Osomatsu raced back to his partner as Choromatsu tried to hold himself up, babying his side. "Fuck, was that a gun?" Choromatsu could only utter a whisper as he trembled. "Yeah, Osomatsu grabbed his shoulder and turned him to try and get a look at the wound. He reached down to lift Choromatsu's shirt, but it was much too dark to tell the severity of it. All he knew was that a bullet had ripped through Choromatsu's abdomen. When Osomatsu let go of his shirt, he looked down at the palm of his hand and noticed it was covered in a cool, black substance. Was this blood? His tainted fingers wouldn't stop quivering. "Shit, this isn't good," he breathed. "Don't move." Osomatsu gulped as he looked up at the stranger standing a few meters before them. With a horrified expression, he was quick to start begging. "Pa, please. We didn't see anything," he claimed desperately. "Don't kill us." When the man spoke, his voice was deep and slow, relatively calm. It was almost unnatural, considering he'd presumably just taken a human life. "I didn't expect to have any witnesses out in a place so isolated as this." He aimed and clicked his gun as he gave his demand. "Stand up. Both of you," he said. "Yeah, you just shot him." Osomatsu argued, shaken up. "How is he supposed to?" "Get him to his feet. Now." Osomatsu, trembling, looked down at Choromatsu. Choromatsu was on his knees holding his side, curled up in a pained ball and shaking. With another gulp, he carefully took Choromatsu's arm and slung it around his shoulder. "Choromatsu, try to stand, okay?" On a personal count to 3, Osomatsu hauled them to their feet. Choromatsu whined painfully as he was made to stand, face cowered behind darkness but eyes wide with terror. Osomatsu could feel how uneasily he stayed up, swaying and relying mostly on the other as both stared at their enemy helplessly. "Puh. Please don't kill us." Osomatsu pleaded breathlessly. "We won't tell anyone." The man strolled forward, keeping his gun aimed and his posture confident. The victims stood frozen in their tracks as he grabbed Osomatsu by the shoulder and turned them around, giving a hard shove. "Start walking. Go." Osomatsu stood as a helpless statue for a moment before giving a shaky nod and slowly walking forward, helping Choromatsu along the way. With one arm slung over Osomatsu's shoulder and the other hand clutching his wound, Choromatsu struggled every step of the way. He dragged his feet and kept his eyes wide and fearful, despite the dark shadow covering most of his face. He sent a look Osomatsu's way, and Osomatsu gave a look back. Still a beginner at reading human facial expressions, he could translate Osomatsu's expression as a mix of fear and maybe sadness, but detected something a bit more complex. Now wasn't the time to ask. About 30 to 40 meters beyond the foliage and around the corner was the entrance to the cabin. The outside was still illuminated by the light seeping out from the windows and gave an eerie atmosphere. The stranger shoved Osomatsu forward once more. "Go." Inside. Osomatsu gulped nervously as they approached the front entrance. He reached forward and twisted the knob, opening the door to be greeted by a rather nice-looking living room for such an isolated manor. Upon entering, the house was just a bit warmer than the outside, but not by much. The stranger shut the door behind them and locked it before pointing his gun off toward a corridor on their right. "That way," he commanded. "Walk." Osomatsu silently nodded and walked his limp partner down the hall and around the corner. On their way over, the stranger reached into a black duffel bag that had been set aside on a little table and withdrew 2 pairs of police handcuffs. Osomatsu briefly looked down as they walked to see a perfectly black, almost inky, liquid dripping from Choromatsu's now stained shirt. He supposed that, even though Choromatsu looked human, he still bled his own blood. He wondered if the killer would notice. At the end of the hall, Osomatsu opened a doorway that led down some old, creaky stairs. He glanced back at the man for confirmation before swallowing hard and carefully walking Choromatsu down. At the bottom of the staircase was a large room, looking rather old and dusty compared to the living room. It looked like it was being used for storage, but it was well organized and uncluttered. At the other end of the room was another door. The stranger poked Osomatsu's back with the gun, and Osomatsu walked toward it. Finally, the door was opened. Inside was a small, dark closet. The man had Osomatsu and Choromatsu walk, where Osomatsu allowed Choromatsu to collapse to his knees to relieve him the pain of standing. Once Choromatsu was sitting, the stranger handed Osomatsu one of the pairs of handcuffs. With his pistol, he gestured as he gave his commands. "There," he said. "Handcuff your friend's hands behind his back." Osomatsu looked surprised by the request. "Me?" he asked. "Do it." Osomatsu looked down at Choromatsu with a look filled with worry. Choromatsu didn't return his gaze and instead kept his head down and upper body curled. With a deep exhalation, Osomatsu knelt. "Sorry, Choromatsu," he whispered. He took Choromatsu's first, then second hand away from the wound and positioned them behind his back. Then, he meekly cuffed each wrist, binding the wounded alien. Once the stranger saw that Choromatsu was bound, he gave his next order. "Your turn. Turn around." Osomatsu stood back up and turned his back on the man, only to feel his own wrists get cuffed as well. Once he was bound, the stranger took him by the shoulder and shoved him down to a sitting position. "There. You two stay put." With that, Osomatsu watched as the man shut the closet door and locked it from the outside. The closet was dark, almost pitch black. It wasn't too warm either, couldn't have been more than 10 degrees Celsius. Now that they were sitting alone, the silence was intense. Osomatsu waited a few moments for good measure before turning to Choromatsu with an anxious look on his face. "Choromatsu, are you?" Choromatsu responded with a pained groan, tugging at the chains binding his wrists. "I just need to see how bad it is. If I can just..." Osomatsu squinted in the dark, momentarily surprised to see a transformation from the other. It wasn't a full-body change, but instead, two pairs of long, shadowy arms emerged from Choromatsu's back like the beast he was. He used his back arms first to tug at the chains and manipulate the handcuffs, seeing if there was a way to open them up. After finding that there wasn't, he sat back and pulled up his shirt to examine the wound. "Let me see," he exclaimed, crawling over to the other in a hurry. He leaned in, trying to get a glimpse of the blooded mess as Choromatsu traced the opening with his fingers to analyze it in the dark. The wound was planted about a centimeter from the edge of his side, likely mostly tearing through fat tissue and skin. "It's not in any position where it would have hit any organs," Choromatsu said with a cringe. "It's really more of a deep gash than anything. Shit just fucking burns like hell." "That really scared me," Osomatsu sighed. "I'm glad it's not worse than it is." "I'll be fine," he reassured. "It would be good if I could just clean this wound." Choromatsu let his shirt fall back over the wound as he toyed once more with the cuffs binding his human wrists. "Is there really no way to get these off?" he questioned. "Not without a key, no," the other replied. "I see." Choromatsu retracted his extra arms with a deeply disturbed frown. "Osomatsu." He kept his gaze directed at nothing on the floor as Osomatsu leaned in close, ready to listen. "Why?" he gulped, still retaining a horrified expression. "Why did that human kill another human? Why did it utilize a weapon against us? What's going on?" "Don't ask me," Osomatsu shrugged. "I'm handcuffed in the same closet you are." "Did I?" Choromatsu furrowed his eyebrows in intense thought. "Did I really underestimate the truly aggressive nature of a human?" Are humans beasts to be feared in the wild? Are they really not as docile as I initially anticipated? I mean, Osomatsu squirmed in his seat uncomfortably. Most people are okay, I think. It's just, some people are scary. I'm so confused, he continued. I never thought I'd witness one human actually end the life of another. It's so violent. So savage. You seemed so gentle when we first brought you in. You were so passive and willing to communicate. Osomatsu gave a pouty frown. Hey, why are you talking about this like I'm the one who kidnapped us at gunpoint? He scowled. Sorry, Choromatsu said with a glance. What I mean is, you're just our model for what it is that defines a Homo sapien. My perception is based on a single figure. But if another human is capable of killing, then... He looked up and away. Well, I mean, I suppose anything is capable of killing. It just surprises me to see a human do it. Your people seem so sophisticated. I guess it's just a harsh reminder that, outside of a laboratory setting, I really, truly have no idea what I'm doing. I'm completely unprepared. Out here in the wild, I'm helpless. Well, Osomatsu leaned back. I can't say I'm much better off. I've never experienced anything like this before. I just don't get it, Choromatsu sighed. I don't understand where this animal's aggression is coming from, unless, as I mentioned prior, humans are just a naturally aggressive species. Even you have displayed aggressive behavior, though it always seemed more innocent to me. And justified, Osomatsu grumbled with lowered eyelids. That human didn't just lash out at us, it actively chased us, it sought us out. It didn't kill us on the spot, though. What are its intentions? Osomatsu pursed his lips thoughtfully, seriously. Well, the guy killed someone, and we're witnesses, he explained. He's probably trying to figure out what to do with us. Osomatsu gave a grunt as he tried to stand up without the use of his arms. He took a step forward and leaned his ear against the door, listening carefully. After a few long moments, he spoke. I can hear that guy talking, he said. I think he's on the phone with someone. On the phone? Choromatsu cocked his head in confusion. You know, he's on a call. I see. It was already a surprise to the alien that humans had developed firearms, but a long-distance communication device as well. Interesting. As long as he's outside this room, we can't do anything to break out, Osomatsu stated. So what do you suggest we do? Choromatsu asked with a worried look. Osomatsu sighed and plopped back down beside his companion. I think we just have to do what he says for now and hope he doesn't kill us. Choromatsu frowned, biting back an audible cringe from his bleeding, burning wound. This is bad. He whispered. It is, the other agreed. Choromatsu did a deep, slow inhale, then exhale. I don't feel so good, he whimpered. Osomatsu looked at him in worry. Are you going to be okay? He asked. Yeah, I just... Choromatsu glanced at the other hesitantly. Osomatsu, he said. I have an odd favor to ask. Yeah? Can I lean against you? Please? He sent the other a sleepy, pleading look. I need to stay close to your body. Osomatsu gave an uncomfortable hum. I mean, I guess, yeah, he shrugged. Why? It's the environment. Choromatsu groaned from the pain as he scooted over, maneuvering his way to the other until their shoulders were touching. Once he was close enough, he nuzzled against him. I'm not used to this cooler atmosphere, he explained. When it gets too cold like this, my body starts to shut down. Oh, Osomatsu averted his eyes awkwardly as Choromatsu nestled in close. Not much of a winter person then, huh? It's more like, my body regulates its core temperature differently from yours, Choromatsu said. Instead of having consistent heat, it fluctuates based on the environment. I believe the term in your language is cold-blooded. Ah, I get it, Osomatsu grinned. Sure, I don't mind keeping you warm. Thank you. Choromatsu shut his eyes tiredly and tried to chuckle. Geese, you warm-blooded animals are so cozy. Your bodies emit so much heat, it's nice. It makes sense then why you guys always felt so icy, the eldest noted, giving a shiver. It's like being touched by a corpse. Creepy. Osomatsu sighed as the two sat alone in the cold, dark closet. He could feel the alien's slow and rhythmic breathing and, in a way, it was comforting. Despite the predicament they were in, it was a relief to know that he wasn't in it alone. He didn't know what he'd do if he were by himself. This is all so scary. Choromatsu whispered, his eyes still shut sleepily. Osomatsu frowned anxiously and replied, we just need to do what this guy says and maybe he won't kill us. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before. I've never even set foot on a planet we didn't already inhabit, he said. You said there were protocols for this kind of thing, right? Yes, however, it hasn't been much of a problem until recently. We haven't found a way to control these wormholes yet, Choromatsu sighed. Maybe your friends will come and save us from this psycho who has us in cuffs, Osomatsu huffed. We can only hope, the other said with a sad smile. With that, the pair sat without any more words, trembling and afraid. It seemed like ages before the door was opened. While Choromatsu sleepily kept his eyes shut, growing weaker by the minute, Osomatsu squinted and blinked a couple times through the new light being let in. The man with the gun towered over them, staring them over for a moment before giving his next command. Stand up. We're leaving. Well, where are you going to take us? Osomatsu asked nervously. The man responded only by aiming his pistol. Osomatsu gulped and glanced down at Choromatsu, who stayed curled up against him. Choromatsu, he called softly. Come on. The man only gave a scoff as he reached down and took a fistful of Choromatsu's hair. With a pained squeak, Choromatsu was forced to his feet in his sleepy, dazed state. With one look from their attacker, Osomatsu complied to his implications and began walking ahead of him. As Osomatsu led the way out of the cabin, he could feel the tip of a pistol buried into his back. It was unsettling. The sleepy Choromatsu was dragged along by the hair until eventually, they exited through the front door. Back into the cold woods, the man led them to a car parked in a grassy spot beside some trees. He opened the trunk and gestured Osomatsu to go in. Osomatsu stared at the man, then at the trunk before nervously nodding. He stepped in and lied down, watching as the man practically threw Choromatsu in behind him. From there, the trunk was slammed shut. The two remained handcuffed as they lied, pressed against one another like luggage. They had no idea what was in store for them, but they were terrified. Osomatsu gave an uneasy grunt, blinking and glancing around the tight trunk they had been stuffed into. It's dark. He mumbled. Choromatsu, are you hanging in there okay? Osomatsu frowned, concerned by the lack of response and nudged the back of Choromatsu's head with his nose. Choromatsu. Are you awake? Are you okay? This time, Osomatsu heard a weak groan from the other. You're kind of worrying me, Osomatsu said. You're not dying, are you? Choromatsu gave another sleepy noise before speaking up weakly, not even bothering to open his eyes. I'm just tired, he whispered. It's cold. And my side. I hurt. If you're really that cold, you can hold on to me while we're locked in this trunk, the eldest suggested. Choromatsu slowly nodded before materializing his 4 extra arms. He pushed against the ground and turned to his side, facing the other and pulling him close in a warm embrace. Osomatsu shivered at the icy touch but shrugged it off. How comfortable he was that moment was the least of their concerns. Choromatsu buried his face deep into Osomatsu's jacket and allowed his body to rest. Thank you. He breathed, barely audible. Because of Choromatsu's exhaustion, the car ride was quiet and uneventful. It had to have lasted a good couple hours, giving Osomatsu hope that they weren't just going to be shot and thrown in a river. He tried to stay strong for both him and Choromatsu, considering himself the leader and the protector within their predicament. A long time passed where the only commotion the pair could detect was the humming of the car engine and the occasional bumps in the road. The hour or so passed by quickly in their anxious states, and soon, they had reached their destination. As soon as Osomatsu felt the car turn off, he nudged Choromatsu awake to make sure the alien retracted his extra arms. He obeyed the request, all without opening his eyes. The two remained dormant in the trunk for about 5 minutes before the door was opened. Osomatsu glanced up to see 4 sketchy men standing before them, each holding a gun with a deadly glint in their eyes. Choromatsu yelped as he was suddenly grabbed harshly by one of the men and thrown from the trunk. He staggered as a bag was thrown over his head and he was blinded. He cried out to Osomatsu in a panic, who could only give verbal reassurance as he too was taken from the trunk and blinded. Then, they were dragged inside a building. They had no idea what their fate was going to be. Intermission. The Atterson estate, an elegant manor, one owned by a great mafia organization led by one man. The garden surrounding the building was like that of a kingdom, filled with statues and traditional Japanese symbols resting beautifully under the darkness of the night. Inside, the living areas were like a palace with magnificent rooms and halls fit for a king. Within a lovely corridor, 2 men stood before one another in deep conversation. One of the men was older, possibly in his late 50s, while the other looked young and bright, no older than 22. They were dressed in high-class business attire with only the most suitable of fashions, and, based on appearance, must have been held in high regard. The older man reached forward and placed his hand on the other's shoulder, looking him in the eyes and talking to him like a son. "Choromatsu. I'm counting on you to take charge while I'm out of the country on this business trip," the man said in a low voice. "I know it may seem like too big a responsibility, but I do believe it's time you start getting more acquainted with the family business." The younger man, with a bright and childish smile on his face and a sparkle in his eyes, nodded enthusiastically. "Don't worry, father. I'm ready. You can count on me," he exclaimed happily, innocently. "Leading these people, these lives, it's an important job," the other explained seriously. "Members of our family, they look up to us, they rely on us. It takes strength, power, and confidence to lead. You are to utilize everything I've taught you over the years and go about things like a true businessman. Remember, people depend on your decisions." Choromatsu listened to every word, nodding along as if he were in a trance by the other's speech. "I'll do my best," he assured. "I hope so," the other sighed. "I know you have the tendency to be a bit ditzy at times, but I'm sure I can count on you." Choromatsu blinked and cocked his head dumbly. "Ditzy?" he asked. "Never mind that," the man waved. "Now, we have 2 guests coming in who witnessed Ace take out Maori's boy earlier tonight. As you know, I'm about to head off to catch my flight. I want you to take care of this one by yourself. Interview them, see if we can make use. If not, sentence their execution. Should be an easy enough meeting." The younger son gave the other a big, determined grin. "I can do that." He beamed just a little too eagerly. "I always keep our best interests in mind. Listen, you got some common sense, and that's good." The man poked Choromatsu's chest with his big index finger. "But don't let that big heart of yours get in the way. Remember, this isn't just about the family business, this is about the family. You protect your family. Understand?" With an excited grin lowering more into a formal smile, Choromatsu bowed. "Of course, father. I won't disappoint." Intermission. End chapter 7. Chapter 8, A Friendly Face. The final door was opened and the 2 captives were shoved forward carelessly. First Osomatsu's, then Choromatsu's bags were removed from over their heads by the dangerous-looking escort standing behind them. Osomatsu was quick to scan their new location in a perky demeanor as the other struggled to keep his eyes opened. Choromatsu blinked a few times and squinted, looking around the room cautiously. The room the duo found themselves in was a rather cozy-looking office, furnished with lavish, blue drapes hung over the elegant windows, a large carpet with a tiger and some Chinese characters, an extravagant bookshelf, a beautiful chandelier, and finally, A large business desk sitting at the other end of the room. Seated before them at this desk was a mischievous-looking young man with a sly grin and a lit cigarette between his lips. He hummed curiously and looked over his two guests as the men on either side of the duo bowed in respect. "Master Choromatsu, we've brought the witnesses," one of the men announced submissively. The man at the desk, apparently named Choromatsu, intertwined his fingers and leaned forward, speaking in a deep, luxurious voice. "Thank you," he said. "You may leave them with me." Without another word, the four men obliged and backed away until they were out of the room. With the doors now shut, Osomatsu, Choromatsu, and Choromatsu were alone. "Please, come have a seat," the man welcomed with an amused aura about him. "Let's talk." Osomatsu gulped and stepped forward nervously, sitting in one of two chairs a couple meters from the desk. Choromatsu took another moment to analyze his surroundings, wide-eyed and curious before complying and having a seat beside his partner. He appeared a bit more wakeful than before and gave a small smile. "It's a lot warmer in here," he whispered to himself, relieved. Choromatsu took a drag of his cigarette before taking it from his lips and releasing a cloud of smoke from his lungs. "I've been told you two found yourselves in the wrong place at the wrong time," he said with a poise of power. Listen," Osomatsu began, stammering nervously. "This is all just a big misunderstanding. We don't care that you murdered someone, honest. We won't tell." "Oh, I know you won't," Choromatsu retorted. "Do you know who I am?" Osomatsu looked the man up and down, giving a dry swallow. "I mean, you look pretty important I guess, but I can't say I know your face." "Allow me to introduce myself, then," the other beamed with a dangerous grin. "My name is Choromatsu, heir to the Atterson family estate." "Are you familiar with the name?" Osomatsu's eyes went wide as he listened, brow becoming damp with sweat. "Yayuri." He glanced at the marvelous room they resided in, the expensive furniture, the large paintings on the wall, then looked back at Choromatsu. "You're part of that group? Aren't you guys like a mafia?" "Businessman," Choromatsu sternly corrected. "I don't like to be referred to as a mafia. Well, what are you going to do to us?" Choromatsu took the cigarette from his mouth and patted the ash into a bin, glowing in a villainous confidence that he played off rather well considering his hidden, childlike personality. "I haven't decided yet," he said. "The easiest thing would be to have you killed, though I do have a number of friends from the next country over who might be interested in candidates for a special kind of labor. Either way, after tonight, I will personally make sure you two vanish entirely from the public eye." "Hold on. We're really not a threat to you or yours business," Osomatsu pleaded. "I swear." "It's nothing personal, my dear," Choromatsu said with a pitying grin. "You two simply had a stroke of bad luck." Choromatsu glanced between the two timidly. He didn't want to say anything to make the situation worse and simply listened as Osomatsu begged. Meanwhile, Osomatsu looked Choromatsu in the eye seriously. "Look, you can't kill us," he said. "There's something I have to tell you. If it's a sob story or plea for forgiveness, I'm sure I've heard it before," Choromatsu waved uncaringly. "What I want you to tell me is something else." The man raised a confident, curious brow and hummed with a sly smile, eyeing Osomatsu, then Choromatsu. "You." Choromatsu blinked in surprise. "You haven't said a word since you were brought in," he continued. "What's your name?" Choromatsu briefly glanced at Osomatsu as if asking for permission. "You can call me Choromatsu." "Choromatsu, huh?" Choromatsu laced his fingers together, intrigued. "Tell me, do you know how to dance?" "Dance?" Choromatsu wrinkled his nose in confusion. "No, not really. I have a connection to someone looking for dancers, if you get my gist. I could hand you off to him, though I believe he's in the market for someone a little younger." Although the man played his tough facade well, in all actuality, he wasn't entirely sure what this line of threatening entailed. He'd heard his father roll with it in the past and as of late, but, being the much too innocent idiot he was, readily assumed the threat referred to a more family-friendly type of performance. He continued on like an actor putting on a show, relishing in the big baddie role he was playing. How old are you? He inquired. I'm. Choromatsu closed his eyes and thought hard, trying to translate the conversion rate between his own time counters and that of Earth's. I think I'm about as old as Osomatsu. Which is? Choromatsu glanced at his partner expectantly. Ta 22. Osomatsu mumbled. Not too bad, Choromatsu noted. It was a bit of a surprise, actually. These two witnesses were just as old as he was. What kind of familial backgrounds do you two come from? Not rich ones, if that's what you're asking, Osomatsu remarked. So, what obligation do I have keeping either of you alive? He finally asked. What is it that you can offer me? Osomatsu frowned and jumped back to his initial tactic. Listen, there's something really important you need to know before you do anything to us. He emphasized. Choromatsu's amused smile turned into a low glare as he huffed, putting out his cigarette and tossing it into a bin. Fine, he said. I'm listening. Osomatsu shut his eyes and did a deep breath before regaining eye contact with a grave expression. See, you can't kill us, because... With one more glance to his partner, he continued, blunt and serious. Choromatsu's an alien, and we're on a mission to get him back home. Choromatsu's eyes flew wide in a panic as he turned to the other frantically. Oh, Osomatsu! He nervously exclaimed. Choromatsu remained silent for a long time. His glare had turned into an unamused expression filled with disbelief. He kept an eyebrow raised and allowed the awkwardness sink in before finally responding. I have to give you credit, he mumbled. I can't say I've heard that one before. No, really. It's true. The other insisted. Why do you think we were wandering around the woods alone in the middle of the night? Your defense is that he's an alien, huh? He said with the most exasperated of looks. Yeah. Osomatsu tried to smile. So, we don't even care about you killing some guy, you know. We're just trying to make the best of a bad situation. Several painfully long moments passed with Choromatsu staring unblinkingly. He trilled his fingers once upon the desk. Actually, he began. Maybe we should just proceed with the execution. No, I can prove it. Osomatsu turned to his timid companion with a determined look. Choromatsu, show him. He urged. Show him you're an alien. Oh. Choromatsu looked up at the other worriedly. Are you sure this is a good idea? Yes, now hurry up. Choromatsu plopped his head into his hand and stared at the two with an annoyed glare. I'm not really interested in playing along here, he said. Choromatsu, Osomatsu egged. Oh okay. Choromatsu made eye contact with Choromatsu, observing the man's ominous irritation before giving himself a reassuring breath. Then, he closed his eyes. From there, the transformation began. Choromatsu's eyes grew bigger as he noticed small, black, shadowy petals morph into existence and begin to peel from Choromatsu's skin, fluttering away like mist. Osomatsu watched excitedly as one, then two pairs of arms stretched out from his back and his hair transformed into an inky flame-like wisp. A gentle whoosh like the whispering of the wind accompanied this performance in a big, majestic scene, one that was far too new for a human to comprehend. Choromatsu's mouth opened in wordless bewilderment as he viewed the shape-shifting taking place. Soon, Choromatsu was out of sight. Instead, a tall, creepy alien sat in his place. Choromatsu stared in absolute awe, frozen for only a moment before he jumped to his feet so startled that his chair was knocked to the floor. It crashed onto its side with a loud noise followed by dead silence. The man's hands were trembling, his eyebrows were furrowed, and his mouth was agape. What he just witnessed. What he was staring at this very moment, it was... Ha! He couldn't form any words and only uttered meaningless breaths of surprise. Ha! See? Osomatsu said as he tried to smile. He's not human. Choromatsu didn't take his eyes off the creature for a single moment, locking his gaze with the others. To say he was in shock was an understatement. His reality was shattered in an instant. He felt like he was in some sort of movie, a surreal event only capable of occurring in fiction. An entity, a monster, an otherworldly creature whose omnipotence potentially outweighed Choromatsu's own. A knowledgeable being, here, in his office, sitting before him and this other human. How? How was this possible? Allowing a few seconds to pass, Choromatsu took an uneasy step forward. Then, he got a little closer, and closer until he was standing before the entity and looking up at its awesome height. He swallowed and analyzed its shadowy body, noting that it looked more like a demon than an alien. Then, hesitantly, he raised his shaky hand. Slowly, he reached forward. The alien leaned back slightly, indicating its own unease without the use of facial expressions. Despite this, Choromatsu proceeded. Gently, his fingertips made contact with the foreign skin that was icy to the touch. He only stayed this way for a couple seconds before suddenly retracting his hand and jumping back, unwilling to believe what he was actually seeing. This is... He could barely process his own thoughts. Is this really? I wasn't lying, Osomatsu stated. He really is from another planet. Seeing as the deed was already done, Choromatsu began to transform back into his faux appearance. Upon using the energy it took to do so, Osomatsu caught him cringing. He was taking special care not to irritate the wound and still seemed relatively fatigued. As Choromatsu watched him transform again, he took another uneasy step back. I didn't even know aliens existed, Choromatsu whispered shakily. What's even going on? Yeah, the whole situation is kind of crazy, Osomatsu noted. Bringing a hand to his head dizzily, Choromatsu looked to the ground and said, I don't know what to make of all this. Choromatsu glanced between the two humans with a hint of confusion. I suppose it shouldn't be surprising to me that humans are unaware of the existence of life outside their own planet, he remarked. I mean, this is a species still unfamiliar with space travel, so it only makes sense. Choromatsu made eye contact with Choromatsu once more. You're, really, truly, an alien? He asked. I suppose, by your definition of alien, then. He pondered aloud. To you, yes. But why did? Choromatsu's gaze dropped again as he stared hard at the ground, trying his best to wrap his head around everything that was coming to fruition before his very eyes. I'm truly at a loss for words, he admitted. Something like this happening was probably the last thing I would have expected tonight. He squinted over at Osomatsu curiously. If Choromatsu's from space then, what does that make you? Well... Osomatsu averted his gaze. I'm the guy he abducted. So, you're human? Yeah. I see. Choromatsu gave Choromatsu a nervous frown, hunched slightly from the pain in his side. By acknowledging me as a separate species from your own, could this somehow change your desired fate for us? He asked. Yes, it's... For the very first time, Choromatsu showed a genuine, happy smile. It was an excited smile, like an innocent child meeting his favorite superhero. He looked much less intimidating when the front he put on was taken away. It's amazing! He exclaimed in growing energy. I can't believe this is happening. You're an alien. An actual alien. From a whole different planet. Choromatsu tried to smile under his pained expression. I'm flattered you're so thrilled to meet me, he beamed. Although you're only the second human I've spoken to, I've never been given such a sweet reaction before. Yeah, that's because you're not doing experiments on him, Osomatsu muttered with a glare. Choromatsu's smile was bright and eager as he spoke. I have so many questions I want to ask you. I want to know everything. The man did a little laugh as he ran his fingers through his hair, trying to calm his excited, fluttering heart. An alien, here, in my office. He relished. Tell me, how far away is your planet? What's it called? And what does it look like? Are girls cute in your species? There are just so many things I want to learn about. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you might have, Choromatsu replied. It's a rare opportunity for me to teach such an intelligent animal about our way of life. I am but a humble businessman's son before you, Choromatsu said with a bow. It's an absolute honor to become acquainted with an entity with such a mystical background. I'm flattered, Choromatsu gushed, withdrawing one of his extra alien arms to shyly rub the back of his neck. Choromatsu brought a pondering finger to his chin as he continued. Your existence, this revelation, it changes so much. Everything I was agnostic about before, it's all become a reality. You don't understand how mind-boggling this is. I suppose it's hard for me to understand it, but it's clear by your behavior that this is quite an exciting surprise, Choromatsu reasoned. It really is. Choromatsu laughed heartily. Who knew a human's entire demeanor could change with such a simple revelation? Choromatsu wondered aloud. You looked so scary before, but now you seem so docile. Well, nothing like this has ever happened before. He stepped closer with big, sparkling eyes. It's exciting. It's, well, life-changing. I really still can't even believe this. You're an alien. Osomatsu cleared his throat and interrupted meekly. So, would now be a bad time to ask that you not kill us? Osomatsu's question seemed to snap Choromatsu back into reality. His smile faded as he formed a more thoughtful look. He brought a finger to his chin and looked down in uncertainty. Right. This is quite an unexpected turn of events, he stated. My job was to either sell you two off or have you killed. But now, how does Choromatsu's identity change this? Choromatsu turned and began pacing before the two, getting lost in his own thoughts. I mean, regardless of who you are, it still reigns true that you're a witness to an assassination performed by one of our men, he weighed. I'm expected to make sure you two are taken care of. We can't have any witnesses walking free. But, you wouldn't kill an alien, right? Osomatsu persuaded. That's just an insult to the whole field of the paranormal. And besides, he looked Choromatsu in the eyes. If his alien friends came here to rescue us and found out you had him taken out, what do you think they would do to you? Choromatsu eyed the other, considering his words carefully. After a few moments spent pondering, Choromatsu sighed and gave a defeated chuckle. I suppose it would be much too high a risk to have either of you killed, he admitted. I wouldn't want to bring the wrath of an entire alien race down upon Earth. Exactly. Osomatsu smiled. After all, special circumstances must be adhered to when they arise, Choromatsu said with a returning grin. However, I can't just let you to wander free. I have to protect my family. Choromatsu cocked his head at this statement. Protect your family? He repeated curiously. Is that, by any chance, why you had the other human killed? Were you protecting your family? Choromatsu gave a small laugh. Yes, you could say that, my foreign friend, he replied with a wink. Protecting those I love is my top priority, and it's what drives this job. I see. Choromatsu scrunched his nose with a disturbed look. Although humans seem relatively docile around other animals, they're particularly aggressive towards their own kind, aren't they? It's a complicated world we live in, Choromatsu sighed with a sad smile. So, maybe you could just pretend you had us killed or something. Osomatsu suggested. Choromatsu shook his head. Non, my dear, he tutted. I'm afraid I can't do that, either. Well then, what are you planning on doing with us? Choromatsu twisted his lips thoughtfully. There is, I believe, something that can be arranged. Which is? Choromatsu gave his two prisoners a warm, welcoming smile. In order to supervise your whereabouts and keep tabs on your actions, I can provide for you two a place to stay for the time being. This will also allow us time to investigate Osomatsu's background to determine the risk factor in letting him walk free. Does that sound fair? I have to say, Osomatsu gave a big, toothy grin. Sounds much better than death. Then, I will instruct my men not to harm you two any further, Choromatsu said. Let's get you two out of those handcuffs and get going. Thank you, Choromatsu, Choromatsu said with a grateful smile. Is there a motel or something nearby we'll be staying in? Osomatsu asked. No, not at all, Choromatsu practically sang. Eh? Then, where are we staying? Choromatsu gave a cool HMPH and brought a finger and thumb to his chin. While we await Choromatsu's rescue, I'll be having you two stay here. Osomatsu pulled back with an air. Entirely taken off guard by this piece of information. We're staying in a mafia house. He exclaimed. That sounds scary. Are you sure you want us staying here with you? It's fine, Choromatsu chuckled. Besides, my reason is more selfish than anything. The man stepped forward and gave Choromatsu a big grin. I mean, just how often do you come across an alien stranded on Earth? He hummed. You two will have shelter, and I'll get to ask Choromatsu anything I want. I mean, I guess that makes sense, Osomatsu tried to laugh. But you said you're just the son of the mafia boss, right? What about your dad? Is he going to be, well... My father is out of town on a business trip, Choromatsu explained. So you don't have to worry about him. It'll just be us three in the main living quarters. Well... Osomatsu shrugged. If you're really fine letting two random strangers stay over at your place, then, thanks I guess. The eldest turned to the alien with a supportive smile. You feeling any better? He asked. Can you stand up? Yeah, Choromatsu nodded. I still hurt, but it's much warmer in here than it is outside. Oh. Choromatsu perked up and hurried to his alien guest, kneeling before him. He carefully reached forward and examined the wound beneath his shirt. I didn't even realize you were hurt. It's more of a gash than anything, said the other. Choromatsu let go of the damp shirt and glanced at his hand, observing the black blood now staining his fingertips. No, this is no good, he mumbled. Let's get you two out of this office so we can get some first aid. Thank you, he smiled. Choromatsu helped Choromatsu stand as the three walked over to the entrance. Choromatsu opened the door and was greeted by four shady men, all of whom bowed respectfully in his presence. Master Choromatsu, they greeted. Special circumstances have been brought to my attention, so there's going to be a change of plans, Choromatsu announced. Unlock our guests' handcuffs and disperse. Yes, sir. The man with the key stepped forward and quickly removed their bindings. Osomatsu and Choromatsu rubbed their now freed wrists, massaging the pained areas. Afterwards, the man stepped back in line and allowed the two to follow as Choromatsu began down the hall. Soon, the four men were out of sight. It was a bit of a walk through several hallways to get to the living quarters of the manor, and they made use of their time with friendly conversation. Allow me to formally welcome you to the Atterson estate, Choromatsu and Osomatsu, Choromatsu grinned. Sorry for the trouble, Osomatsu chuckled nervously while scratching the back of his neck. Are you kidding? Choromatsu turned and grabbed Choromatsu by the hands, looking him in the eyes with a sparkling expression. I'm just dying to have a conversation with you two. It's no trouble, at all. He laughed and let go, continuing their walk as he continued. I want to hear every detail. He beamed. Tell me about the universe, about Choromatsu's alien species, about Osomatsu's abduction, I want to know everything. He gave the other two a look with a knowing smile. Rest assured, your secret is safe with me. We'll see how things play out, but I can probably even keep it from my father. Choromatsu cocked his head as once again Choromatsu's dad was brought into the conversation. So, your father? He began curiously. You're still a pretty young human then, aren't you? Considering you still reside in his nest and all. Yeah, though I'm becoming that age where I should probably look into getting a place of my own, Choromatsu replied. Though to be honest, I'm a little naive when it comes to how the real world works. My father always says I'm much too innocent. Innocent, huh? Osomatsu huffed. That was one hell of a facade you put on, then. Yeah, he said with a faint laugh. Though sometimes, I don't think I was meant to be, as you would call it, a mafia boss. So. Choromatsu continued his line of intrigued questioning. You've talked about your father, but what about your mother? Where is she? Oh. Choromatsu turned away and grew quiet. It's a long story. I wouldn't want to bore you with such personal affairs. I see. Osomatsu twisted his lips thoughtfully, glancing down at the ground as a thought crossed his mind. Speaking of parents. He began hesitantly. Choromatsu, I was wondering. Do you think I can make a phone call? Choromatsu eyed the other with a hesitant expression. Oh. He mumbled. Well. That's not something I can readily allow you to do, considering our current situation. I don't want the public to know you're here. I just need to call home, he tried to explain with pleading eyes. After this asshole abducted me a few days ago, I can only assume I've become a missing person. I just want my parents to know that I'm okay. A missing person, huh? Choromatsu raised a brow. You haven't contacted anyone since your disappearance? No, I haven't had the opportunity to, Osomatsu said. I can't have you telling anyone your current whereabouts, you know. What if I just call to check in with them? I won't tell them where I'm at or who I'm with, I promise. Choromatsu gave a thoughtful hum. I should probably tell you no, he sighed, conflicted. Dad probably wouldn't want you making outgoing calls. Damn it, you're really putting me in a weird spot here. I just want them to know I'm not dead so they don't have to worry, Osomatsu assured. I can't imagine how they must be feeling right now. I suppose, it shouldn't be much of a problem if I'm with you when you make the call. Choromatsu hummed hesitantly. But, the call can't be any longer than 2 minutes. 2 minutes? Osomatsu questioned. I don't want the police tracking the call, he explained. I don't need the unwanted attention or, even worse, a scandal. Osomatsu formed a faint smile. That's fine. I just don't want them to worry. The trio continued walking along through the mansion before eventually, Choromatsu opened the door to a luxurious living room. The two guests were in awe at how comfortable and rather kingly it was. The host was quick to take Choromatsu by the hands and pull him to the couch. When Choromatsu sat, he bounced lightly upon the soft texture. Sit tight, I'll get you bandaged up, Choromatsu said with a warm smile. Osomatsu stood awkwardly in the center of the room, glancing about as Choromatsu began digging through a cupboard. After a minute or so, he found the first aid kit and hurried back to his alien guest. He flicked the lock up and opened the case, first grabbing some alcohol wipes and looking at Choromatsu curiously. I should ask, he began. Is alcohol fine to treat the wound with? Yeah, alcohol will be fine, Choromatsu replied. Choromatsu lifted his shirt to show off the gash that was covered in a sticky, black substance. Choromatsu's eyes went wide as he again stared at what was actually, really, truly alien blood. He gulped before going in to clean the wound, mumbling to himself, so cool. At this time, Osomatsu finally spotted the phone. It was a black wired phone sitting on a stand on the other end of the room. He took a step forward and glanced at Choromatsu, softly pointing to it to non-verbally ask for confirmation. Choromatsu responded with a nod. 2 minutes, he reminded. The blue button puts it on speaker. Osomatsu complied and picked up the telephone, bringing it to his ear and pushing the blue button. Now, everyone in the room could listen as he slowly began dialing his home phone number. He wasn't exactly sure what to expect, but hopefully his parents wouldn't be too frantic. Though, if they were, what could he even say to them in less than 2 minutes that would make things all right? He had no idea how he could comfort them. It would be difficult providing reassurance without being able to tell them where he was or when he'd be home. How could he explain himself? His family. They probably thought he was dead. They had no idea what had happened to him. They had no idea what he'd been through or if he was even okay. Calling them just without being able to tell them the truth yet, it almost seemed cruel. Like a tease. Admitting that he was actually abducted by aliens was an option, but it wasn't something he wanted to do over the phone. Considering the situation and absurdity of his claim, they probably wouldn't believe him and would just be left feeling even more concerned. By now, the phone was ringing on the other end. He gulped, readying himself mentally for what was going to be one of the toughest conversations he could have. He just had to hurry and get it over with. Hello? Matsuno residence. The voice that greeted him was that of an older woman's, and Osomatsu felt a little warm finally hearing it again. Mom? Oh. Osomatsu. Matsuyo's blood stopped cold, nearly dropping the phone in shock upon hearing her beloved son's voice after what felt like so long. Osomatsu, is that you? A faint smile formed on Osomatsu's face as he gave a breathy chuckle. Yeah, it's me. He confirmed in a relieved whisper. Oh my God. Muffled in the background, Matsuyo was quick to call out to her husband. Dear, come quick. She cried out frantically. It's Osomatsu. Another voice became audible, this one sounding much further away. What? There was movement and ruffling noises as Matsuzu raced to the phone. Osomatsu. Osomatsu tried to smile, his heart sinking further with every passing second. Hi Dad. He greeted breathlessly. I'm right here. You're. Matsuzu's voice broke down in his overexcitement. You're okay. My son, he's okay. With tears in her eyes, Matsuyo was quick to start asking questions in a panic. Osomatsu, where have you been? Well, where are you right now? Are you okay? Are you in any danger? I'm fine, Mom, I promise, Osomatsu tried to assuage. It's okay. Were you taken? Did somebody kidnap you? Well. He scratched the back of his head with a weak smile. I guess you could say I was abducted, yeah. My baby. Matsuyo hiccuped between sobs, relishing in the sweet sound of her only son's voice. Did they hurt you? What did they do? It's kind of a long story, the other side. I don't really have time to explain it all right now. My God, I'm just so relieved to hear you, Osomatsu. She sniffled. It's been over 6 months now. Osomatsu blinked and furrowed his brow in confusion. Well, wait, what? He glanced over at Choromatsu and Choromatsu in uncertainty. What do you mean 6 months? It's only been a week. Osomatsu. His mother's voice softened with a hint of unease herself. You've been gone since April. It's October. October. It was October. Was it really October? That doesn't make any sense, he tried to argue in growing bewilderment. It's only been a week. Or, that's what I thought. How the hell had it been 6 months since he'd left Earth? That couldn't be right at all. After all, he was on that ship for several days, then he immediately ended up in that wormhole. Could it be? Osomatsu gave a dry swallow. I didn't realize. I thought it had only been a week. No, dear, it's been half a year. If the worry wasn't apparent in her voice before, it certainly was now. Her missing son was calling out of the blue, seemingly disoriented. This made him feel so much worse. He glanced Choromatsu's way with a soft glare. He couldn't help but to blame him for this. We've been so worried about you, Matsuyo continued in a broken whisper. We've been searching everywhere. The police have been working but they never found anything. Matsuyo brought a hand to her mouth as she gave a shaky inhale. I've been so worried. I'm so sorry, Mom. Where are you right now? Osomatsu frowned as his chest tightened, feeling worse and worse with every passing second. He hated every moment of this conversation. I can't tell you, he finally said. You can't tell me? His mother asked, confused and disheartened. No, not yet, Osomatsu shook his head. I'm sorry. Why can't you tell me? What's going on? Please. Osomatsu did a big, long inhale, then exhale. Mom, listen, he began seriously. I'm in a complicated situation right now, so I can't tell you much. I can't tell you where I am or who I'm with, but I promise I'll explain everything soon. For now, I just needed to call so you knew I was okay. Osomatsu. I didn't want anyone thinking I was dead, so. Osomatsu listened as his mother's voice quivered, tears falling from her face. Please, she begged. We can contact the police. We can bring you home. Mom. We can save you. Please, just give me something, anything. I really, really can't, Mom, he replied softly. But, I promise I'm safe. I'm okay. I'm not hurt, no one's hurt me. I'll find my way back home soon. There was a pause. Osomatsu allowed the silence to ensue for a few long moments before he heard Matsuyo get close to the phone in a hushed whisper. Oh. She was almost too afraid to ask. Are the people who kidnapped you in the room with you? Osomatsu hesitated, glancing his companion's way. Well, yeah, kind of. She hiccuped, fragile from such an emotionally taxing situation. I want my son back, she said to anyone but Osomatsu. I want him back home, please. I'm begging you. Choromatsu gave a deep sigh and stood from the couch, walking to the other end of the phone and folding his arms. He gave Osomatsu an awkward look and flicked his eyes down at the phone in a sorry gesture. Osomatsu understood. His time was up. Mom, I have to go, he said suddenly. I promise I'll contact you again as soon as I'm able to, and I promise I'll be safe. Please, just take care of yourself and Dad, okay? Wait, Osomatsu, don't go yet. Osomatsu shut his eyes and chewed on his bottom lip anxiously, knowing nothing he could say would help the situation any further. I love you, he said. Be safe. Before Matsuyo had the chance to call out to her son one last time, Osomatsu clicked the phone back onto the landline. The call was finished. He hoped he did okay. Sorry, Choromatsu apologized with an uncomfortable smile. That wasn't a fun conversation to have. But it was over. Hopefully his parents would be okay. Your parents sound very worried about you, Choromatsu piped in. Osomatsu glared at the other and scowled. Yeah, they are. Of course they're going to worry when their son has suddenly disappeared off the face of the earth. He marched forward with fists clenched as he continued. Not to mention, I haven't just been missing for a week, I've been gone for 6 months. Choromatsu looked down and twiddled with his thumbs timidly. I don't know what that means. It means that the wormhole didn't just transport us across space, Osomatsu growled. It transported us through time. Oh. The alien averted his gaze awkwardly. Yes, that can happen. The good news is that our emergency rescue teams can track the linear output of the wormhole that swallowed us up, meaning they're able to rescue us at the correct time. As Osomatsu rubbed his temples in frustration, Choromatsu returned to Choromatsu's side and knelt, finishing up his first aid work and putting away the kit. Choromatsu looked at him with a grateful smile. Thank you again, he said. It's very nice of you to bandage me up. Of course. Choromatsu beamed with a bright smile. It's not a problem at all. As Choromatsu set the kit aside, Osomatsu plopped down in a soft chair across from the others. Choromatsu turned to him seriously. Look, whatever happens, I'll do everything I can to make sure you get back home, he assured. You better, Osomatsu warned. You promised. Choromatsu hummed and glanced between the two before plopping down beside the alien with an intrigued grin. So, a wormhole? He questioned excitedly. Is that how you two ended up here? Yeah, Osomatsu sighed as he rested his head in the palm of his hand. I was abducted by these guys to be tested on about a week ago. Then today, their ship fell into a wormhole. Choromatsu and I found ourselves stranded in the woods together and were just looking for help when we saw that thing happen. Choromatsu pointed hesitantly at Choromatsu, taken entirely by curiosity. And he was the one who abducted you? He asked. Choromatsu turned to him and smiled formally. No, I'm simply the behaviorist assigned to his case, he explained. My job is to translate an animal's needs while observing its personality and behavior. So then, just to clarify one more time, you're really, honest to God from space? Choromatsu asked with growing, childish excitement. Well, I mean, I have my own planet of course, Choromatsu chuckled. It's just very far away. And, your people, you all look like what you showed me before. He questioned further. Like some weird, ghostly creature. The alien gave the other an amused look. Do you find my natural form intimidating, Choromatsu? He asked. Well. A little, yes. He admitted with a laugh. Don't worry, I'm not that scary, Choromatsu said with a polite smile. Are you some sort of shapeshifter? Yes, he nodded. My people have the ability to extract DNA from any given target and mimic its appearance and language. So then, you can turn into anything? Choromatsu asked. As long as I've extracted its DNA, yes. Wow. Choromatsu looked at the other with sparkling eyes and a big, hopeful smile. Can you transform again? I want to see. He exclaimed. I want to make sure I haven't gone crazy. Choromatsu accepted his request with a smile before bringing his extra 2 pairs of arms into existence. They were long, black, and wispy, just like his original appearance. It made him look like some sort of spider-human. Choromatsu's eyes went huge like a baby's as he examined them in awe. Oh, the alien laughed. Your eyes just got so big. I mean, this is just so. With an elated smile, Choromatsu slowly reached forward, soon bringing his own hand to one of Choromatsu's. Their fingertips touched, one warm, the other cold. Gently their fingers intertwined and held each other curiously. Then, Choromatsu brought his other hand to another one of Choromatsu's and did the same. Like a child, he bore an expression of absolute excitement and waved Choromatsu's hands in his grasp. Amazing. He uttered. Again Choromatsu chuckled with a blush forming across his cheeks. You're embarrassing me, he said. I'm not used to this much attention. The alien reached out with one of his unoccupied alien hands and began petting Choromatsu's soft hair, running his fingers between every smooth strand. You humans are so cute, he gushed. How funny. You were so scary before, what happened? Choromatsu gave a sad smile. I'm not very good at being a businessman, he admitted. Don't tell anyone. I do my best, but at the end of the day, I don't think I was cut out for it. Not at all, Choromatsu cooed as he continued petting the other lovingly. You're so docile and sweet, it really is a considerable contrast, you know. Thank you, the other beamed. To be honest, I don't know why I was born into this family. My heart is full of so much love, it's hard putting on a tough facade. Osomatsu made a sick face at the man's painful expressions as he watched the two innocently holding hands, gushing and chuckling at each other. Gross. Are you two lovebirds just about done? He asked, unamused. Choromatsu turned to Osomatsu energetically, still holding on to the other. Osomatsu, how can you not be as amazed as I am? He questioned in disbelief. Isn't the existence of aliens an amazing revelation to you? Don't you see how incredibly lucky we are to bear witness to such a monumental event? Osomatsu hummed and folded his arms, thinking hard without actually putting in the effort like the idiot he was. I mean, I guess, he shrugged. For the first 5 minutes. But then I got to know how shallow this asshole is, all the while I'm being tested on by his team. The second oldest glanced at the third curiously, letting go of his hands and allowing his own to fall to his lap. So you guys were experimenting on him? He wondered, morbidly intrigued. What exactly did you do to him? Well, I'm just the behaviorist, myself, Choromatsu clarified. My main focus is on social, emotional, and cognitive response to given stimuli. If you wanted to know more about the specific tests we've been running, you'd have to consult the specialists I work with, you know, the doctor, the neurologist, the physicist, anemologist, and so on. Do you study a lot of different species? Yes. Choromatsu grinned. We intend on researching every living creature in existence. We do so to further our understanding of life, the universe, and the sciences that come with. He smiled dreamily. There's so much to explore, so many aspects of reality to uncover. It's truly wonderful. How long have your people been studying humans? Osomatsu is our first human specimen, the alien explained. Although Earth's theoretical existence has been known for quite some time, its physical discovery and exploration is only a recent event. I see, Choromatsu nodded. So your people are studying all of Earth's animals right now? That is correct, the other confirmed. Your planet is just another vessel to explore on our never-ending list. We've explored many planets with life-sustaining capabilities and many ends of space within this dimension, but our work is far from complete. There's still so much to discover in the vast eternity of this physical plane. Amazing, he ogled breathlessly. You've probably seen so many cool things out there. I've seen some pretty awesome stuff, Choromatsu chuckled. It's certainly a fascinating job studying the evolution and development of life and living organisms. Very exciting. But. Choromatsu's smile wavered as he looked down. I'm not really used to working with more intellectually complex animals, he said. Despite looking no different from many other species, yours is remarkably advanced. He regained eye contact, smile wilting even further. Based on what I've gathered studying Osomatsu, I'd even go as far to say that humans are the most intelligent species we've discovered thus far. That is, excluding ourselves, of course. Really? Choromatsu cocked his head. I thought there'd be plenty of intelligent aliens out there. You'd be quite surprised, Choromatsu said. My people are the most superior of living beings because, when the planes of existence were birthed and matter came into formation, our planet was the first to develop life. We're far more advanced than others could even dream of. That being said, however, Choromatsu gave a thoughtful frown. The longer I study you humans, the more time I spend with you, the more taken aback I am. I'm not accustomed to having such sophisticated conversations with another species. I'm not used to seeing so much competence and self-awareness outside of my own race. You humans, you've developed morals and ethics just like us. After being here on Earth, I can even perceive your own culture of technology. He pursed his lips, toying with his fingers as he thought deeper about his lifestyle. It makes me wonder about our practices. In what way? Choromatsu asked curiously. Well, just ask Osomatsu, Choromatsu said, attracting the man's attention. He knows what sorts of things we put our specimens through. When they become as advanced as you humans are though, it makes me wonder where we need to draw the line. Is it really okay to keep an animal in captivity when it shares so much in common with ourselves? When does it become immoral? Osomatsu huffed and folded his arms. What do you think I've been trying to explain to you all week? He scowled. Look, when someone in my position hears it from an inferior animal, the idea just doesn't click the same, he tried to explain. The very concept of another animal being as competent as ourselves is completely foreign to me and my people. If it's possible that another creature could be as competent, could that creature perhaps be just as superior, as well? Although his words seemed silly to Osomatsu, it was clear Choromatsu was struggling to comprehend this new ideology. Actually seeing him even try to do so in the first place, it was certainly a change. The man wasn't used to Choromatsu questioning himself like this. Usually he was set on his own alien morals and principles, but the seed of doubt had been planted. Perhaps the change was triggered by their coming to Earth. As much as Osomatsu was compelled to ridicule the alien, he bit his tongue and sat back. Yeah, well, sounds like you have a bit of thinking to do. As their line of dialogue reached its end point, Osomatsu glanced around the room in search of inspiration for their next topic of conversation. He hummed and trilled his fingers along the armrest of the chair, weighing different options before suddenly gasping and perking up. He turned to Choromatsu in an alarmed state. Choromatsu, he cried out. I almost forgot. Choromatsu raised a brow, intrigued by his sudden shift in energy. Oh? What is it? He asked. Osomatsu leaned forward, eyes wide and pleading. You. He stared the other down with a serious and set aura about him. You don't happen to have any food, do you? Choromatsu glanced at Choromatsu before nodding his head. Yeah, of course I do. Please, I'll literally eat anything, Osomatsu begged. Instant ramen, chips, beer, anything. All I've eaten all week is the dog food these aliens have been feeding me. Choromatsu chuckled. In that case, yeah, we can whip something up. He turned to his alien guest curiously. You hungry? Choromatsu returned Choromatsu's friendly gaze with a sad smile. Unfortunately, I don't think I'll be able to safely consume any food you have here, as I'm not sure what would and wouldn't be poisonous to me, he explained. I'd use one of my tools to scan your food's chemical makeup, but all of my equipment got fried in that wormhole. Is that so? Choromatsu brought a finger to his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps just some water would suffice, then. Choromatsu beamed at the suggestion. Yes, water will do just fine. He smiled. Then, I'll get you a glass of water. The man turned to Osomatsu as he continued. Osomatsu, let's head into the kitchen and find you something. Osomatsu did a big, relieved sigh and hopped to his feet. Finally, thank goodness. Choromatsu watched as Choromatsu stood from the couch and joined Osomatsu by his side as they exited the room. Follow me. Lead the way. Within moments, their voices faded down the hall and the alien was left by himself to sit upon the soft couch. It was an awkward few moments as Choromatsu allowed the loneliness to sink in. This was the first time he'd been alone since his last lunch break ages ago. Up until now, if he wasn't spending time on the clock with Osomatsu, he was going over his notes with coworkers and collaborating. It was kind of nice being left alone to breathe for a minute. Choromatsu looked up and around, taking in the sights of a human's nest. Fascinating for sure, a real human's dwellings. His eyes first fell upon the phone Osomatsu used, quite the handy little thing. A cute, archaic means of communication via long distance. He was rather impressed humans had evolved to develop such technology. He'd already seen lights, cars, and guns, and was only becoming further enthralled by the human's knack for invention. Although the technology being presented to him was far, far from advanced, it was fun to acknowledge. It wasn't like he was aware of any other specimen with this level of tinkering. His eyes wandered to a large houseplant sitting in the corner of the living room. Another foreign guest of the house. Was the living specimen used for decoration purposes? Or perhaps was it a way to bring a bit of nature inside the home? He enjoyed its harmless presence, nonetheless. From there, he looked over at what appeared to be a black picture frame on the wall. He'd seen other pictures hanging up in the hallway, but those all had discernible images held inside. This one was completely blank and quite large. He wondered what its purpose was. Moving on, he noted a long blanket-like material draped from the ceiling against the wall. He cocked his head and stood, cringing slightly from the movement before approaching the fabric. Kneeling, he lifted the corner and felt its smooth texture against his fingers. Then he pulled the blanket one direction, finding that it appeared to slide along a simple mechanism attached to the ceiling. When the curtain was opened, his eyes went wide. There, off in the distance beneath the full moon, was a glowing city. Hundreds of dark structures illuminated by windows seeping light were apparent, making up a whole collection of human nests. Some of them were small, and others were large, at least 20 stories. There were some that were short but wide that he could imagine would potentially house 100 humans. These man-made buildings were gorgeous at night, and he was mesmerized by the simplistic beauty of it all. He'd never seen an animal with such technology before. Hell, the most he'd ever seen from an animal was the ability to make tools of objects in its environment. These were more than just tools, these were inventions. Choromatsu stared off in awe for a few minutes, allowing the scenery to set in before closing the curtain and turning back to the room. He strolled back to the couch and sat down politely, glancing around until his eyes fell upon a strange device sitting on the armrest. He reached over and picked it up, examining the rectangular mechanism speckled with soft buttons. He wondered what it could possibly be capable of. Each button had a unique color and symbol on it and appeared to be arranged aesthetically and for convenience. He brushed his thumb along several squishy buttons, soon stopping over a nice green one. He hesitated, then pushed it. Nothing happened. Even more curious, he began pushing other buttons too. He pushed a blue one, an orange one, a gray one, and finally, a circular red one on the top. When he pushed this last one, however, something happened. Choromatsu let out a frightened gasp as noise blared from across the room. He looked up quickly to see that the object, looking no different from a black box, had suddenly sprouted colors and movement. Oh. It only took a moment before he realized what he was looking at. It was a TV. Or, a colorized monitor displaying video data from another source. He got up again and approached it carefully, examining its contents and the machinery that made it up. On the screen, he could see other humans talking and interacting. He briefly considered the idea of this being a video call, but quickly dismissed it. He gently touched the glass, feeling the warmth generated by electricity beyond the screen. When up close enough, he could make out pixels in the display. How intriguing. Ah, figured out the TV, huh? Choromatsu jumped in surprise and turned to see Osomatsu and Choromatsu entering the room. With a guilty look, he waved his hands innocently. I apologize, he said. I was just analyzing my surroundings. It's fine, Choromatsu chuckled with a wave. Choromatsu looked over the plate Osomatsu held in his hand and cocked his head. What is it? He inquired curiously. Osomatsu plopped down in a chair and set aside a can of beer, raising his chopsticks with an elated grin. Sushi. He sang. What is sushi? Choromatsu asked dumbly. Osomatsu giggled as Choromatsu handed the alien a cup of water and led him back to the couch. It's fish, he replied. That is, rice and meat. Ah, I see. Choromatsu sat back down on the comfortable couch and looked down at his cup. He analyzed the pristine, clear water before sniffing it carefully. It smelled slightly different from the water on his home planet, but it was obvious that it was the same substance. He took a modest sip and tasted it, his body relieved to be drinking water again. Ah, he sighed, content. I didn't realize how dehydrated I had become. Thank you, Choromatsu. Osomatsu took a big bite of his sushi, chewing and humming happily as he indulged. Once he swallowed, he took a swig of beer. Ah, so good! He exclaimed. Oh, how I've missed people food. Choromatsu looked Choromatsu up and down with a frown. You're not going to eat? He asked. Oh no, I'm fine, he assured. I ate before you two arrived. Though. With a sly grin, he pulled out another can of beer from behind his back. I won't miss out on a drink, he said playfully. Huh? Choromatsu looked down at his glass of water, then eyed Osomatsu and Choromatsu's cans of liquid. He cocked his head curiously. Is that also water? No, this is beer, Choromatsu corrected. A little light bulb appeared over Choromatsu's head as he formed a big smile in understanding. Ah. I know. That's the alcoholic drink Osomatsu said humans enjoy. Yep, and I'm finally getting some with or without your permission, Osomatsu sneered, though it was clear his irritation was well outweighed by his elation. Choromatsu took another sip of his water as each enjoyed their own refreshments. I'm surprised to see you humans have already developed televisions, Choromatsu noted, eyeing the idol singer that was playing on the program they were watching. Yeah, we're not dumb, Osomatsu pouted. Choromatsu formed a warm smile as he looked the TV idol up and down. That human is really cute, he grinned. That's an interesting getup it has on, too. Oh, Nya-chan. Osomatsu shrugged and took another swig of his beer. I don't really pay that much attention to idols. She looks okay, I guess, maybe a little plain. Just how technologically advanced is your species? The alien asked. Choromatsu brought a finger to his chin and looked up in thought. Well. I mean, I think we're progressing just a little bit every day. We have cell phones, cars, airplanes, virtual reality. Oh. You have virtual reality? Choromatsu seemed ecstatic to hear this. I don't have any in the house, but it's been invented, Choromatsu smiled. Choromatsu stopped and thought for a moment, his smile turning into a curious frown. Wait, he wondered. How developed a virtual reality are we talking? With hand gestures, Choromatsu tried to explain. We have these helmets and headphones you put on your head, he said. They detect movement and make it look like you're in a different world. Ah. So, not literal virtual reality like I'm accustomed to, Choromatsu replied with a pitted smile. Just the most basic, archaic exploration into the field. Still impressive though. What kind of virtual reality do you have? Our virtual reality doesn't require a headset, Choromatsu explained. What we do is transport the atoms of our target into coordinates -357, 982 in sector 5x381p of dimension A1-33. To put it simply, you can think of this as sort of a blank dimension. An empty canvas, if you will. At this control point we can simulate endless scenarios for any purpose. Choromatsu's eyes went wide upon hearing this. Whoa! He exclaimed. You mean, you actually travel between dimensions in order to create your own reality? That is correct, the other grinned. I've experienced it myself for training purposes. I'd kill to experience that. He chuckled. I don't think I could get that approved with those in charge. Choromatsu blinked and cocked his head thoughtfully. Though, now that you bring up the idea, it would be an interesting way to conduct our human experimentation. Heh! Choromatsu grinned Choromatsu's way. By the way, Choromatsu, I wanted to ask, would you be willing to do something for me? Sure. All right, wait here. Choromatsu energetically hopped from his seat and hurried off out of the room. Osomatsu and Choromatsu gave each other curious glances and waited a minute or so until he eventually returned, his hands cupped around something small. With a big, excited grin on his face, he sat down beside Choromatsu and turned to him. Don't make any sudden movements, he warned. Are you ready? Choromatsu tightened his lips seriously and nodded, unsure what to expect. After all, he was suddenly being offered something by another creature in its nest on a strange planet. What was he supposed to expect? Choromatsu smiled as he slowly moved his hands. There was something small in his palm, something fragile and colorful and soft. Choromatsu's eyes went wide as he perceived what exactly it was that Choromatsu was presenting to him, a tiny, beautiful finch. Upon being freed, it perked up its little head and glanced around innocently, giving one or two chirrups. Choromatsu was in awe at first, simply marveling at the creature before breaking into a big smile. It's beautiful, he said, leaning in cautiously. What is it? It's a bird. Can I touch it? Choromatsu nodded, giving him the go-ahead. The alien gently reached down with one finger and lightly pet the bird's head, feeling its wonderful feathers as it sang in response. I wanted to see if you could transform into this, Choromatsu explained. You said your species are shapeshifters, right? Oh. A calm smile overtook Choromatsu's face. That's all you wanted? Yes, please. Choromatsu beamed with puppy dog eyes. Choromatsu laughed. If you're really that eager, then sure, I can change for you, he said. Do you mind if I hold it? Go ahead. Be gentle. Choromatsu reached out and cupped his hands, allowing Choromatsu to carefully set the bird in his palms. It was so light, as if it weighed nothing at all. He could feel its tiny feet on his skin and its soft feathers brush against his fingers. It's so little. He gushed softly. Her name is Akari, said Choromatsu. We have 2 other finches, as well. I see. Choromatsu leaned in close to the finch, looking into its eyes brightly. Let's see what things look like through your eyes, little bird. With a soft smile, Choromatsu leaned in and shut his eyes. He gently touched his lips against the bird's beak, extracting its DNA with nothing more than a peck. Then, before everybody's very eyes, he began to transform. His skin flourished out like a dark flame as his body changed. His being grew smaller and smaller, finally setting the bird onto the couch as it became too big to hold. Then, as quickly as it began, it ended. Now, sitting on the couch before the 2 humans, were 2 tiny finches. Choromatsu's eyes went huge as he hopped down and knelt, resting his chin and hands on the couch cushion. Ah! He's a bird now. He practically squealed. He's really, truly a bird now. This is so amazing. Choromatsu reached out and softly petted the little Choromatsu with a single finger, absolutely enthralled by his appearance. Choromatsu chirruped happily in response. I can't believe what I'm seeing. He continued. Osomatsu, isn't this awesome? Osomatsu swallowed a bite of his sushi and shrugged. I guess. I feel so honored to be seeing this, he said as he continued gently petting the little Choromatsu. It's just, wow. Akari, the first finch, hopped forward 1 step, then 2. It cocked its head to observe Choromatsu from all angles, leaning in with quiet chatter and chirps. Choromatsu observed it back, chirruping in response and engaging in communication. The 2 animals chattered about excitedly, hopping around each other and preening the other. Choromatsu watched them in fascination for a minute, seeing how they interacted with each other so comfortably. Choromatsu truly was a natural at gaining the trust of other animals, wasn't he? The 2 birds played with one another for a little bit longer before Choromatsu shifted back into a human. Once he regained this form, he looked at Choromatsu with a happy smile. Your finch is lovely, he said. Did she talk to you? Choromatsu asked expectantly. With a nod, Choromatsu said, she said she adores you very much. Wow. To Choromatsu, it was an honor to be told that his pet adored him. So cool. Choromatsu reached down and gently picked up the finch. All right, Akari, time to go back in your house. He left the room and soon returned without the bird. At this point in time, Osomatsu was finished eating. He gave a small belch and leaned back in the chair with a dumb smile on his face while patting his tummy. Ah, that hit the spot. Thanks, Choromatsu Utilda. HMPH. The man crossed his legs and gave a cool smile. Glad I could provide for you too. I think I'm just about ready to hit the hay, how about you guys? Osomatsu asked, eyeing the others. This has been a long-ass day, you know? Choromatsu leaned back in his seat with a heavy sigh. I know what you mean, he breathed. I mean, my entire existence has just been shattered. Everything I thought I once knew about life and the universe has been undone in a matter of just minutes. This. He rubbed his forehead sleepily. Has been quite the day. Osomatsu glanced Choromatsu's way curiously. What about you? You ready to call it a night? Choromatsu seemed caught off guard by the question and awkwardly fiddled with his fingers. Oh. Call it a night? He repeated in confusion. You know, Osomatsu said with a wave. Like, go get some shut-eye. Choromatsu frowned, equally as perplexed by this statement as the last. Shut-eye? Choromatsu shook his head hopelessly and said, Osomatsu, Choromatsu's an alien. He doesn't know the kind of lingo we use here on Earth. With a shy smile, Choromatsu rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, he shrugged. Sleep, I'm talking about sleep, Osomatsu clarified. Are you tired, Choromatsu? Yeah, I guess I could go for some rest. Well. Choromatsu stood from his seat and did a big stretch. I suppose the night had to come to an end eventually. I don't know how I'm going to sleep after all this, though I suppose you two need your rest. He turned to Choromatsu and held out a helping hand with a welcoming demeanor. Why don't you two come with me, and I'll show you where you'll be sleeping for the night. Osomatsu hopped to his feet as well with a big, thank you. Choromatsu took Choromatsu's hand and joined them, repeating the thanks himself. From there, the two guests were led down the hall to a room. Choromatsu swung open the door, revealing a cozy-looking guest room with a large bed. Choromatsu's expression grew bright and wide as he wandered inside, looking up and around with a dazzled look about him. This is one of our guest rooms, Choromatsu smiled. Make yourselves at home. Choromatsu strolled over to the made bed and patted it, feeling how soft and bouncy it was. This is perfect, he beamed. Although I personally am not accustomed to such a simple sleeping environment, I'm humbled to be welcomed and given the shelter for the night. As Osomatsu also entered the room and glanced around curiously, Choromatsu grinned in intrigue. What kind of a bed do you usually sleep in? He asked curiously. Choromatsu turned to him and smiled. I don't sleep in a regular bed. It's more like, I guess, a cocoon or containment pod, in a way, he tried to explain. It's soft and comfortable, and it maintains a heated environment so my body doesn't get too cold. Ah, I see. The other nodded. Does everyone in your species sleep in a similar setup? Yeah. But. Choromatsu hopped onto the bed, bouncing and nearly losing his balance as he tried not to fall on his face. This will work wonderfully, too. And there's plenty of room for Osomatsu and I. Choromatsu blinked and glanced at Osomatsu as the eldest formed a bewildered expression. No wait, hold on, Osomatsu began uncomfortably. This one is all yours, I'll use a different one. Or, maybe, the couch if I have to. Choromatsu's bright expression faded as he eyed the other. But. I was hoping to sleep close to you, he said. I need to be close to your body. Osomatsu's cheeks quickly blushed a deep red at the thought proposed by the other, feeling a sense of awkward embarrassment and shame. Yeah, you don't have to sleep close to me, you know, he argued. It's okay to sleep in different beds. Choromatsu shook his head and said, no, you don't understand. It's what I mentioned before, my body temperature can't fall too low, or my body starts shutting down. That's why the pods my species sleeps in are always heated. Osomatsu squinted in disbelief, hesitating. You're saying, you want to hold on to me while you sleep so you can stay warm? Choromatsu gave the other an innocent and hopeful smile while pressing his palms together and interlocking his fingers in a pleading position. Osomatsu stared for the longest time. He glanced at Choromatsu, then back at Choromatsu with a sigh. Don't have much of a choice, do I? Choromatsu tried to laugh it off. Well, it's a little weird, he began. But, you know, if it works, then. Yeah, okay, Osomatsu said while waving his hand dismissively. We can share this bed. Choromatsu gave a relieved sigh and said, thank you, Osomatsu. As Osomatsu stepped into the room, Choromatsu regained his polite smile. So, is there anything else you need before I let you guys go for the night? He asked. No, I don't think so, Osomatsu said before plopping onto the bouncy bed. We should be good. Yes, we're fine, Choromatsu smiled. Thank you again, Choromatsu. Osomatsu smiled and rubbed the back of his head awkwardly. Yeah, thanks. No problem, Choromatsu replied. My room is across the hall, so don't hesitate to get me if you need anything. Feel free to use the shower in the morning, as well. With that, Choromatsu shut the door and left Osomatsu and Choromatsu alone in the guest room. Osomatsu gave a big sigh. Man, I'm exhausted, he whined. I'm going to turn off the lights, okay? Okay. Osomatsu hopped up and flicked the lights off, finding that the room was still slightly illuminated by the moon outside beyond the silky curtains. He walked forward and snuggled under the thick blankets as Choromatsu did the same. How long does a night last here on Earth? Choromatsu asked. About 12 hours, Osomatsu replied. Choromatsu gave a small O and furrowed his eyebrows thoughtfully. In truth, he had no idea what an hour on Earth was, as his own measurements of time was completely different. He hummed carefully before nodding to himself. I'll just play it by ear, he said. Sounds good. Choromatsu stared up at the ceiling and formed a warm smile. Your planet is very nice, Osomatsu. The forests and skies are beautiful, and these mounted structures and buildings your people have constructed are quite advanced for your species. Yeah, it isn't too bad. It's a little colder than what I'd prefer, and other humans are a little scary to interact with, but it's nice. Yeah. Choromatsu turned to the other with a serious look. I really do appreciate you staying by my side, Osomatsu, he said. If you had left me in that forest, I'd probably be dead by now. Yeah, well, I couldn't have just left you alone out there, Osomatsu mumbled dismissively. I'm sure I would have collapsed from the cold or been killed by an animal. Choromatsu shivered at the thought. That's some really scary stuff. I'm just glad Choromatsu's nice and is letting us live, Osomatsu sighed. It would have been easy to do away with us, you know? Good thing we had him and not his mafia boss dad. Yes, this human is quite generous for allowing us to stay in his nest for the time being, Choromatsu smiled sadly. I still don't fully understand why we were threatened, or why that other human was killed, but you said it doesn't happen often, right? Right. Most humans are okay, I think. There are just a few that are really bad. Quite the moral diversity among your species, huh? Choromatsu noted. Yeah. Such unique perspectives, such unique personalities and emotions. I suppose the more complex a creature is, the more their behavior may vary. Yep. Choromatsu did a slow inhale, then exhale as he stared up at the ceiling. Well, sleep well, Osomatsu. Night. Choromatsu took one more deep breath before gradually, his skin began to flutter and change. His transformation back into his original body began and soon, he was just about too tall for the bed. Osomatsu let out a confused and groggy huh? As he turned over to see the commotion. Oh. Right, I guess it makes sense you'd sleep in your alien form, huh? Choromatsu, now unable to communicate with the other, slid his arms forward and wrapped them around Osomatsu. Osomatsu immediately grimaced. Were they going to have to cuddle all night so the guy could keep warm? Gross. As the many arms wrapped around Osomatsu's body, he shivered from their cold touch. Their bodies' temperatures really were significantly different, even more so when Osomatsu was pulled into the other's embrace. Fuck, that's cold, he muttered. He nuzzled deeper into the blankets, hoping his body heat would eventually warm the other up so he didn't have to deal with the uncomfortable contrast in temperatures. His head was pressed deep into the alien torso as Choromatsu shut his eyes, holding tight his heated companion. To him, it was so warm, so cozy. As Osomatsu got comfortable in the other's arms, something interesting crossed his mind. He pressed his head deeper into the alien's chest and listened for a moment. There was nothing. He didn't hear a heartbeat. At least, not a typical heartbeat he'd expect from any animal. He pursed his lips and listened closer, trying to pick up any indication of a heart at all. Soon, he heard it. It was faint and distant. He lowered his head closer to the alien's stomach, finding it was louder in his midsection than in his chest. It wasn't a beat, but did have a rhythm. In fact, it sounded more like the ticking of a clock. Interesting. As Choromatsu's body naturally grew warmer from Osomatsu's presence, Osomatsu finally closed his eyes. He was exhausted. He knew he was going to sleep well. Intermission. End Chapter 8. Chapter 9, A Moment of Normality. The ray of the sun peeked in through the window, illuminating the room with an early morning glow that kissed Osomatsu's cheeks with a gentle warmth. His eyelids twitched as he slowly began to awaken from his cozy slumber. He gave a sleepy groan and brought a hand to his face, rubbing his eye with a yawn. He smacked his lips a couple times and opened his eyes. As expected, it wasn't just a dream. He really had ended up back on Earth, sleeping in a mafia house with a creepy alien cuddling up against him. He lied comfortably in the alien's many arms, pressed into a chest that had long warmed up from Osomatsu's body heat. He glanced up at the entity's sleeping face, feeling the slow rising and falling of his chest as he breathed in his unaware state. It was comforting, in a way. In this very moment, there was no danger or fear, just serenity. And it felt nice. After Osomatsu gradually allowed his body to wake up, he finally squirmed and stretched, ready to get up for the day. He glanced Choromatsu's way and paused. I wonder if I'll wake him up by getting out of bed, Osomatsu wondered quietly to himself. I just want to go shower. I feel kind of gross. He hesitated for another few seconds before giving a shrug and slowly untangling himself from the other's arms. Choromatsu twitched sleepily, but didn't seem to awaken as Osomatsu scooted from his grasp. Once freed, he swung his legs over the side of the bed and glanced around the room. Across from him, there was a door leading into a bathroom. A room with its own bathroom and shower, huh? He thought. This place is pretty nice. He got up from the bed and approached, casually opening the door and peeking inside. As expected, it was a luxurious, white-tiled bathroom that looked like it belonged to a rich man. Osomatsu nodded and entered, shutting the door behind him and getting ready to shower. Upon using the bathroom and undressing, he turned on the water and adjusted its temperature before stepping inside. Ah, that feels nice. He smiled and closed his eyes, allowing his hair and body to wet under the soothing shower. Showering like an average human being again. How wonderful. After the week he'd had, he really did miss moments like these that were completely normal. He let in a long, slow breath of air. It felt great. Osomatsu reached over and took the shampoo bottle off the shelf, pouring some onto his hand before massaging it into his hair. The lather dripped down his neck onto his back, quickly being rinsed away by the water. He rubbed the soap bubbles along his arms, washing away any possible alien germs he picked up while out in space. As he cleaned his body, he quietly thought to himself. I wonder if Choromatsu is going to want to shower after me, he pondered. His people shower, right? It would only make sense, considering how confidently he claims his species is more advanced than mine. Once all the soap was rinsed, Osomatsu began washing his face. I wonder how today is going to play out. What do we even do? Where do we go from here? Choromatsu said he can't just let me go home, at least, not yet. And Choromatsu is stuck here until his people come rescue him. Are we just going to have to sit tight in a mafia house for now? This sucks. Osomatsu sighed. He grabbed the bottle of conditioner and poured some in his hand, repeating the process of scrubbing his hair. At least I'm back on Earth. This doesn't suck as much as being a human test subject. Osomatsu was just about to finish up his shower, spending the last few moments relishing in the refreshing feeling of the hot water on his skin. He'd missed this clean feeling. So nice. Osomatsu. The shower curtains were suddenly yanked wide open as an innocent voice called out to him. Osomatsu's mouth popped open in a loud gasp as he stumbled and slipped, trying to catch himself and not hit his head. He lost his balance and fell on his bottom, sitting beneath the running stream of water as he looked up at the other in panic. What? He uttered in pure bewilderment. Choromatsu sent the other a smile, holding the curtains wide open with no regard for Osomatsu's privacy. Ah, you're cleaning yourself, I see. He nodded. I was wondering what you might be up to. Jesus. Don't surprise me like that. The other scowled. Couldn't you have at least knocked? Choromatsu cocked his head with a blank expression. Knocked? He asked. Yeah, like, to signal you were coming in. Osomatsu tried to explain. I didn't expect you to just waltz in here while I was showering. Ah, my bad, Choromatsu said with a guilty smile. I guess I didn't consider such an action. You really just have no respect, do you? The human sighed. Here, I can come in and help clean you if you'd like. Without so much as the smallest of movement, Choromatsu shapeshifted in a way where his clothes fluttered off and vanished into thin air, revealing a very naked man with no shame. Although his clothes were part of the facade, the bandages around his waist remained. Osomatsu averted his gaze, absolutely flustered. No, I don't need help. He stuttered, keeping his attention anywhere but in front of him. This way I can get cleaned up, too. Choromatsu smiled cluelessly. No, people don't just shower together, Osomatsu grumbled. Get out and wait until I'm done. Choromatsu frowned, but nodded. All right, I can do that. Osomatsu growled, face still red in embarrassment. Give me 2 minutes and I'll be out, he said. Got it. Choromatsu shut the curtains and left the bathroom, leaving Osomatsu to his devices. Osomatsu huffed, wiping his wet bangs from his face before standing and turning off the shower. He reached around the corner and grabbed a towel, wiping himself dry and scrubbing his head wildly before stepping out onto the tiled floor. He caught a glimpse of his wacky hair in the mirror and glanced around for a comb. He picked up the only one in sight, a sparkly blue one. Choromatsu won't mind if I use this, right? He mumbled to himself. I'm sure it's fine. He combed his hair thoroughly, just a little too comfortable utilizing tools that didn't belong to him. Then, he set the towel aside and spent the next couple minutes getting dressed and ready for the day. Meanwhile, Choromatsu had exited the bathroom and shut the door behind him, plopping down on the soft, bouncy bed and listening as the bathroom had gone quiet. He waited patiently for the other to finish up, getting comfortable and twiddling his thumbs boredly. Then, Choromatsu sighed. Everything that happened, it wasn't a dream, he thought to himself. I'm actually here on an undomesticated planet. Far from home, stranded in the wild and forced to walk amongst undomesticated aliens. Here on Earth, alongside one of our most troublesome specimens. I really did go through a wormhole. I really did get injured. I really did almost get killed. It was almost hard to believe that everything that had happened to him was reality. Everything was so new, so foreign to him. And this predicament he was in. Yesterday, out of sheer panic and desperation, I made a promise to Osomatsu. A promise that Choromatsu gave a discouraged frown and stared down at the floor, face twisted in uncertainty. That I don't think I'll be able to keep. This predicament was a tough one. I said I'd give him freedom, but there's no way I'll be able to convince any of my superiors to leave him alone. Not when we've already marked him. A little frustrated grumble left his throat as he continued thinking silently to himself. He just doesn't seem to understand that my people own him. His body doesn't belong to nature anymore, it belongs to us. Choromatsu leaned back and stared up at the ceiling helplessly. If Osomatsu were to be released, who would take his place? Choromatsu is certainly a prime candidate. Although he acted like a bad guy at the start, he seems rather innocent and eager to please. He would be much easier to work with than Osomatsu. I wonder if he would display any aggression towards us. He would be compliant, submissive, obedient, and... A sick feeling blossomed from the pit of the alien's stomach as he paused. Just another live specimen kept for experimentation, he sighed. An unwilling participant to our studies. He would likely go through the same process as Osomatsu, cooperative at first, but slowly becoming more and more erratic as time goes by. A faint, hopeless smile formed on Choromatsu's face. Hair. I'm beginning to develop much too deep a regard for this species. Choromatsu slouched as his gaze fell down at the floor once more. Then again, who am I to say Choromatsu wouldn't enjoy living in our facility? He could find this new life to be much better than what is living right now. It could be a wonderful thing. Of course, I could always just ask him ahead of time. Again, a sick feeling spiraled and twirled around inside of him as he thought deeper about his situation. I don't think that's something I could ask him, actually, he frowned. Is it because I already know what his answer would be? If not, then, what's this emotion I'm experiencing? Is it guilt? Guilt for what my people are putting these animals through? Choromatsu glanced around the room quietly. He analyzed his surroundings once more before looking down at his hands. He lifted his palms and examined them carefully, looking over the human skin he currently resided in. Geez, working with these troublesome humans has really messed up my work ethics. I've never thought so deeply about the mental well-being of our specimens before. I don't know what to believe in anymore. He set his hands back down on his lap. To be fair though, I was assigned a pretty complex animal to work with. Very intelligent. Very, very intelligent. It's so strange, he continued to himself. These humans act so sophisticated for what they are. They have morals, empathy, philosophies, common sense. It's truly a spectacle. They almost act just like people. And it makes me wonder. Slowly Choromatsu turned his attention to the bathroom door. Ever since the water had stopped running, things had been silent. Almost melancholy. Choromatsu and Osomatsu, they are both going out of their way to help me. And in return, they are both likely going to be placed in our facility. We've been keeping an eye out for a second human, and suddenly, the perfect one shows up. If Osomatsu and I are rescued and Choromatsu is by our side, there's no doubt he'll be taken in, too. I wonder if this is something I should address to him. Then again, what is it that's compelling me to inform him of anything at all? I must remind myself, these are animals of study, and I have a job. It's all for the greater good and for our understanding of the vast physical identities life embraces. It's something we were destined to pursue. I have no obligation, as a behaviorist and as a Horovigan, to conform to the will of those beneath me. This is about something greater. These lives are insignificant, and I have to remember that. I just... Choromatsu-kun. Choromatsu glanced up in surprise, seeing Osomatsu stepping out of the doorway of the bathroom with a blank expression. I didn't hear you get out. Osomatsu cocked his head, eyes wide curiously. What's the matter? He asked. Huh? Choromatsu quickly averted his gaze and smiled nervously, scratching the back of his neck. No, nothing. I'm fine. Millimeter. Osomatsu looked him up and down. Is that the truth? Choromatsu nodded his head with a cute, polite smile, regaining his regular demeanor. Of course, he claimed. Nothing's wrong. Osomatsu twisted his lips in thought, thinking hard about the expression Choromatsu had on his face when he still thought he was by himself. It looked troubled. Are you sulking because I yelled at you? I wasn't trying to hurt your feelings. No, that's not it, Choromatsu assured. Why are you so convinced that I'm upset? Osomatsu gave a little chuckle. You're just a bad liar, is all, he said. Choromatsu gave an accepting smile in return. Is that so? So? What is it? The other egged on. It's really not something I can discuss with you, the alien side. Sorry. Osomatsu hesitated, but simply shrugged. If you insist, he said with a wave. At this time, there was a knock at the door. Osomatsu and Choromatsu turned their attention over as it opened just a crack with a curious face peeking through. Are you two awake yet? Choromatsu called out hopefully. Yeah, we're up, Osomatsu replied. Great. The man opened the door all the way and sent an amicable smile the way of his two guests. His hair was brushed neatly and had just about dried, indicating he had already long showered. He wore a blue tank top beneath a black leather jacket, along with some dark jeans and a pair of white socks. A bit painful, but rather casual compared to his more business attire from yesterday. I hope you slept well. Choromatsu, how's your side? Choromatsu glanced down at his bandaged wound. It's bothersome, but not unbearable. I'm okay. That's good to hear, he smiled. Were you planning on taking a shower this morning? Oh. He turned his gaze over towards the bathroom, thinking hard about his options. He twisted his lips thoughtfully, glancing at Osomatsu before finally nodding. I guess, yes, I will. Then, I can replace the bandages once you're out, Choromatsu offered. Osomatsu, you can join me in the living room. All right, Osomatsu agreed as the two began exiting the room, beginning a new conversation on their way out. With that, Choromatsu was alone once more. He hesitated before drawing his eyes back to the bathroom door. Then, he stood to his feet and approached it, swinging it open carefully and examining the hinges. He wasn't accustomed to using such an archaic door design. Thinking about how humans were evolved enough to invent this, it was cute. Impressive. He stepped inside the tiled bathroom and paused before shutting it, mimicking this specific behavior he had observed Osomatsu performing earlier. He didn't necessarily see a reason to shut the door, but he didn't want to mess up since he was no longer in his own territory. Inside, Choromatsu looked at himself in the mirror and blinked in subtle astonishment. It was a strange thing, to look at his own reflection and see a human face. He brought a hand up and brushed his fingers through the soft hair on his head, soon sliding down and rubbing his soft human cheeks in circles. Then he touched the tip of his nose, wriggling it curiously. Humans, they certainly looked quite funny. Both hairy and bald with little monkey faces, it was kind of adorable. Osomatsu didn't understand just how animalistic his people looked. Choromatsu let go of his face and did a big stretch, his skin fluttering like rose petals as he transformed into his alienistic form. Once fully reverted, he looked again in the mirror. He nodded. There I am. His natural form was so different from his human form. As fun as it was shifting into other species, there was a sense of comfort in being normal again. He needed that comfort, considering he was still in a rather uncertain situation. He didn't know when he was going to be rescued, but he anticipated it to be soon. Choromatsu first removed his bandages, setting the stained cloths into a bin nearby. He then turned and pulled open the shower curtains with one of his extra hands, revealing a glistening white interior still coated in small beads of water from its previous occupant. He looked over at the shower head and hummed curiously. He knew water came from there, having witnessed it when he walked in on Osomatsu showering before. He stepped inside and cupped the shower head in his hands, cocking his head curiously as he examined the mechanism. Now that he wasn't human, he was quite a bit taller than the height the shower head rested at. He felt like a giant in a dwarf's home, with his head only centimeters from the ceiling. Choromatsu turned his attention to two little knobs sticking out of the wall below him. He knelt and reached forward, pushing them like buttons at first. Then he tried to rotate them. This action instantly triggered the shower, pouring a storm of ice-cold water over the poor alien's body. Choromatsu practically screamed as he stumbled out of the shower and onto the bathroom floor, making quite a mess. Fuck. He muttered to himself, looking back at the shower with a grimace. That was freezing. He wobbled uneasily as he got himself to stand back up, approaching the running water carefully and eyeing the knobs. Considering these humans were advanced enough to have electricity, he figured they must be able to produce warmer water than this. He reached forward, doing his best not to touch the icy water as he toyed with the handles. He noticed each one was labeled with symbols and characters, along with corresponding colors to their meanings. One was red, the other was blue. The markings looked like gibberish to him, but he wondered if the colors were of significance. He turned the knob with red markings further before opening his palm to feel the water. At first, it remained freezing to the touch. Then, after a few moments, it gradually began to change. It grew warmer and warmer until it began to produce steam and was just a tad too hot. Now understanding the mechanics, Choromatsu adjusted the temperature of the water to his liking before stepping inside. Then, he proceeded to shower, washing his body and taking special care to clean the gash in his side as well. The remaining events of his hygienic practices were uneventful and peaceful. Intermission. So, your dad's a mafia boss, huh? Choromatsu shot Osomatsu an uncomfortable glare as the man sifted through channels on the television. They both sat on the couch in the living room, which was illuminated cozily by the daylight seeping through the open blinds. The sun had risen not too long ago and was slow to bring a gradual warmth over the city just beyond the estate's garden. Birds chirruped to signify the waking day and spread a serene atmosphere across the country. It was a peaceful morning, and an exciting one at that. After all, they were housing a real, actual alien. They just had to wait for him to finish showering. He's a businessman, Choromatsu corrected sternly. We're not mafia. Whatever you are, you really had us going yesterday, Osomatsu said as he continued flipping through the channels. I'm glad you didn't have us killed. Choromatsu sighed and sank into the couch with a frown. I wonder if my father would have done anything different, he pondered aloud. If I'm going to be honest, I'm not very good at what I do. I don't have much experience. I just don't feel too passionately about my family's work. Yeah, Osomatsu agreed. You seem too innocent to be in this kind of position. This has never been something I've wanted to do, he admitted. Then, why are you even trying? Osomatsu asked bluntly. Why am I trying? Choromatsu squinted up at the ceiling. Well, I'm an only child, and my father's a powerful man. People have high expectations of me, so there's a lot of pressure. I don't want to let anyone down. But, what do you want to do? What do I want to do? He repeated curiously. Yeah. What is it that makes you happy? Choromatsu continued staring up with a frown. I guess, I like music. Heh, probably not enough to actually do anything with it though. So, anything else? Osomatsu questioned. Choromatsu paused for a long time before turning to Osomatsu seriously. If I'm going to be honest. He looked him in the eyes carefully. I don't actually want to do anything. Nothing? Not at all. Osomatsu formed a big, cheeky grin as he threw an arm over Choromatsu's shoulders. Hey, we're both in the same boat then. He laughed heartily. Who wants to actually get a job and have to work? Choromatsu formed a shy smile as he looked up at the elder. Yeah. He chuckled. Nothing beats lazing around all day with a cold one, Osomatsu grinned with a nudge. Right? Exactly. The other agreed with growing enthusiasm. I don't want to have to go to meetings or do business transactions, I just want to relax and continue to be taken care of. Drinking beer, going to pachinko parlors, eating out, Osomatsu listed giddily. Man, it's great. Choromatsu cocked his head with a curious smile. I bet these past few days have been pretty fun for you, he remarked. Getting away from work just to be taken care of by Choromatsu almost sounds like a vacation to me. Well, Osomatsu began, his smile diminishing. It's not like I actually have a job or anything to begin with. And besides, I wasn't taken care of, I was experimented on. You said you were abducted about a week ago, right? Choromatsu tried to remember. I think that's right, but it's not like they had clocks or calendars on the ship, Osomatsu replied. I'm just guessing. Still, I'm jealous of you, the other chuckled. Getting to experience something so crazy. I wish I could have experienced that. Whatever you say, the eldest sneered with a little eye roll. Choromatsu might seem nice, but he's kind of an ass, you know? He doesn't really care about us, he just sees us as animals. I don't know, I'm sure he cares, Choromatsu frowned. From what I've seen, he seemed like a decent person. Osomatsu hummed and looked off, thinking back at all of his interactions with the alien. There were so many times his more human-esque side seemed to vanish in the blink of an eye and was replaced with a cold, robotic front. All the times Choromatsu told him he was going to be their specimen for the rest of his natural life, all the times he sat back and just watched the experimentation without any sort of expression. And even the times he ominously warned him of punishments and means of control at their disposal, it was clear he didn't actually have any regard for humans. Just be aware of his actual perspective on what we are, he finally stated. That guy can be dangerous when he wants to be. Choromatsu pursed his lips in a discouraged frown, looking down thoughtfully. At this time, footsteps were heard entering the living from behind. The two humans glanced up to see Choromatsu enter, wearing his usual behaviorist uniform and wet, combed hair. Choromatsu smiled and greeted him. Come sit down on the couch so I can re-bandage that wound, he offered amicably. Choromatsu sent him a smile of his own and nodded, walking around and sitting politely on the soft cushion. Osomatsu watched as the man stood and retrieved the first aid kit to repeat the process from yesterday. He knelt before the alien and raised his shirt to access the wound, treating it with care just as a close friend would. The water was so warm, Choromatsu sighed with a dreamy look about him, his cheeks bright pink. I'm feeling so much better. I'm glad, Choromatsu said. This gash still looks pretty bad, but it seems to be healing okay. I might have irritated it in the shower, the other admitted. Yeah, it's bleeding again. That's okay though, we'll get you patched up. Thank you, Choromatsu. Osomatsu glanced Choromatsu's way with an intrigued expression as the wound was bandaged once more. So, how long do you think it'll be before you get rescued? He asked. You said the rescue teams know when and where the wormholes send us to, right? That is correct, he nodded. Though you have to remember that there were a lot of people on that ship. If we've been scattered all over your planet, then my rescue isn't going to be immediate. The alien brought a hand to the back of his neck and scratched it thoughtfully as he looked up. That being said, he continued. I expect to be picked up anytime now. I don't believe it'll be much longer of a wait. Choromatsu perked up with a disappointed hair. You mean, you're leaving so soon? He whined. It's only been one night. You'll at least stay through today, right? Probably not, Choromatsu admitted. Assuming they followed our usual protocol, I'm sure they're going to find me in no time. But, I want to talk to you more. He pouted. I want to ask you more questions. Well. The alien glanced Choromatsu's way with a certain look about him. You might have the opportunity to do so. I sort of have a request. Before I leave, that is. Oh? Choromatsu spared Osomatsu a glance before looking back to Choromatsu. What's your request? Choromatsu formed a big, bright smile as he turned his head to look out the windows across the room from him. Their curtains were drawn open and outside, he could see the beautiful sun shimmering light down upon an exciting collection of large human nests. Being here on Earth isn't an everyday thing, he explained. I'm probably never going to set foot on this planet again. Meanwhile, my people are coming to rescue me, and... He looked back at Choromatsu with a glint of excitement in his eye. I really want to walk around a little before then. Ah, that's all. Choromatsu smiled. You sure you can walk around with your wound? I don't care if it hurts, the other replied. I don't have time to wait until it feels better. After all, it could be before your sun rises directly overhead when they arrive. I want to explore, just a little. Noon, huh? Osomatsu glanced at the clock on the other end of the room. It was about 8:30 a.m. That gives you a few hours then, give or take. It would be really cool to see what your human villages look like, Choromatsu continued. I want to see how humans thrive in their natural habitat. I want to see them interact and live their lives as wild animals. And, I'd be able to explore confidently, knowing I'll be safe with 2 human escorts. Choromatsu smiled warmly, tying up the bandage before looking up at Choromatsu with a genuine expression. Choromatsu, he began, pulling the alien's shirt back down over his wound. I don't know about Osomatsu, but it would be my honor to show you around the city. Really? Choromatsu beamed, exhilarated. Osomatsu hummed and plopped his head into his hand thoughtfully. Well, it's not like I can go home anytime soon, so. He let out an airy huff. Yeah, let's go out for a bit. This is. The look of sincere excitement was apparent on Choromatsu's face. This is so exciting. I'm so excited. I'll be able to add so much to my notes. My understanding of the human psyche will increase tenfold, and I'll have so much to share with my colleagues. Is there any place in particular you would want to go? Choromatsu asked. Well, I'm not too familiar with the earthly culture of human beings, Choromatsu stated. I don't really know what to expect going out there. I'm sure, however, that whatever you decide would well enough suffice. Choromatsu set the medical supplies back into his first aid kit before shutting the box and setting it aside. He stood and wandered over to the window, glancing outside and scanning the city nearby. Let's see here. He wondered aloud. If we have until approximately noon, perhaps I could walk you two to a local cafe. It's about a 20-minute walk from here. We could sit down with some food and drinks and have a conversation while you observe natural human behavior as you desire. Does this sound okay? A cafe. Choromatsu cocked his head dumbly. I can't say I'm familiar with the term. It's like a public hangout spot for humans, Choromatsu described. You can purchase refreshments and sit at a table with friends or family. Ah, I see, the other nodded. In that case, yes, it sounds wonderful. I'm down, said Osomatsu. Great. Choromatsu turned to the eldest with a sly grin. He stepped forward and cupped a hand around the side of his mouth, as if about to speak a secret. Also, the baristas there are super cute. Ah. Osomatsu perked up with a silly blush. Cute baristas. I'm in. Be sure to introduce me, K. HMPH. With a cool smile and a finger and thumb to his chin, he shut his eyes dramatically. I would, but I have yet to woo them with my strong, silent character. My dear Choromatsu girls, you will be mine yet. What are we waiting for? Osomatsu hopped to his feet, filled with energy. Let's go already. Let me grab my wallet and my shoes and I'll be ready, said the other as he helped Choromatsu stand. Choromatsu, do you need anything before we head out? Maybe. Choromatsu glanced up in thought as he considered what it might be like outside of this man's home. I think. Do you perhaps have any extra clothing I can borrow? Some clothing? Choromatsu looked the alien up and down, examining his foreign-looking uniform as the other nodded. This outfit I appear to be wearing is just part of my facade, Choromatsu explained. This planet's autumn season is a little cold for me, so I'd appreciate something to keep warm if it's not too much to ask. Ah, I see. In that case, I can grab a jacket for you, Choromatsu offered amicably. Give me a couple minutes to find something appropriate. As Choromatsu went off to his room to grab his things, Osomatsu found his shoes nearby and began slipping them on. Choromatsu waited patiently as they got ready, and within minutes the trio met up once more in the living room. Choromatsu presented to his alien guest a blue parka with a nice green symbol on the front. It was warm and soft, and just the right size. He helped him put it on over Choromatsu's uniform, making sure he was snug and comfy before they were finally ready to leave the house. With that, Choromatsu led them down the hall, down a flight of stairs, and soon out the front door. It was time for Choromatsu to see the human world as it was. Upon stepping outside the house, Choromatsu was greeted with a nice yet rather chilly breeze, warmed slightly by the slow-rising sun in the clear sky. The air nipped at his cheeks, triggering him to shiver and bury himself deeper inside the blue hoodie he had been given. He was grateful he thought to ask for it beforehand. Following behind his two human escorts, Choromatsu was welcomed into the beautiful nature that was Earth. Before him he saw greens and oranges and yellows and even some reds decorating the lively garden outside the mafia house. There were large bushes and root-like vines of brown organized neatly and methodically where dying flowers wilted as they succumbed to the season's cold. The colors of the trees were vivacious and vibrant, building a fresh array of hues from a warm palette as most of the leaves were yet to fall. The path they walked upon was littered with barren sticks and leaves that had yet to be tidied by the estate's gardener. Overall, it was a beautiful scene that Choromatsu had never before laid his eyes upon. With mouth agape, he looked up and around in awe. Choromatsu thoroughly and speechlessly enjoyed every moment they spent walking the cobblestone path of the artisan's garden. As they wandered on, he gently reached out and touched the leaves of bushes nigh. He looked back and eyed the mansion curiously, taken aback by its foreign infrastructure and design. He never had the chance to really analyze it when he and Osomatsu had arrived the night before. Human nests looked so primitive compared to the structures of his own people, yet it was also surreal how advanced they were considering humans were practically little monkeys with clothes. He appreciated the view for a moment longer before turning back to leave it behind. The garden organized in the front yard was rather small and they exited the property quickly enough. When they left outside the gates of the home, Choromatsu noticed that the ground changed. It was no longer scattered stones embedded in concrete, but now long, flat squares of white about a meter across. A sidewalk, not one like he'd ever seen before. He followed his two companions down the path alongside a large black road, where he noticed another line of sidewalk on the other side. As they walked, a car sped past them on this black road, which made Choromatsu jump in surprise. He stopped momentarily and observed as it whizzed away on four wheels, barely getting a glance from either Osomatsu or Choromatsu. He looked back at them, then back at the car one last time before he started walking again to catch up. This, he assumed, must be normal. Step, 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 step. Choromatsu followed along carefully behind the humans, staring down at the sidewalk in curiosity. He carefully stepped over every linear indent that appeared every couple steps, assuming the cracks were something to naturally avoid. He did this for a minute or so before the given attention became tiring. He looked up and analyzed the way Choromatsu and Osomatsu walked, noting that they didn't seem to bother stepping over these lines. With this, he decided not to give the ritual any more focus and started walking normally. Their first encounter with another human being came soon enough. Choromatsu's eyes went wide as he observed a man walking down the sidewalk on the opposite side of the street. He wore glasses and a coat and appeared to be on the phone with someone, though his conversation was too quiet to pick up. Choromatsu's pace came to a slow stop as he analyzed the human carefully. This one, it looked a little different from Osomatsu and Choromatsu. Its hair wasn't black like what he was used to seeing. Instead, the man was a brunette, and even a bit taller than them. And that clear glass positioned in front of his eyes, did he have poor eyesight, perhaps? Did they help him see better? Choromatsu couldn't think of any other possible reason for this strange device to be present. He supposed he should have known humans would have already invented glasses, considering everything else he had thus far seen. It really did blow his mind. Every time he was reminded of this species' technological advances, he was in shock. Before he had ever ended up on this planet, he couldn't imagine Osomatsu's people were capable of such work. Choromatsu and Osomatsu came to a stop soon after, noticing Choromatsu staring at the stranger unblinkingly. Choromatsu glanced at the stranger before forming a little smile. Found another human. He chuckled. Choromatsu nodded. Are we, well, safe? He asked with a hint of concern. Of course, Choromatsu replied. He's just minding his own business. He won't do anything to us when he notices our presence. Probably not, he said. Are you scared he will? Choromatsu finally took his eyes off the stranger and glanced back at the second oldest with an uneasy expression. You have to understand, my first experience with seeing a wild human in its natural habitat was not pleasant. Choromatsu's face softened as he thought back on their encounter with one of his father's assassins. Right. He frowned, his voice colored in slight guilt. I forgot, you just happened upon that situation right after being transported here on Earth, he recalled. I guess that must have been really scary for you. I still don't know what to expect when interacting with new humans, explained the alien hesitantly. Even you were aggressive before you knew our situation. Well, it's always good to be careful, Choromatsu began. But I also think you just got a little unlucky. We have laws and rules in our society for a reason. Laws and rules? As the stranger walked on down the road, the three began walking again. Yeah, Osomatsu jumped in. Like, you're not allowed to kill people, or steal, or set things on fire, those kinds of things. Oh. Choromatsu cocked his head thoughtfully. So, your people actually have societal rules and a punishment system, then? Exactly, Choromatsu nodded. So, when out in public, humans are going to behave so they don't get in trouble. And besides that, most humans are nice. You don't run into genuinely bad people very often. Right, Osomatsu agreed. You'll see. When we make it to the cafe, you'll be treated really nicely. I'll trust you on that, Choromatsu replied. As they continued on towards their destination, the environment around them got busier and busier. Choromatsu noticed that the nests around them were getting larger and the amount of people walking the streets were increasing. The air became filled with the sounds of cars and lively chatter, and Choromatsu grew both amazed and anxious. As their own sidewalk became more crowded, he hurried faster and grabbed onto Osomatsu nervously, eyeing the many humans paying them no mind. Osomatsu glanced back and shook his head hopelessly, allowing the timid alien to hold him for support. Each and every human was different. Some had brown hair, some had black, and a couple were even blonde. Some were bigger, others were skinnier. Some had darker skin and some had lighter skin. Not one human wore the same clothing as another, creating quite the diversity. Many walked in groups or pairs, and most were interacting with at least one other human in a seemingly friendly manner. Choromatsu could detect different smells from each human, as well. Some smelled like flowers in an odd enough way, and others smelled like some sort of icy spice. Every once in a while there was one that smelled sweaty, but most of them just smelled like human. He wondered if some of these scents were artificial, as he had never caught Osomatsu smelling like anything other than just another specimen. As they walked along the busy streets of downtown, Choromatsu gasped at an amazing sight. Whoa. He pushed past Osomatsu and Choromatsu to get a better look at something across the street. It was small and delicate, yet filled with so much life. Is that? He couldn't help but to form an ogling smile. A baby human. Osomatsu and Choromatsu glanced up to see a mother holding an infant in her arms as she spoke with a store owner, who appeared to be her husband. The man chuckled and pointed a finger at the infant, who giggled brightly and grabbed at it with its tiny little hands. Its face was squishy and chubby with rosy cheeks and bright blue eyes. It was indeed a really cute baby. Ah, yeah, that's a baby, Osomatsu confirmed. It's so small. Choromatsu said breathlessly. So little and fragile. I've always wondered what baby humans looked like. Yeah, it's not uncommon to see parents walking around with their children, Choromatsu smiled as the trio continued on. Especially if they're too young to go to school. I see. Choromatsu patted around himself for a moment, finally pulling out a notepad device that Osomatsu hadn't seen since being on the ship. I need to get some of this down. Oi oi, don't pull out alien technology in public, he warned. You're going to get looks. Oh. Choromatsu's smile wavered as he held up the cylindrical device, which appeared unresponsive. I can't, anyway. I forgot, all my devices were fried in that wormhole. He slipped it back into his pocket as they continued on. It was only a few more minutes before they finally arrived at the cafe. Choromatsu followed Osomatsu's and Choromatsu's lead as they stopped before it, looking it over with smiles. This place looks nice, Osomatsu grinned. It is, Choromatsu replied. Come on. He welcomed the two inside, opening the door for them and allowing them to enter before him. As Choromatsu walked into the cafe, the environment around quickly changed. It was a little warmer inside the cafe than it was outside, and the loud noises of a bustling city became muffled and replaced with hushed chatter and the sounds of drinks being made in the back. It was an overall peaceful area, and Choromatsu was immediately a fan. The alien followed the two humans to the front as Choromatsu turned to Osomatsu. What do you want? He asked. And don't worry, I'll cover it, since I assume you don't have any money on you. Heh, thanks, Osomatsu smiled with a hint of embarrassment. I'll just get some juice. Anything to eat? He looked up at the menu curiously, looking over the main dishes they served. Maybe tamagoyaki. The sandwich? Yeah. All right, and choromatsu? Choromatsu turned to his alien friend and smiled. I know you were hesitant to eat anything here on Earth, but maybe there's something you could try? I'd feel kind of bad if you just got water. Choromatsu shook his head with a polite smile. It's fine, he assured. After all, I'll get to eat once the rescue team picks me up. So, water will suffice. If you insist, Choromatsu sighed. The man approached the counter and was greeted by one of the baristas. He ordered their food, all while acting painfully cool, and paid before returning to Osomatsu and Choromatsu. All right, let's go sit, he said. Osomatsu and Choromatsu glanced around before deciding on a booth next to the window, and the two led their alien friend to their seats. Osomatsu slid in first, allowing Choromatsu to sit beside him as Choromatsu took the other end for himself. Once settled, they began their conversation. So, this is a cafe, Choromatsu welcomed. What do you think? It's really cozy, Choromatsu replied as he glanced around the lobby in awe. There are quite a few other humans here, too. You still scared? Osomatsu asked in an almost teasing manner. Not in here, no, he said. It seems rather quiet and serene. It has a nice atmosphere. I'm glad you think so, Choromatsu chuckled. So, I have more questions for you. Ah, Choromatsu smiled. Anything. Choromatsu leaned in close excitedly. First, what is your planet like? I'm really curious to know. My planet. The other smiled as he closed his eyes in sentiment. It's been a while since I've been there. As I explained to Osomatsu, my home world is reserved as a birthing planet for my people. It's where we're all raised from childhood to early adulthood. I can't say it's been too long since I graduated, but it feels like ages. So then, how old does that make you? Choromatsu asked with a cocked head. I know I asked this question last night, but I want the real answer this time. Well, it's hard to translate my own time counters into that of a human's, Choromatsu tried to explain. But, on a basis of physical growth and maturity, I believe I really am about as old as Osomatsu. That young? Choromatsu sounded astonished. Does this surprise you? Choromatsu questioned. A little, yeah, he admitted. I kind of expected something crazy, like 100 years. Yeah, no, Osomatsu muttered. This guy is probably younger than me and is over here conducting human experimentation. That's right, Choromatsu began. You're really young to already be a scientist, aren't you? Perhaps in your culture I might be, the alien chuckled. But in my culture, the moment you become an adult, you're given specialized work. Our advances in psychology allow us to determine one's ideal occupation very early on, meaning, I've been training to be a behaviorist for a long time. This job suits me best. My personal psychology, mentality, personality, strengths, weaknesses, brain structure, physique, and all else have been carefully calculated to determine this. It's a very progressive system. Sounds like it, Choromatsu breathed, awed by the other's words. At this time, a barista approached the table with refreshments in her hands. She gave the group a cute smile and greeted them. Here is your food, she announced cheerfully as she set the drinks down. Osomatsu took the juice box he ordered that looked more like it belonged in the hands of a child, and Choromatsu took his fresh and hot cappuccino. This left the barista to give Choromatsu the last drink, a clear cup of water with ice cubes floating inside. Then, she set down 2 breakfast sandwiches and bowed respectfully. Thank you. Osomatsu and Choromatsu said in unison as the girl left. Choromatsu glanced down at his water cup and picked it up in his hands, feeling the ice-cold exterior of the glass. He took a tiny sip and shivered. It was much colder than he expected. It would have to do, though. Anyway, Choromatsu continued as he and Osomatsu began to eat. Your culture sounds really strict. Strict? Choromatsu blinked. I don't understand. How so? No, I agree, Osomatsu said with a bite of his sandwich. Your job gets decided for you, then you're kicked off your planet the moment you're old enough. No, it's not like that at all, the alien smiled. The occupation I currently hold is one I would have chosen regardless. They calculated it. And besides, I had a very fulfilling childhood. Our learning environments for infants and adolescents are very rich and nurturing, and it allows us to thrive in ways we never could in ancient times. My memories are mostly positive ones. But I remember we had this conversation, Osomatsu argued. You told me you didn't want to be a behaviorist. I did. Choromatsu scrunched his nose in confusion. When did I say that? Remember? I was being a little more than annoying and you got all sad, the eldest chuckled, relishing in the memory. You said your work was hard and that you just wanted to go home. Ah. The other averted his gaze and took another sip of water. That's different, though. As an occupation, I enjoy being a behaviorist. But. He pursed his lips, not liking that this truth was being pulled out of him once again. I suppose, if I had a choice, I would have stayed on my home planet forever. There it is, Osomatsu pointed. You didn't have a choice. It's important that my people grow up eventually, Choromatsu countered. All of us are needed as we continue working towards a better future. You should just do what makes you happy, he shrugged. Right, Choromatsu? Of course. Choromatsu gave a cool chuckle as he took a drink from his cappuccino. Do what makes you happy. Choromatsu sighed. I don't have the luxuries of a simple life. Not like you humans have, or like any of the specimens I work with have. Well. The other tightened his grip on his cup thoughtfully. I wouldn't say life as a human is simple, per se. I mean, there's all this adult stuff we have to worry about. Jobs, mortgage, taxes, social security, credit, student loans, retirement funds. It's a mess. I don't want to learn about any of that yet. I'd rather just stay jobless and comfortable like I am right now. Eh? But isn't your job being a junior mafia boss? Osomatsu asked, only half joking. Seriously, stop calling me mafia, Choromatsu growled. And no, it's not my job. My father does everything, I barely have anything to do with his work. He's been pushing me lately to be more active, but... Choromatsu gave a whiny, childish sigh and took a bite of his sandwich. I don't want to do work. I live a life of luxury right now, I just want it to stay this way forever, he complained. Having me be in charge while he's away on a business trip. Geez, this sucks. And of all the things I have to do, it involves sentencing our enemies to death. What the hell? I'm not cut out for this. Ride on that NEET train for as long as you can, Choromatsu-kun, Osomatsu grinned like the piece of shit he was. I'm right there with you. Anyway, Choromatsu laughed. I still have more questions to ask. Actually, Choromatsu interrupted. I have a question of my own. Oh? I've been meaning to ask this since last night, but haven't found the right time, he admitted. I just want to know one thing. Choromatsu looked between the two humans before him, thinking hard. He examined Osomatsu's physical features, then Choromatsu's in interest. Then, as Osomatsu took another sip of his juice, he spoke. Choromatsu, are you a male or a female of your species? Osomatsu snorted and choked, coughing and spilling a bit of his drink upon hearing this question. Choromatsu's eyes widened as he gave a flustered, eh. I've been assuming you to be male solely based off of your interactions with Osomatsu, plus the fact that you look so much like him, he revealed seriously. But the reality is, I don't actually know what gender you are. I haven't studied humans long enough to be able to tell them apart yet. Oh. Choromatsu swallowed, his cheeks a bit red in embarrassment. Well. That's a new one. I can't say I've ever been asked that before. I'm a male. I see. Choromatsu touched his fingertips together in intrigue. Fascinating. Yeah, we're both guys, Osomatsu clarified, grabbing a napkin from a dispenser on the table and wiping up any spilled juice. So they're both males, huh? Choromatsu paused as a thought popped out from nowhere. It was a thought that had been lying dormant in the back of his head since he woke up, the thought that Choromatsu was at risk of taking Osomatsu's place, or even worse, becoming the guy's roommate in their facility. Choromatsu was the perfect specimen, young, healthy, submissive, and male-like they needed. When he was rescued by his companions, how likely was it that they also abduct the new human that was hanging around him and his specimen? It was certainly a possibility, though he couldn't guarantee. There was always the chance they would just leave him. Again, Choromatsu briefly wondered if this was something he needed to tell Choromatsu. Choromatsu's attention was suddenly brought back as Choromatsu continued their conversation naturally. I suppose, if you've only ever interacted with Osomatsu and I, then of course you wouldn't know how to be able to tell a girl from a guy, he reasoned. Well. Choromatsu stuttered, still caught up in his own thoughts while trying to keep up the conversation. It's significantly harder to determine the gender of my specimen when they wear outer garments that cover up the genitalia. Because I've only seen you with your clothes on, I can't make a proper inference on which you might be. Telling girls from guys is easy, Choromatsu grinned as he gulped down his cappuccino. Is it? Choromatsu asked. I know that, for some species, it can be rather difficult to determine by looks alone. Of course. You just have to know what to look for. Let's see. Choromatsu brought a finger to his chin as he looked up and around thoughtfully. What are some easy ways to tell us apart? Osomatsu only thought for a moment before snapping his fingers and forming a wide grin. Boobs, he stated. Choromatsu became flustered again in their conversation, looking at Osomatsu in disbelief. Bar boobs. Choromatsu cocked his head upon hearing this new word. Osomatsu nodded enthusiastically. Boobs are the best way to tell if someone's a girl. Osomatsu, Choromatsu hissed. Don't say things like that so loudly. We're in a public place. What does that word mean? I'm unfamiliar with the scientific naming behind it, Choromatsu frowned. Their chests. Osomatsu exclaimed, ignorant to Choromatsu's demand. See, girls have big chests. Take a look. Osomatsu pointed to a woman across the cafe from them. Choromatsu straightened himself and looked over his shoulder, where he made out the person Osomatsu had been pointing to. Big chests, huh? He mumbled to himself. The women in question appeared middle-aged and more formal attire as she typed on a laptop, occasionally sipping her coffee. Choromatsu glanced down at her chest, and his eyes went wide as he realized they were, indeed, swollen larger than Osomatsu's or Choromatsu's chests. Huh. That's so interesting, he continued to himself quietly. That's funny. What's on a human's chest that would make it so? He turned his attention back to Osomatsu and looked the man up and down, almost making the other uncomfortable with the way he visually examined his body. Ah. Choromatsu gasped as the information became clear. That's right, the nipples. A human's nipples are located on the chest area. And, since humans are mammals, it only makes sense for females' breasts to house milk for their offspring, making them bigger. I see. He turned his audience from himself to Osomatsu and Choromatsu, bearing an expression of confusion. But, it's not always reliable to tell if a human is male or female this way, right? He questioned. After all, milk is only produced when offspring are present or expected. No, human girls have boobs all the time. Osomatsu grinned. Really? All the time? The other pushed. Aha! Wow. Choromatsu looked up and around the room once more, now trying to determine the gender of each patron in his head. I wonder if they ever get tired of having them. Ah, Osomatsu sighed dreamily. I know I don't, Tilda. Millimeter? He looked at the man curiously, examining his flushed cheeks and facial expression. The facial expression harbored what Choromatsu could only recognize as happiness, but there was something different about it. And his face, it was so red. He'd only ever seen it so red one other time. He walked himself through the possibilities carefully, slowly coming to a verbal conclusion. Osomatsu, are you, as a male human, sexually attracted to female breasts? Osomatsu couldn't help but to give a cheeky laugh as he scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Choromatsu sent him a pitted glare. Shame on you, Osomatsu, he tutted. Such a pervert. Says the guy who comes here trying to pick up women with his strong, silent type character, Osomatsu teased in return, poking the man's cheek. Ah. It was Choromatsu's turn to turn red as he averted his gaze, fumbling over his words. Well, anyway, boobs aren't that big of an indicator, because lots of women are flat. Ah, I guess that's true, the other agreed. Choromatsu continued looking around the room, trying his best to identify male humans and female humans. He then spotted the barista who had served them their food and drinks, chatting with a customer at another table. He saw her chest and grew a big smile. Ah. So then, that human that served us earlier, she was a girl, then? Yeah, that's right. Osomatsu nodded. Choromatsu looked at each human in the cafe excitedly, soon finding the next and pointing in excitement. And that one's a girl, too. He exclaimed. Yep. Choromatsu smiled. And that one. Osomatsu and Choromatsu turned to see who he was pointing at this time, and both went silent. It was a man off in the corner, alone in the cafe with his laptop and headphones in. He was heavier set with chubby male breasts that were apparent behind his shirt. The duo stared for a moment before glancing at each other and quieting down. No, that's a guy, Osomatsu finally corrected. Eh? Yeah, definitely a guy, Choromatsu added. Eh? Choromatsu frowned in confusion. But, I don't understand. That human has a large chest. Yeah, but that's just because he's a little bigger, Osomatsu tried to explain. Some people are naturally like that. The alien gave a disappointed hum. So then, how do you two know he's not a female? He asked. Well, for one, he has facial hair, Osomatsu explained. Facial hair? Choromatsu's eyes wandered back to the man. Now that he wasn't so focused on the man's chest, he realized for the first time that he actually had a mustache and beard. Oh, wow. I didn't know humans could grow hair on their faces. Typically, it's only guys that grow facial hair, Choromatsu said. So if you see someone who has some, it's probably a guy. I see. Choromatsu smiled their way. Anything else? Choromatsu scrunched his brow and folded his arms. I mean, this isn't a very good one, but I guess it's more common for women to have long hair, and men to have short hair. Oh, that's interesting. He said. Is it a cultural thing? A bit of an outdated one, but yeah. I know plenty of girls with short hair though, Osomatsu noted. And I've seen guys with long hair, too. Yeah, it isn't that reliable a method. Ah, the eldest said. There's also makeup. Right, Choromatsu agreed. It's common for girls to wear makeup. But, then again. Osomatsu frowned and folded his arms as well. I've seen guys wear makeup before. And it's not like all girls wear makeup, either. Millimeter. Choromatsu gave a disgruntled him, thinking harder. That's true. Choromatsu blinked dumbly again. What is makeup? he asked. Choromatsu started. Like, mascara or eyeshadow or lipstick? Choromatsu gave a meek smile. I don't know what any of that is. It's like. Osomatsu hummed, trying to think of the best way to explain. It's like color. Girls add color to their faces to enhance certain features. Like, red coloring might make their lips look fuller, or black coloring on lashes might make their eyes look bigger. They might add pink coloring to their cheeks to make them look more vibrant, the second oldest added. Or maybe brown coloring to their eyelids to give a deep undertone. I think I understand. The alien nodded. And these are all desirable traits in finding a mate, no? Hair. I suppose you could say that, he said. Choromatsu grinned and clasped his hands together in intrigue. Osomatsu, Choromatsu, he began. Tell me, what are some desirable attributes you find sexually attractive in the female anatomy? Excuse me. Choromatsu uttered, cheeks turning bright red. You mean, like, fetishes? Asked the eldest, a bit more unfazed by such an ignorantly perverted question. That's. The blue Matsu averted his gaze and scratched the back of his neck, flustered by the onset of personal questions. Kind of an embarrassing question to answer, you know? Especially when the one asking isn't even, like, human. You humans are so funny, Choromatsu chuckled. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's just biology, after all. You really have no idea, do you? He asked, slightly exasperated by the other's ignorance. No, he doesn't get it at all, Osomatsu agreed. I suppose. Choromatsu shut his eyes and folded his arms, attempting to appear laid back and cool. If I were to choose one thing, it would be. He snapped his fingers decisively. The figure. More specifically. The eldest egged on. HMP8. He gave a cool smile, but it was clearly one of embarrassment. The waist, and the butt. A sophisticated choice, eh? Hair. Only for the most sophisticated man. It would definitely have to be boobs for me, Osomatsu chuckled. Choromatsu looked between the two, absolutely fascinated by their choices. Wow, that's so interesting, he said. I really wish I had my notes with me, this is all such good information. Enough about humans already, Choromatsu dismissed. What about you, Choromatsu? Tell me, in your own species, how do you tell guys and girls apart? And what attracts you personally? About that. Choromatsu's species doesn't do genders, Osomatsu commented. Oh? Is that true? Questioned the second oldest. As I've previously explained to Osomatsu, my people aren't sexual beings, Choromatsu stated. We reproduce by means of kinematic self-replication, and therefore don't require finding a mate. So, like, there aren't any physical traits you think are cute? Osomatsu asked. Well. The alien looked up and around thoughtfully. My species are pretty good at building new bodies, so we honestly don't physically differ from each other very much. At least, not as much as humans, it seems. Thinking about it though. He paused to allow himself time to collect his thoughts, taking a moment to sip his water. I suppose, longer halos are admirable. Halos? Choromatsu cocked his head. Yes, the other nodded. You've seen how the top of my head flutters and flows in my natural form, yes. Your wispy hair, yeah. It's said that longer is luckier, Choromatsu smiled. In a way, you could say that the higher the flames wave, the more beautiful one appears. Of course, we don't take such trivial factors as priority, but it is fun to acknowledge. Osomatsu uttered. I didn't know some were longer than others. I wonder then, if you noticed the subtle differences in the sizes of our eyes. The alien pointed at his own human eye. Some of us have bigger eyes than others, and this is more desirable among my people. Hey, that's how it is here, too. Choromatsu noted. Then there are varying lengths in our arms, Choromatsu continued. Typically our second and third sets are longer, but for some, they are the same length as their main pair. Are these all differences you never noticed, Osomatsu? Yeah, I've never noticed any of this, Osomatsu confirmed. You all look the same to me. I suppose. He brought a finger to his chin in wonder. There's one more aesthetic in our physique that may appear more beautiful to some through variation. It's not something that applies to humans, I don't think. And that is? Osomatsu, give me your hand. Osomatsu sent a hesitant glance Choromatsu's way, then shrugged. He reached his hand forward, stretching it across the table only for Choromatsu to do the same. Their hands touched and fingers interlaced with their palms pressing close together. One hand was warm, lively, perhaps even a bit sweaty, and the other was cold. Two living creatures, two opposing temperatures. Choromatsu glanced around the cafe carefully, making sure no one was paying them any mind before proceeding. Once he was sure they weren't being watched, he began to shift his hand and forearm back into its natural form. Osomatsu and Choromatsu's eyes went wide as his light skin morphed into a wispy, black exterior. When his hand changed, it grew quite a bit larger than it was before. Choromatsu's long, alien fingers were now able to reach all the way down the other's knuckles, further showcasing their contrasting sizes. Osomatsu knew these aliens were bigger than humans, but it was still strange to compare directly. The two humans watched carefully, waiting to see what was going to happen. As expected, Choromatsu provided an experience unexpected and fantastical. Before their very eyes, a dim, green glow emanated like heat from within their palms, seeping out between the cracks of their tight embrace. Ah! Whoa! It was an awesome experience, witnessing the creation of light between their palms from nothing. Osomatsu furrowed his brow and leaned in closer, carefully examining the glow and wondering what it was. Don't worry, you're not in any danger. It's nothing more than a bit of light. Our ability of bioluminescence is utilized socially among my people, Choromatsu explained with a friendly smile. Exercising it in this manner is a symbol of deep trust between two individuals. More and more curious, Osomatsu slowly let go of the other's hand, pulling back his own so he could further observe the gentle glow emanating from the center of Choromatsu's palm. Then, the glow faded into non-existence, and Choromatsu returned his hand to its human-like appearance. Just as blushing is for humans, this behavior is often involuntary and occurs when you touch the hands or eyes of someone you're close to, he continued. Obviously it can be done on command as well, but it's definitely a more social emotional response. That's... A soft smile formed across Choromatsu's face. That's amazing. Yeah, it is, but why is that an aesthetic thing? Osomatsu asked. How does it vary between people? Everyone has a unique color they can emulate, Choromatsu explained. As you can see, my light is green, whereas another person's may be red or blue or even yellow. The doctor, a childhood friend of mine, his is purple. Awesome. The second eldest uttered breathlessly. What do the different colors mean? Further questioned Osomatsu. Nothing significant, the alien replied. The color is dependent on the type of A113 molecule that's present in our blood. Some of my people are born with different types and amounts of this chemical compound, which directly affects the color of their bioluminescence. 3 types, multiple of which may be present, and 2 ends on the spectrum of quantity. Ah, so it's like your blood type? He beamed. In a way, yes, the other nodded. Performing this ritual isn't a formality or a matter of business of any sort, it's more intimate than that. I suppose those you do this with could be considered brothers, whereas others are just friends, if that metaphor is appropriate. That's so nice, Choromatsu smiled with his arms folded. Do you have many friends, Choromatsu? Ah. Choromatsu suddenly blinked, appearing flustered by the question. He averted his gaze and tried to smile, fidgeting with his fingers. Oh, of course I do. He claimed. I have friends with every blood type. Pinks, reds, oranges, yellows, greens, blues, purples, even white. I guess you could say I'm pretty popular. Ah ha ha. Osomatsu leaned in, squinting with an exasperated smile as he mumbled to himself, "You're totally lying. I guess the closest thing we have to that here on Earth would be, maybe, a hug." Choromatsu pondered. You hug people you're close to. Then again, it's kind of a formality between family members for some. A hug? Choromatsu cocked his head, proceeding to act out the action by hugging the air. You mean like an embrace? Yeah, that's right. Ah, I know that, then. The other said with a bright smile. Osomatsu gave me a hug some time after we abducted him. Choromatsu sent a questioning look Osomatsu's way. The man waved his hand dismissively. Yeah, I wanted beer. Right, it wasn't exactly sincere, noted Choromatsu, his smile wavering. I was so confused at the time. When you grabbed onto me so suddenly, I thought you were going to try and maul me. I guess now I know it's meant to be an act of affection among humans. You can put that in your notes, Osomatsu suggested. Will do. As their conversation began to wrap up, each finished their respective food item or drink and began getting ready to leave. They stood from their seats and thanked the workers before exiting the cafe, walking back into the cool autumn atmosphere. Choromatsu took the lead as they began walking down the sidewalk, surrounded by bustling noises of the city. So, what did you think? Choromatsu asked. Did you have a good experience? Yes, that cafe was very nice, Choromatsu smiled. This whole day has been very fascinating and enriching for me. Is there anything you want to do now? The alien hummed thoughtfully before glancing up at the sky. There wasn't a cloud in sight, giving the warm sun ample room to shine bright above head. It was a beautiful sight to see, one that he knew he wasn't going to be able to appreciate for much longer. I think that, whatever we do, we should stay outside, he suggested. Sure, the other replied. Any particular reason? Well, now, instead of admiring the sky for its full beauty, he began scanning the vast atmosphere for anything unusual. My people. They should be coming for me very soon. It would be best to remain in a location most convenient for pickup. Oh. Choromatsu looked down at the ground with a sad look. Right. I see. In that case, we can head to the closest park, maybe. Choromatsu smiled gratefully. That would be wonderful. Osomatsu followed along quietly as Choromatsu began leading them the direction of their new destination. He glanced up at the sky himself for a moment, thinking carefully about what exactly was about to go down. The park wasn't too far from the cafe. They arrived quickly enough to a gorgeous field littered with leaves of yellow, orange, and brown, along with occasional benches and trash cans organized about. There were few people present in the park, leaving a quieter environment for the trio to relax in. Choromatsu led them through a path, soon cutting off from the main area and climbing up a grassy hill. Finally, they made it. Choromatsu plopped down into the soft grass and looked up into the sky with a warm smile. Osomatsu and Choromatsu followed his lead, sitting beside him in their own unique positions as they awaited what was eventually to come. There was a silence that ensued as each individual became lost to their thoughts and their feelings of the past 24 hours. For Osomatsu, there was a hint of unease for the future. Blank-faced, he stared out into the city and relished in the peaceful environment of the present. He wondered. When the aliens came to pick Choromatsu up, were they going to take him back, as well? That guy, he promised Osomatsu freedom in exchange for safety. He kept his end of the deal, so now it was time for Choromatsu to fulfill his. When the aliens arrived, was there going to be chaos? Were onlookers going to see all the commotion and panic? Would they linger long enough for Choromatsu to explain the situation, allowing him to finally go free? Or would they abduct him first? Then there was the devious fear of betrayal. Osomatsu knew how Choromatsu was. The guy was a sociopath who saw him as nothing more than test meat. Was he really trustworthy? Would he really keep his end of the bargain? What was going to happen if Choromatsu turned against him? He didn't want that to happen. There was no way he was going back to the life he lived this past week. No, he didn't want to think about that. He had no choice but to trust the guy. After all, running away was no good. According to Choromatsu, his biosignature was now traceable. He'd certainly be hunted down and caught no matter what. He just had to put his faith in the morality of this foreign species and hope he didn't have to step foot back on that ship ever again. Choromatsu was curious about what he was going to witness in the coming hour. Was an alien ship really going to descend from the sky and pick up Choromatsu? Would he get to see even more aliens? It was exciting for sure, but also melancholic in a way. He didn't want the day to end. He felt that, over the course of the morning and previous night, he'd become friends with this alien. He still wanted to learn more about them. He wanted to spend more time with them. He wanted to know things. It was too soon to say goodbye to a paranormal entity he'd likely never see again. Everything that had happened in the past day was absolutely mind-blowing. He was still a little in shock from it all, to be honest. The existence of aliens made him question everything, from his views on spirituality and philosophy to the significance of his own life. He felt so small, so little in the grand scheme of things. He never thought he'd create a friendship like this beyond his own species. He was going to miss Choromatsu. But it was likely he was never going to have to say goodbye. Choromatsu bit his tongue as the troubling thoughts of his complicated situation returned. Osomatsu, Choromatsu. He had a feeling this wasn't going to be their last meeting. He was certain Osomatsu was going to be picked up alongside himself, and there was a fair chance Choromatsu was going to join them as well. Convincing his people to set Osomatsu free was likely an impossible task, and he knew it. There was just no feasible way for him to grant the man his freedom as he wished. This was quite the predicament. There was one thing he could do, however. Right this moment, he had the option of being honest with Choromatsu. Perhaps, if Choromatsu returned home before the rescue team came, he'd be spared a similar fate to Osomatsu. Then again, if Choromatsu wasn't abducted, Choromatsu would have a harder time convincing higher-ups to set Osomatsu free. After all, they would need a replacement for their human specimen, and Choromatsu was the perfect match. Was it best to risk having both humans come along in an attempt to keep a promise? Or would it be better to ensure Choromatsu's natural freedom? There was no right answer. This was all his fault. He'd made a promise he just knew he couldn't keep. Perhaps it was best to allow fate to set their course. Osomatsu. Osomatsu broke from his thoughts as Choromatsu softly called to him. He glanced the alien's way with a curious look, but Choromatsu didn't return his gaze. "I promise I'll do my best," Choromatsu said quietly. Osomatsu furrowed his brow and opened his mouth to speak, but couldn't think of the right words to say. He was rather surprised, actually. Choromatsu's voice just now, it sounded genuine. Sincere. Almost pleading. Melancholic. He'd never heard this tone from his alien companion before. He didn't know what to think and was almost too afraid to guess the circumstances the other was trying to suggest. It was comforting, yet at the same time, his words didn't sit well with him. With each passing minute, time continued to stroll forth without pity for its prey. The sun inched higher as the three protagonists sat before the city in silence, taking in the energy of the moment while comfortably appreciating each other's presence. It was a peaceful period in which there was not yet immediate danger, and each relished in that security. It was a tranquil eternity that none would forget, one that was soon to be disrupted. Choromatsu blinked and squinted, his eye-catching motion somewhere in the ocean of blue above. It seemed it was about time. He glanced Choromatsu's way, seeing that the other didn't appear to notice the invisible movement he himself had detected. If he was going to tell Choromatsu to run, this was his last chance. There was no more time to waste. For this specimen, it was a life of freedom or captivity, and it was all in his hands. A spark of light. This time, Osomatsu blinked as he noticed something off about the sky. "Heh? Did you see that?" he asked. Choromatsu swallowed, pushing his palms against the grass and standing to his feet below the massive void that was the Earth's atmosphere. It was finally happening. Seeing that Choromatsu appeared to be readying himself, Choromatsu and Osomatsu stood as well, scanning the sky curiously. Choromatsu opened his mouth to speak, but for a moment, no words came out. He hesitated, thinking over his options again and again. What was the right thing to do? What was going to make it better, and what was going to make it worse? Which was morally acceptable? How could he know? Choromatsu, he finally said. There's something I should tell you. Huh? Choromatsu looked over at the alien curiously. He waited for further explanation but, after several long moments, received nothing. Choromatsu? He called. He didn't reply. Instead, he continued to stare up into the sky that was now becoming distorted with more and more strange visual anomalies. Swirls, flickers of light, ripples in space, unexplainable patches of ever-changing darkness and occasional motion. It was coming. It was getting closer. There was no more time. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Osomatsu and Choromatsu took a step back as the light from the sun seemed to grow brighter. They squinted and threw an arm above their eyes, trying to look up into the sky. I think your rescue team is here. Osomatsu exclaimed, volume high over the increasing chaos. Choromatsu took his eyes off the growing light to glance Choromatsu's way. He could detect a sense of unease in the air. Was Choromatsu going to finish what he was about to say? The two humans shut their eyes tight as the brightness became overwhelming. The colors around them faded beneath the white light and they fell to their knees as energy and vibrations surrounded them vibrantly. A sort of invisible noise became apparent, but they couldn't quite describe what they were hearing. It all happened so fast. And like a flash, it was all over. Intermission. End chapter 9. Chapter 10. It welcomes him with apathy and reserve. It was a gradual process, but Osomatsu's consciousness slowly made its comeback. The man rubbed his eyes sleepily, giving a big yawn before stretching and smacking his lips a few times. Slowly, he opened his eyes. He was staring up at a white ceiling in a quiet room. A familiar room. He allowed a few seconds to pass before blinking and sitting up, glancing around at his surroundings cautiously. This place again. It was his bedroom, or better yet, his holding cell, the one he had been forced to stay in during his week in alien custody. He was back, just like nothing happened. He raised a brow and scanned the room hesitantly. I'm back in this room, he thought silently to himself. What the hell happened? All I remember was standing on that hill with Choromatsu and Choromatsu, and then there was a bright light. They must have knocked me out and abducted me again, right? Where's Choromatsu? Osomatsu contemplated his situation for a few long moments, considering his circumstances carefully. Then, he heard a noise. He glanced up just as the door on the other end of his room opened. Choromatsu? He called out innocently. There, standing menacingly in the doorway, four tall, demonic-looking creatures stood motionless and stared. Osomatsu scanned each individual timidly, searching for his friend but knowing deep down that he wasn't among the group. He returned their creepy gaze with a hesitant look of his own, watching in uncertainty as one of them stepped forward. As it got closer, Osomatsu's wristband snapped together behind his back, binding him. He grunted nervously and glanced back briefly before regaining eye contact with the approaching demon. The entity got closer and closer, soon only a meter away. Its height was insurmountable, as Osomatsu's mattress was still without its frame. It towered above him for a moment before kneeling. Osomatsu watched apprehensively as it leaned in close. Using one of its 6 hands, it suddenly grabbed Osomatsu firmly by the jaw. He barely had time to yelp before the creature pressed its face close. Without consent, it locked lips with him and stole away a kiss. For a moment, Osomatsu was frozen in surprise, caught off guard by this sudden act. Then, with a frustrated huff, he jerked away and frantically scooted back in his bed, glaring in aggression. He watched as the entity standing over him began to shift, just as Osomatsu had seen Choromatsu do many times. Its black skin fluttered away and its body shrank slightly, gradually morphing into a species different from its own. Within seconds the transformation was complete, and before Osomatsu stood a new face. A new human. Who? Osomatsu huffed, not yet ready to trust this new alien. Who are you? The human before him returned the man's gaze with an apathetic stare. His entire demeanor was empty and blank with a depressing undertone, and when he spoke, his voice was monotonous. Millimeter? You don't recognize me. Of course I don't, Osomatsu scowled. Oh. The alien hummed thoughtfully, his energy low and still. Interesting. You can call me Ichimatsu. I'm the doctor. The doctor? He repeated curiously. The one you bit. Oh. Osomatsu clicked his tongue and averted his gaze in subtle irritation. The mere mention of that bite brought back unpleasant memories of the taste of their alien blood, and how it stung on his tongue. It also reminded him of how he ended up resorting to such violence in the first place, and made him feel disgusted. You. Yeah. Thinking back, he did seem to remember Choromatsu mentioning the doctor on several occasions. He was sure the doctor had been there during most of their tests and experiments. The doctor was there when he first cried, and he was there when Choromatsu was feeding him those artificial emotions. The doctor was also apparently a trusted friend of Choromatsu's, as well. And now, he finally had a name Osomatsu could associate him with. Osomatsu glanced back at the other three aliens before asking his next question. Where's Choromatsu? Choromatsu? Ichimatsu scrunched his nose. I assume that's the alias the behaviorist is going by. Right, he's on leave. Osomatsu blinked in surprise. Eh? On leave? He exclaimed. Yeah, the doctor nodded. He's required by the head to take time off due to foreign exposure control. It's just protocol when returning from unfamiliar terrain. Also, I heard he got wounded, so they need to check that out and make sure he's okay. Well, wait, he has to come in. Osomatsu argued, growing frantic. He promised I wouldn't end up back here. He said he'd let me go home. Ichimatsu raised a single brow with faint curiosity. Well, that shouldn't be right, he said. I've never heard of us releasing one of our specimens back into its natural habitat. I'm being serious, he pushed. I'm not supposed to be here. Just ask him. The other gave a little sigh and shook his head. Well, I don't know what that guy told you, but I have no orders to take you back to your home planet, he stated. I'm just here to cover the role of translator until Choromatsu comes back. How long is that going to be? No idea, said the doctor. Ichimatsu reached into his pocket and pulled out a device, one that Osomatsu had seen Choromatsu carry plenty of times. It started as a long cylinder that opened up into a notepad. Ichimatsu activated the holographic notes and began looking them over one more time. Anyway, he started. Why don't you follow me to the testing room so we can get started on today's work? Osomatsu gave a huff of disbelief. So then, that's it? He asked. I'm just going right back into being tested on? Millimeter. Ichimatsu hummed, hesitating before confirming. Yeah. Then. Osomatsu bared his teeth and shot a nasty glare. I refuse. Ichimatsu sighed and lowered his eyelids. Right. He breathed. After looking over Choromatsu's notes, I just knew you were going to be a pain to deal with. He glanced at the notes again, thinking aloud to himself. I wonder if Choromatsu said anything about a reward system. Fuck, I'm no behavioral specialist, I don't know how to work with animals. Millimeter. Finally, the alien regained eye contact. Do you want a treat? He asked. How many times do I have to tell you guys? I'm not a dog, he barked back. Well, we can make this easy, or we can make this hard, said Ichimatsu. Just follow me to the other room. No. I'm done. I want to talk to Choromatsu, Osomatsu growled stubbornly. You really are a pain, aren't you? Ichimatsu closed his holographic notes and sent an ominous glare of his own. I wouldn't try my patience. Just get that tentacle blob thing out, huffed the other. I'm not walking on my own accord. The alien raised a brow with an irked frown. I mean, I can make you walk, he said. We have plenty of means of control at our disposal. Fine then, the other challenged. Make me. Ichimatsu turned to one of his silent companions and nodded before pulling out a small device no bigger than a finger with a single button. He walked forward and touched the tip of the device against Osomatsu's neckband, which glowed once in response. Then, Ichimatsu began to walk. Immediately, Osomatsu felt an invisible force jerk at his band like a collar. The force was strong enough to knock him from the bed, forcing him to stumble to his feet. Hey! He cried out. Ichimatsu glanced back apathetically and tugged with the device, magnetically pulling the band forward once more. Osomatsu tripped over himself and started struggling, fighting to overpower whatever type of invisible leash this device had on him. No matter his will, however, the band pulled him forward smoothly and without effort. Without the use of his arms, Osomatsu couldn't do much to resist and was forced to walk to prevent himself from falling on his face. Great, the doctor nodded. From there, the group left his room and started down the hall. Osomatsu was dragged behind like an animal, a tiger fighting its tamer. He growled and gritted his teeth, feeling a slight sense of humiliation from being walked in such a manner. What the hell are you going to do to me this time? He snarled. I'm not answering that question, the other replied shortly. Ha! Osomatsu glared at Ichimatsu, tugging again fruitlessly at the leash. I have a right to know. Choromatsu has certainly spoiled you, hasn't he? He sighed, shaking his head. I'm not telling you what we're going to do because you're just going to panic and cause a fuss. If it's going to make me panic, then I probably have a right to panic. The man argued. You can't make me go into this blind. I keep telling that guy to stop catering to your fickle whims, said Ichimatsu. This is why. The group entered the same old testing room where they were greeted by a couple more aliens busy with work. Osomatsu's collar was jerked forward until he was beside the lab table, tripping and stumbling the whole way to keep up with the sudden motions. Ichimatsu and another alien stood at his side. Lie down, he ordered. Osomatsu only gave a stubborn HMPH and turned his head away. Ichimatsu formed the slightest of irritated looks before gesturing to his partner. Together, he and the other alien grabbed Osomatsu and lifted him from the ground, forcing him on the table. At this time, the bands binding Osomatsu's wrists behind his back also disabled. As the other alien stepped back, Ichimatsu morphed his 2 extra pair of alien arms into existence and took hold of the human. Osomatsu growled and threw an arm out as he was grabbed at and handled. Ichimatsu tried to get him to lie on his back, but Osomatsu resisted and struggled, if anything, just to give him a harder time. Ichimatsu gave an irritated snarl and firmly tried to pin him, but Osomatsu eluded him. Breaking his hand free from his grasp, he didn't waste a second before throwing out a closed fist as hard as he could. GCK. The punch could be heard from the other room. Ichimatsu let go of Osomatsu and flew back, bringing a hand to his face in pain. A black, inky substance was quick to seep from his nose and trickle down his chin. As soon as Osomatsu's actions sank in, 2, then 3 other aliens rushed forward and grabbed the man. They easily pinned him down and activated the bands around his wrists, ankles, and neck, trapping him in a vulnerable position. Meanwhile, a couple other aliens ran over to Ichimatsu, who quickly transformed from his human appearance back into his natural body. He was visibly thrown off by the punch and allowed the others to check his wound. As Ichimatsu and his colleagues retrieved some napkins to clean the blood, Osomatsu huffed and stared up at the ceiling. He hated being treated like an animal. He hated being handled like an object. He hated the complete disregard for his identity as a competent being. He was sick of it. He ignored the intimidated gazes of one or two onlookers and continued to only glare up at nothing. A few minutes of being strapped to the table went by before Ichimatsu returned. He stepped forward and transformed back into his human appearance, holding a begrudging glare. I should have listened when Choromatsu told me humans fight with their fists. He growled. Fuck, that hurt. Good. You're never going to learn if you aren't corrected, Ichimatsu stated. First though, we need to get this over with. Ichimatsu walked forward and opened up a drawer. He dug through it for a few moments before pulling out two things, a small glass bottle with a cork containing a strange liquid, and an alien-looking syringe. Once the needle was exposed, Osomatsu finally broke from his exasperated stare and gave a subtly nervous glance, visibly trying not to appear panicked. He watched as the needle was inserted through the cork to suck up the liquid. The alien then walked forward and took a fistful of Osomatsu's hair, turning his head away to give opening to his neck. Hold still, the alien commanded. Wait. Get that away from me. Osomatsu cried out, falling into an immediate struggle. Ichimatsu retaliated with another firm grasp of his hair with one of his extra alien arms. The man found he was totally pinned and helpless, growing more frantic by the moment. No. What is that? Don't. Your species, so dramatic, Ichimatsu huffed. Stop being so noisy. Osomatsu gave a panicked cry as he felt the tip of the needle touch his skin. Without hesitation, it poked through his flesh with an almost audible pop and began injecting him with the mysterious chemical. He whined and shut his eyes tight as it was held in place for a few long moments. See? The other said. It's just a little poke. When Ichimatsu spoke, his words were decent but his tone was monotonous, as if he really had no desire to ease Osomatsu's anxieties. What is this going to do to me? Osomatsu asked, fear apparent in his tone. It's just going to help you, Ichimatsu replied vaguely. We were going to have to get this out of the way sometime or another. Quickly enough, Ichimatsu finished administering the chemical. Osomatsu did a relieved huff, but his relief was short-lived. He watched as Ichimatsu withdrew yet another needle, ready to be utilized. Whoa, how many drugs are you putting into me? Ichimatsu ignored his question and again pinned Osomatsu's head down on its side. He growled and fought helplessly, soon penetrated by the second needle. He gave a little hiccup, feeling a bit more pain with this one. Ichimatsu was becoming careless. That, or Osomatsu's useless struggling was making it harder to go easy on him. This next chemical was slowly injected into his bloodstream, and eventually the needle was removed. One more. Osomatsu gave an uneasy groan as he eyed the third needle withdrawn from the drawer. Ichimatsu moved his head aside for the last time and popped the tip of the needle gently into his neck. Osomatsu shut his eyes tight and clenched his teeth. He didn't like needles, who did? By the way, I suppose, considering you're able to talk, you could give me an answer, Ichimatsu began. Osomatsu kept quiet. What is your behavior like around other males of your species? The man blinked in confusion, quickly distracted by the change in pace. What? He asked. When presented with another human male, is your reaction aggressive, or are you docile? Ichimatsu questioned, attempting to clarify his question. Osomatsu scrunched his nose thoughtfully, looking up and trying not to think about the needle sticking through his neck. I guess it just depends, he answered hesitantly. I see. Finally, the needle was removed. Ichimatsu put the syringe and chemicals away before pulling out his notepad and jotting down some notes. Vaccines have been administered, he said aloud to himself. Booster shots will be needed in due time. Huh? That's all that this was. Osomatsu yelled in exasperation. Ichimatsu glanced up at him with a blank face. Well, yeah. I thought you were drugging me up or doing something weird. He scoffed. Just tell me next time so I'm not left in the dark. Ichimatsu let out a breath and continued writing as Osomatsu did a sigh. Look, let me level with you here, the specimen began. I know it's your job to do this, but I'm not supposed to be in here anymore. Just tell your higher-ups that you'll be letting me go, and then drop me off back on Earth. Ichimatsu ignored his request, finishing up his notes before putting his notepad away. Then, he turned to a couple of his companions and exchanged a few words along with giving a couple gestures. Osomatsu's expression turned bitter as he was ignored. Hey, are you asking them if I can go home? He asked hopefully. Finally, Ichimatsu turned to Osomatsu. You need to be punished for the poor behavior you displayed prior to getting the shots, he said. Osomatsu raised a brow, unfazed. Punished? You're really going to punish me? You need to learn to behave while you're here, Ichimatsu stated. I'm not Choromatsu, I don't tolerate specimens walking all over me. Then, what are you gonna do? The other asked challengingly. Ichimatsu retracted his 4 extra arms and reached toward a cupboard on his left. He opened it up and took out a jar or container of sorts, unscrewing it and reaching one of his alien hands inside. Once it was pulled out, Osomatsu could see that his entire palm was covered in an odd, black, gel-like substance. It was in that moment that he realized what he was looking at. It was a familiar scene, one of an alien just about ready to bind his mouth. Ichimatsu leaned forward and clasped the dirted hand over the man's jaw, encasing his mouth within the substance. He squeezed him tight before letting go, his palm now completely clean of the gel. It now resided over Osomatsu's mouth in a perfect handprint shape. The man frowned and moved his lips left to right, finding they were sealed shut just like last time. Mumph. And then, with a single nod of the alien's head, Osomatsu's bands released him from the table and quickly snapped together in a hawk-tie position. He growled with a flustered look on his face, somewhat embarrassed to be back in this position. It was an insult, really. He hadn't been bound like this since his punishment on the ship several days ago, and it wasn't any less demeaning. With a whine he pulled at the restraints, but to no avail. The alien nodded to one of his companions who activated the oncoming presence of a new, floating chamber that wasn't too unlike the transportation bubbles. It had a similar translucent texture but was shaped like a cube instead of a sphere. It hovered over Osomatsu before dropping down, easing its base platform right through him and encapsulating him inside. Osomatsu struggled defiantly as he, now caged in like an animal, was lifted into the air. I'll come retrieve you in a while so I can supervise a little experiment we're doing, Ichimatsu said. While we do this, you'll get to eat. So, look forward to that, I guess. In the meantime, spend a bit of time in timeout. Osomatsu sent one last glare as he felt his cage rise high before veering off to the side. It smoothly approached an entrance in the wall closed off by what appeared to be a holographic door and, to Osomatsu's surprise, slipped right through. He blinked as he suddenly entered a whole new area, a dark abyss illuminated by an endless collection of subtly glowing cells. They were all compact and cubical, just like the one Osomatsu now resided in. His chamber hovered along down the columns of cells, most of which were empty but some containing an abstract creature inside. As Osomatsu's cell stopped at the end of a row and secured itself in place, Osomatsu could catch a better glimpse of the other trapped animals. There were only a few and some were more than several chambers away, but they all appeared to share the same constraints binding Osomatsu. One thrashed about wildly and whined, while most others remained worn out and submissive. They were all on timeout, just like him. Osomatsu grumbled and relaxed, lying on his side with his wrists pinned to his ankles. He really, truly felt like an animal. How awful. At this time, the box he was in activated and did a quick scan of his body. Then, a noise began to play. Osomatsu winced. It was a strange, high-pitched ringing, playing at a low volume. It didn't hurt his ears, but it was uncomfortable to listen to, not too dissimilar to nails on a chalkboard. He gave a grimace and squirmed a little, listening as the never-ending noise continued on. This area, this timeout zone, it was a place he'd been in before. He didn't know it at the time, but this was the location he'd found himself in when he was unable to open his eyes after his attempted escape. Of course. Now he knew. So. This is timeout, huh? He thought silently to himself. He wriggled his lips around, testing again his ability to open his mouth while tugging at his wristbands. He could barely even move to touch the edge of the cell, though he was sure he couldn't pass through anyway. Even if he could get out, he'd have nowhere to go, considering the cluster of mini prisons seemed to be floating in a void. This sucks. The noise continued playing in his ears, irritating him further. Was the audio stimulation really necessary? Was this actually torture? Was this their attempt to condition him? How long were they going to leave him in here? He hoped not as long as last time. Osomatsu glanced up as movement caught his eye. He looked over and watched as one of the cells housing a specimen several meters away detached from the mass. It hovered out and began floating away, being pulled from its timeout area at the will of the aliens. Within moments, it was gone. Osomatsu sighed. I wonder what little experiment Ichimatsu was talking about, he continued to ponder. It's going to happen while I eat. Are they going to mess with my food? What are they going to make me eat? What's going to happen? He furrowed his brows and groaned, growing more and more irritated by the ringing in his ears. I wish the bastard wouldn't keep these things a secret from me. Man, I sure miss Choromatsu. Intermission. It had been about half an hour since the man's awakening. A small room. A holding cell, one complete with a bathroom and a bed but was otherwise empty. The walls were light, the room was bright, and the exit was locked. There was a window he'd spent a good 20 minutes staring out, taking in the infinite wonders of outer space. He just couldn't believe he was here. He couldn't believe he was experiencing this. It really was happening. Sitting quietly on the bed in the lonely room, Choromatsu glanced down at his wrists for perhaps the 100th time, carefully examining the strange, alien bands now wrapped snugly around them. They glowed a gentle, baby blue color that was pleasing to look at, though he didn't quite understand their purpose. He noticed he had similar bands around his ankles and neck, as well. Thinking back, he realized Osomatsu had been wearing these bands before. He figured at the time that it was just some strange sort of fashion. He didn't realize it was actual alien technology. Choromatsu looked up and around the room once more with an uneasy frown. Although he'd expressed interest in the idea of alien abduction to Osomatsu prior, experiencing it firsthand was a little unsettling. He wasn't sure what to think and almost felt afraid. Reality versus fantasy was a surreal contrast that he didn't think he was ready to face. He spent an eternity alone before finally, something happened. Choromatsu glanced up curiously as the door to his holding cell opened, revealing 4 tall, dark entities. His eyes flew wide like a child's as he analyzed their appearance, realizing he was staring at 4 aliens just like Choromatsu. They stood at about 3 meters tall, towering over him like giants and making him feel like an ant. Their eyes were unblinking and intimidating, and their postures were bizarre and hunched. Looking at these foreign, terrifying creatures, it filled him with anxiety. Primitive fear. It was unreal. He really had been abducted. At this time, the bands wrapped around the man's wrists snapped together behind his back and a muzzle formed over his face. He blinked in surprise and sent the demonic creatures before him an innocent and confused look, appearing harmless and afraid. He'd never heard of an alien abduction where the humans were restrained in such a manner, and it made him feel like a prisoner. It was far from the welcoming and amicable attitude Choromatsu had presented him with upon meeting. The first of 4 aliens began walking forward, approaching the man carefully without taking its eyes off him. As it got closer, something amazing happened before Choromatsu's very eyes. The creature's skin began to flicker and flutter like leaves in the wind, breaking apart piece by piece as a magnificent transformation took place. Then, stopping only a couple meters from the man, the alien made eye contact in its full human form. Oh. The alien standing before him wasn't Choromatsu. Choromatsu didn't recognize him at all. He appeared stoic and aloof, staring back with eyes half-lidded in an almost depressed demeanor. The human gave a dry swallow, feeling his heart flutter nervously and shoulders remain tense. Meekly, he stuttered a greeting. "Hi," he said quietly. Ichimatsu returned his greeting with a nod, opening his mouth to speak but being quickly cut off by the other's timid questioning. "Where am I?" Choromatsu asked. "Who are you?" "You are in a holding cell on one of our biological research ships in Section 43A of Galaxy 527, the alien replied in a low voice. I see." He furrowed his eyebrows thoughtfully, bewildered by his current situation. "What happened?" "The last thing I remember was seeing your ship descend from the sky. Then, there was a light, and the next thing I know, I'm waking up here." "You were put to sleep while being transported onto the ship," Ichimatsu explained. "You've been brought in as a specimen of examination. You'll be taken care of here while we study you." "So, I really have been taken like Osomatsu was," Choromatsu said, twisting his lips in uncertainty. "This is all really happening. I've been abducted. Though." He glanced down at his muzzle and tugged at the force binding his wrists. "Are the restraints really necessary?" "Your species has been identified as moderately aggressive, so you will be restrained for the time being," he stated without sympathy. "Besides, I don't want to be bitten again while working with the animals." Choromatsu gave a quizzical look before shrugging off Ichimatsu's off-putting comment. "I suppose safety precautions are necessary when interacting with a new alien species." "Right, I understand," he said. "Now, if you'll follow me to the testing area so we can get you taken care of." The man frowned and formed a confused expression. "Choromatsu, is he here, too?" he asked. "Millimeter." Ichimatsu hummed, pausing briefly before replying. "I wasn't aware you already knew the behaviorist." Yeah, I met him yesterday," Choromatsu confirmed. "I haven't been told anything of the circumstances involving the retrieval of your person," he stated. "I was just told to begin our next block of testing immediately." Choromatsu frowned. "Choromatsu's your coworker, right?" he questioned. "Is he in the testing area?" "Don't worry about that for now," the alien said. "Stand up and follow me." "Well..." He hesitantly eyed Ichimatsu, then the three aliens standing in the back. Then, he nodded shyly. "Okay." Intermission. Osomatsu dragged his feet down the hallway. It had been about half an hour since his timeout session began, and it luckily only lasted about 20 minutes. His wrists were bound behind him and his muzzle was active, though the strange goop on his face keeping him from speaking was no longer present. He followed Ichimatsu submissively, walking along as his neckband was pulled by the invisible leash connected to the device in the alien's hand. As expected, these aliens were giving him no choice in any matter. He was a tool at their disposal, forced to walk along and go with any sort of treatment they desired. It wasn't long before Osomatsu and Ichimatsu stopped before a door. Osomatsu looked the door up and down. This was the feeding room. He was about to be fed. He watched as Ichimatsu put away the invisible leash device and opened the door, gently pushing the man inside. "Oh." Osomatsu perked up, immediately seeing a familiar face calling out to him. It was Choromatsu, sitting at the usual feeding table in the otherwise desolate room. The man's muzzle was already deactivated and his wrists were bound in front instead of behind. He was sitting in a chair where his ankles were bound to its legs, forced to await his upcoming meal. "Osomatsu, you're here!" he exclaimed. The eldest cocked his head curiously, examining the other in surprise. "Wait, these guys abducted you, too?" Choromatsu tried to send a warm smile, one stricken with a hint of uncertainty. It was clear that he was experiencing some level of distress, but his anxiety seemed to calm upon seeing a friend. Upon closer inspection, Osomatsu could see a couple little bruises on the man's neck. He must have gotten his vaccines, too. At first, Osomatsu was a bit caught off guard. Quickly enough, however, he fell back into his exasperated demeanor and trudged forward, plopping down next to Choromatsu with the most irritated of expressions. As he sat, he felt the bands around his ankles snap snugly against the chair's legs, restraining him. HMPH. I guess we're both stuck here, then, he growled. Ichimatsu and the other aliens watched their behavior carefully, with the first jotting notes down in his notepad. He then sat in a chair considerably far from the table, ready to observe while their meals were still being prepared. Osomatsu could only glare forward as he spoke out stubbornly. I'm not eating until I talk to Choromatsu, the man said in a demanding tone. I've already told you, he's not here right now, Ichimatsu replied. I don't care. Give him a call or something, anything. Osomatsu's irritation was visible, and he wasn't afraid to express his frustrations. He promised I wouldn't end up back here. I really don't know what he might have told you, but that's not how things work here, the other tried to explain. This is a special case. He snarled and said, you can't keep me here any longer. Osomatsu. Osomatsu blinked and glanced at his companion as he meekly interrupted. His eyes were wide and innocent, and it seemed he could no longer keep up his worried smile. We're not just going to be here for a couple hours, are we? Choromatsu asked hesitantly. Did I never bring it up? Osomatsu leaned back in his chair with a scowl. The reason I've been so bitter towards Choromatsu this whole time. It's because these guys want to keep us here forever. They want to experiment on us for the rest of our lives. Ha! Choromatsu's eyes flew wide as he quickly turned to Ichimatsu, bearing an innocent and worried look. That's not true, right? Ichimatsu nodded and said, you've been relocated from your previous habitat and will be living here from now on. But I need to get back home. Choromatsu was visibly beginning to panic, fear welling up inside his chest. I'm fine if you want to study me for a little bit, maybe even a few days. But I can't stay here forever. Don't excite your fight or flight, the alien ordered in his usual monotonous voice. You will be taken care of. You will not be harmed. You are safe. I don't care. The other kept his shoulders raised and eyes worried. I want to go home. Without even looking up from his notes, Ichimatsu simply replied, you'll get comfortable over time. You don't understand, Ichimatsu. I have a life. He argued. My associates, my subordinates, my family, I'm a leader to a lot of people. I can't just vanish, I need to take care of them. They're going to panic. They'll be fine, the other assured in his flat tone. Don't get yourself worked up. Ichimatsu, please. He begged. At this time, two familiar bubbles floated into the room. Choromatsu bit his tongue momentarily as he observed the devices settle on the table before him and his friend, popping to reveal for each a tray of alien food. He could only stare in bewilderment for a few moments, then looked back up at the alien to continue his pleas. You can't take me away from everything. He argued. I'm not just a wild animal you're free to capture. Millimeter. That's precisely what you are, Ichimatsu countered. You're an animal we've taken in to domesticate as we learn and study your species. It's just the way it is. Osomatsu growled. He was growing sick of this conversation and hated that last remark. With wrists still bound in front, he reached forward and grabbed his plate. Then suddenly, without any warning, he chucked it across the room at Ichimatsu. The alien winced as his associates jumped back in surprise. Food splattered all over Ichimatsu's front as the metal tray bounced and clanked onto the floor. He was taken entirely off guard by the act and hopped to his feet, looking down at his now dirtied clothes. Hey! He uttered in disbelief. Osomatsu watched, hardly even amused as the alien stayed frozen. Ichimatsu took a moment to gather his thoughts before forming a tired glare and suddenly shifting. His body transformed back into its natural demonic-looking form as he brushed off bits of food from his chest and stomach. He then marched over to one of his co-workers and spoke in their native tongue. Look, I don't know what to do here, he told the other in an audibly exasperated tone. I'm not a behaviorist, I'm a doctor. I can't socially connect with these guys. Why are they acting up? Asked his coworker. That one wants Choromatsu, he began, pointing to the red matsu before moving on to the blue. And that one wants to go home. Oh. Not much we can do about that, the alien admitted. I mean, maybe we could send in a request that Choromatsu come back to work early. I just can't deal with this, Ichimatsu sighed. They don't want anything to do with me. Well hey, your break is coming up soon, isn't it? The other reminded. Why don't you go take your lunch now and let us deal with the specimens for a bit? Gladly, Ichimatsu huffed, shoving the notepad into his coworker's arms. Don't be afraid to use the sedatives in my drawer if they act out. With that, their interaction ended and Ichimatsu left the room, leaving a few other aliens to watch over their human specimens. As Ichimatsu disappeared beyond the door, Choromatsu glanced up at his companion in worry. Osomatsu, you said you were stuck here for a whole week? He asked. You know, before you and Choromatsu ended up at my place. Yep, the other grumbled. At least, I think that's about right. Choromatsu meekly set his hands on his thighs as he looked down with frightful eyes. I thought. I mean, I had no idea they were planning on keeping their victims here for the rest of their lives. Why didn't Choromatsu say anything? Did he know I was going to end up on this ship, too? Knowing that jackass, he probably did, Osomatsu huffed. Choromatsu frowned sadly. I don't want to believe that. He seemed so nice. Yeah, but the reality is that all these guys want to do is experiment on us, he stated. We're just lab rats to these people. Hell, they have us bound by the wrists and ankles like animals. Do you see why I didn't want to come back here? What do we do? The other asked desperately. I didn't know it was going to be like this. I want to go home. Well. Osomatsu side-glanced Choromatsu's way. Choromatsu made a promise that if I helped protect him on Earth, he'd let me go. He's our only hope right now. But then again. He averted his gaze once more to glare ahead at nothing. I have no way of trusting that he'll even keep his promise. And besides, I haven't seen him since we were on that hill. Apparently, he's on leave. Choromatsu looked down at his lap with worry in his eyes. I see. Until then, I'm just going to keep making their lives harder by being a nuisance, he said. Though, doing so is the reason we're restrained the way we are. These damn wristbands and these damn muzzles. These muzzles, huh? The second oldest glanced down at his muzzle curiously. You didn't actually bite one of them, did you? You would have lashed out too if they were trying to force a semen sample from you. Choromatsu's attention snapped to the other as he formed an expression of horror. Wait, He practically screamed. They did what? Yep. Da did. He gulped. Did it hurt? Well, if we don't get out of here soon, you'll probably find out for yourself eventually, Osomatsu mumbled. No. He clutched his thighs tightly as panic rose. That's where I draw the line. No way. Choromatsu shut his eyes tight and called out like a child to no one in particular. I want to go home. He cried. Yeah, so do I, Osomatsu agreed with a sigh. Choromatsu whined as his eyes fell upon the plate of foreign food before him. He analyzed it for a few long moments before leaning forward and sniffing it skeptically. Then, with an anxious frown, he spoke. What even is this? He asked, quivering. This is the dog food they feed us for every meal, the other answered. I see why you were so desperate for normal food back at my place. With wrists still bound, Choromatsu reached forward and picked up his glass of purple-tinted liquid. He examined it and looked inside the cup carefully. Is this even water? Yeah, it's not bad, actually. But anyway. Osomatsu grabbed his own cup, all that was left of his meal, and raised the glass. "Here's to hope for coming freedom," he toasted. As the two continued to converse, the aliens in the room kept their own static-like conversation going while observing the humans. Intermission. It was a cozy-looking room, formal enough. Average in size with tall chairs and circular tables that would look distorted and alien to the typical human. Gadgets of play and fidget lined one of the counters as technology for entertainment was presented at another. There was a long, oval window that showcased the vast stars and galaxies outside the ship, giving its viewers a comfortable sight to see. The room overall appeared to be some sort of lounge or recreational room with a different undertone than anything Osomatsu had seen on the ship. For the aliens, this was their break room. A single demonic figure entered the lonely room, glancing about and finding that it was empty. This entity, Ichimatsu, shrugged and shuffled forward before plopping down into one of the comfortable chairs, his empty, hollow eyes half-lidded tiredly. He stared off quietly for a few long moments. It was always nice to be alone. The room was silent and it gave the more introverted personality a nice moment of serenity. After taking his time decompressing, he reached up with one of his many hands and touched the side of his eye. An invisible device powered on and created a hologram before him, just like a commander in some sort of sci-fi movie. He touched the translucent screen and observed as his brain was scanned, followed by his thoughts being typed automatically in a strange, cryptic typography. The bar following along the end of each letter being typed was live to the audience permitted within his virtual chat room, which in this case, was only one other person. It was a message, one he was sending to a very specific coworker. His email read, "You really spoiled that human under your watch, you know." Upon activating the chat, he knew the other person would be pinged immediately. It was an electronic signal that was created using an embedded chip inside the brain, one that triggered a unique physiological sensation based on the unique type of notification. It wasn't a visual or audio cue, but rather, more of a sensation. It was no different from the phantom touch bringing one's awareness to thirst or hunger or even the need to use the bathroom. In a way, it was an artificial sixth sense. As expected, the receiver viewed Ichimatsu's message as soon as the conversation was initiated. Quickly enough, Ichimatsu received a reply. "There's something really important I need to discuss with you regarding the two specimen we have captive at the station." Ichimatsu cocked his head curiously and typed a response. "Oh?" After a few short moments, a reply was typed back. "Just be nice to them until I get back." The alien huffed. "Easier said than done," he typed. "Did you tell Specimen A that would let him go after you two fell into that wormhole?" "It's a long story," the other said. "I'll be waiting to hear about it." "Hey, I have a favor to ask," his coworker began. "Could you postpone any upcoming examinations or tests until I'm there? I need to talk to those two before we do anything too crazy to them." "Well, I can wait on my thing, but the animuologist is in today," Ichimatsu typed with an uncertain hum. "They're doing a spectrology report once the specimens are done eating." "Already? Well, I guess that won't be so bad for them. Hopefully I'll be there before they wake up. Quick recovery, huh? Like I said, this is important. Just take care of them until then, okay?" Ichimatsu pursed his lips thoughtfully. Choromatsu sure was persistent, wasn't he? "I'll try," he finally replied. "You know I'm not good with the animals." "You work with animals just fine." "The quieter ones, sure," Ichimatsu typed, thinking back on all of the more animalistic species he had worked with in the past. "But as soon as they can hold a conversation, I'm done. You were so much more social when you first joined the team." "We don't talk about that." "Well anyway, I'm counting on you." "Thanks." Ichimatsu did a little sigh. He just about closed his message board, but suddenly stopped himself and paused. He thought long and hard for a moment before sending one last message. "By the way, I'm glad you made it back okay." Yeah. You'll have to tell me where and when you ended up in the aftermath of everything. That, he would. He stared up at the ceiling with his usual monotonous look that was even apparent in his alien form and gave yet another sigh. Then, he turned off the holographic screen and shut his eyes. He just needed to relax a little before going back to work. Break couldn't last long enough. Intermission. Osomatsu and Choromatsu sat silently at their table, staring down and off dismissively. Their lunch break was about over, and no food had been eaten. A familiar bubble came into view and swallowed the tray before Choromatsu, lifting it into the air and floating off out of sight. Choromatsu spared a glance at it and spoke up. So, now what? He was almost too afraid to ask. Beats me, Osomatsu shrugged. Probably some horrible experimentation. Don't say things like that, the other replied anxiously. Two aliens walked forward and approached Choromatsu. He looked up at them nervously as his muzzle returned and the bands around his ankles released their hold. Osomatsu glanced over with a glare. What, did we lose our Ichimatsu privileges? He asked sarcastically. Choromatsu gulped as they took out a familiar device, one that was touched against his neckband to create an invisible link. Once leashed, his collar pulled him to a stumble as he was forced to stand. Well, wait, what are you going to do? The man asked in growing urgency. It's no use talking to them, Osomatsu huffed. I don't think they can understand us. Not without being human, anyway. The second alien attached the leash to Osomatsu, and together the four walked out of the room. The hallways were long, and the interior was alien. Osomatsu and Choromatsu tried to maintain a steady walking speed to keep up with the smooth-moving, mechanical movements of their collars. Two aliens in front and two behind, all silently walking them to their next destination. Osomatsu immediately noticed as the usual testing room was passed. He formed a curious expression as they were led further down the hall, soon approaching a new room. Upon entering, both humans looked up and around to take in their surroundings. The room they had entered looked vaguely similar to the usual testing room, but this one appeared to house different equipment for different types of testing. There were counters with technology they didn't quite recognize, along with a few mysterious vats large enough to hold a human. There were holograms, screens, lights, testing tables, smooth-looking machinery, tubes, and all sorts of strange biodevices working harmoniously with the scientists scattered about. Osomatsu and Choromatsu glanced around in a state of awe, curious as to what they were about to experience. The duo would walk like dogs across the room before they were stopped in front of a strange chamber. It was a large area, taking up the space of perhaps an average bedroom behind a structure similar to glass. Osomatsu cocked his head as Choromatsu stepped forward to peek inside through the window. He saw a few large pillows splayed out on the floor and immediately inferred they were going to be sitting inside the area for quite some time. From behind the two humans, a new alien entered the room. Osomatsu glanced back as it transformed into a familiar face, Ichimatsu. Oh, look who's back, Osomatsu muttered with an unamused glare. Choromatsu turned his head to see for himself before forming a worried look. What's going to happen? He asked. What are you guys going to do? Ichimatsu gave nothing more than a dismissive hum before speaking with an alien nearby. The alien replied and they exchanged a few words before it stepped forward and approached the door to the chamber. The door was off to the side and mostly hidden, and it only appeared to open by scanning and recognizing the alien's face. Once it was opened, the alien took the invisible leashes from its co-workers and began to lead Osomatsu and Choromatsu inside. Having no choice, they walked in. Things almost felt different on the other side. It suddenly became real how they were just the test subjects there to be experimented on. Choromatsu gulped and looked around nervously as Ichimatsu spoke up from behind them. Go have a seat. Get comfortable. The humans looked at each other before they complied and plopped down on the pillows. Seriously, what are you guys going to do to us? Choromatsu repeated. You shouldn't concern yourself with that, Ichimatsu replied. Besides, you aren't going to be conscious during this block of study, so it'll be impossible to experience discomfort. Ichimatsu knelt before Choromatsu as another alien stood in the doorway, adjusting some settings on a side panel. It won't hurt one bit, he assured apathetically. But what are you going to do? Ichimatsu sighed. You humans are so adamant about knowing these things, aren't you? He mumbled. I just want to mentally prepare myself for whatever's about to happen, Choromatsu tried to chuckle. As I said, there's nothing to be scared of. Now. Osomatsu watched as Ichimatsu leaned in, his face no more than a couple inches from Choromatsu's timid one. I want you to count to 10, he ordered. Huh? Why? Choromatsu questioned nervously. Do as I say, the other commanded in a firm tone. Choromatsu returned the alien's gaze with a fearful look before glancing at Osomatsu. Osomatsu frowned and gave a shrug, not knowing what was about to happen, himself. Finally, Choromatsu looked back at the alien kneeling before him and did a deep, slow inhale. Oh okay, I trust you, he said. With that, he began slowly counting aloud. 1, 2. He started. 3, 4, 5, 6. Choromatsu let out a surprised yelp as a sharp pain made itself known in the back of his neck. Instinctively, he threw a hand back and grabbed at Ichimatsu's, not realizing until now that the guy had slipped a small needle into his neck. Wait, stop, what are you? Keep counting, Ichimatsu commanded, calm yet stern. No wait. Count. Choromatsu gave a bewildered look, hesitating before continuing shakingly with a hint of panic in his voice. 5, he stuttered, fumbling under his anxiety. 6, 7. The fear in the man's expression gradually began to soften as he counted up, still holding tight to Ichimatsu's hand. 8. His words slowed, becoming drowsy and almost slurred as a wave of forced sleepiness hit him. His body rocked slightly, wilting as his muscles began to lose power. 8. He repeated, eyes rolling back. His vision became unfocused and his mind turned fuzzy, succumbing to the sedative that had been administered. Finally, his body fell. He released his hold on Ichimatsu's hand and collapsed onto a pillow, completely unconscious. Osomatsu watched him fall with a horrified look. You really just sedated him? Yep, the other said as he readied his next syringe. Terrifying. Ichimatsu turned to the other human this time and leaned in close, sneakily snaking his arm behind the man's head. Monotonously, he spoke. Count to 10, he said. No way. Osomatsu exclaimed. Don't you dare. Comply. The man leaned back, trapped between Ichimatsu and the wall. I want to talk to Choromatsu. He yelled. I don't want to do this. By the time you wake up, he'll be back, Ichimatsu informed apathetically. Will he? Yes. Osomatsu gave a stubborn frown, weighing his options. He didn't have much to choose from and was cornered. Why are you putting us to sleep again? He asked in an almost demanding tone. We just have a spectrology report to run, the other said with a sigh. Look, Osomatsu. I'm trying to make this easy for you. You have no reason to be afraid. Osomatsu glanced back at Choromatsu, analyzing his sleeping face. He looked so peaceful, now being separated from the terrifying conscious reality they currently resided in. The guy had fallen asleep so fast. And now it was going to happen to him, too. It was almost unsettling watching it happen to another first. Just count to 10, Ichimatsu ordered one last time. He looked at the alien, then back at Choromatsu one last time before giving a long, deep inhale, then exhale. Being drugged up was something he had to mentally prepare himself for, and he never thought it'd get any easier. Finally, he complied. 1, he began slowly. 2, 3, 4. He jumped and gasped as a familiar pain spread from the side of his neck. His first instinct was to struggle and get away, but he did his best to practice restraint and continued counting, his pitch a little higher than before. Far 4. He continued. Far 5. 6. Se. Just as his companion had experienced a minute earlier, an unbearable weakness fell over his entire body. His eyelids sank as he repeated the final consonant once or twice, finding it harder and harder to comprehend his own words. 7. He finally uttered. A. He wilted for a moment, trying to maintain his balance before finally collapsing beside the other on a pillow. It was an almost immediate sedation. With that, there was darkness. Intermission. It was a dream. He knew he was dreaming. It was a surreal sensation the man found himself in. His perception was distorted and time seemed to wander aimlessly rather than following a natural path. His very existence seemed hollow and transparent. He felt like he could do anything, but also nothing. Gravity did not exist. Matter did not exist. The physical sensation of touch did not exist. There was only the mind. Osomatsu, detecting awareness within himself, opened his eyes. He saw nothing. He did not panic, however, his energy was in a state of comfortable slumber. He felt at peace. Where am I? He asked out curiously. There was no noise, no response from his environment. He was sure he was encased within his own subconscious, but he knew he wasn't alone. He didn't see others. He didn't hear others. He didn't feel others. But he could sense their presence. The drive to explore pushed the man to sit up from his curled position. He stood but felt no bodily pressure from the physics of the physical world. It took no energy for him to get up, it was like a seamless motion that required zero effort. Upon rising, he took in his environment hesitantly. His eyes could not detect light, and his ears could not detect sound. There was no part of him left that could detect touch. Despite his senses being stricken with blindness, Osomatsu could sense something below him. It was something that belonged to him, so intimately his that it was considered a part of him. He tried to look down and, although his eyes did not work, he could actually make something out. It was a body, a tangible embodiment of his very person. It was jarring seeing it for himself. What the? The man cocked his head as he eyed the sleeping figure, staring at his own physical self in the third person. What is this? Is that me? He didn't know how he was viewing it in his current state. After all, his eyes weren't working like they always did. They weren't perceiving light. They weren't physical tools to utilize at his disposal. Yet somehow, he could see himself. He could see his body. And he looked so peaceful. If that's me, then... Osomatsu tried to bring a hand to his face. Does that mean I'm... Becoming frantic, he lowered himself to further examine his inert body. There was no way he was dead, right? This was just a weird dream he was having, right? Right. He was still alive. His body seemed to just be asleep, not dead. It breathed slow and steady, its heart beating in a soothing rhythm. Good. This really was just a dream. Osomatsu stood straight once more and tried to look around, perceiving nothing else. He wanted to know where others were. He knew he wasn't alone, he could feel them. Everything was a blur. He could practice motion, but he didn't feel he was actually moving using muscles. He traveled a meter or two away from his body, trying to get closer to someone else. He knew this someone was close. He walked, feeling warmer and warmer the closer he got until soon, he thought he was on top of them. So strange, he could feel the warmth of life belonging to another, yet he couldn't interact. Choromatsu? He called out. He was sure that's who this other person was, but of course, there was no response. Choromatsu wasn't the only other person present. Osomatsu wandered further, getting close to new masses of warmth he could detect nearby. He vaguely recognized many of them, but couldn't place a name or a face. He stepped closer and closer, wanting to feel their warmth before suddenly, something stopped him. He could progress no further. He was stuck. What was this? Some sort of wall. Something was closing the others off from where he was, and he didn't quite know how to surpass it. How bizarre. It was a dream. It was all a dream. Color. Osomatsu could detect color. Aside from his own body, this was the first thing he felt he could almost see. It was beautiful. What was? Pain. The color, it was pain. Osomatsu jumped back in surprise as the color encased his existence, bringing about a terrible, increasing pain. What the? It wasn't a physical pain. It was like nothing he had ever experienced before. It encompassed his entire person and brought about a horrific sensation that burned him alive, eating away at his heart and mind and taking complete control. He screamed. He didn't understand. Some strange, colorful force was asserting dominance over his very soul, and it hurt. He needed help. He needed to fight it. He needed to survive. His own energy collected together, forming a mass greater than the adversary and resisting its great corruption. It was a battle, one that he could hardly remember. Time did not pass. Reality did not exist. All that was present was his struggle, and he was determined to win. It hurt too bad not to. His spirit bled, his energy seared with immense electricity that took over every conscious thought. He was tired of being controlled. He was tired of being hurt. He was tired of his will not being heard. And, for once, he succeeded. He overcame. His energy flourished with power and his pain did go away. The color vanished, it was scared off. It would not touch him. It could not touch him. He was capable of protecting himself, and he was going to stay safe. And that was the last fragment of thought Osomatsu could recollect before his memories seemed to stop. Intermission. End chapter 10.